Okay, meeting starting.
Okay, everybody, I think we'll try to get going. Just a second. Okay, so my name is Donna Raftery. Can everybody, you can go out to the hall. It's gonna be a really, we have a very long agenda. So I'm going to ask everybody, Darlene, please. Darlene, please. So I'm gonna ask everybody to sort of be concise. We'll try to go through these as quickly as possible. I'm taking things somewhat in order, but not exactly. My name is Donna Raftery. I'm chair of the SLA committee of CB2. Welcome to July meeting. Either if we have agendas, could you bring a few up to the table? Yeah, the committee needs some agendas. So also on the committee is Dr. Shirley Smith, Lois Rafa, Anthony Wong, and Susan Wittenberg. Okay, so how this is going to work is I'm gonna call on the application and you can come up, hand the copies of your application to the committee. You can speak over there, please try to use the microphone as long as the microphones keep working. And then address the committee, go through the application, then we'll go to the committee for any questions, answers, then we will go to the public. When I call on the public, come up, we have your speaker cards. If you didn't fill out a speaker card and you wish to speak, you can still come up, please fill out a speaker card when you are done. And don't wait, if there's a lot of you here on an item, try to be concise, don't repeat what everybody else has said. I do want to hear from you, we want to hear from you, so just make sure that you say I agree with what was said or I don't agree, whatever, but just keep it, don't repeat. Everybody, please speak respectfully, please address the committee. Once we've heard from the public, the applicant can return and address anything they would like to. I think that's it. Yeah, okay, so the first application we are going to hear is going to be Host on Howard LLC, doing business on Host on Howard, 21 Howard Street.
Hello.
Hi.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
What I should try to do is, and this is item C1. I'll try to call out the item numbers if I can, and Carter Booth is also joining us on the committee. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Adam. We've met before.
Yep, and so does that microphone point up at all? Yeah, perfect. It is what it is, yeah.
Yeah, my name's Adam. We've met before. I apologize, I've not been able to come back for the past couple months. But we are applying for a change of license from a beer and wine license to a full liquor license. The last time I was here, I was also asking for an increase in the occupancy of the space. We've since tabled that, only because we've not been successful with some of our attempts with the DOB to even get a TPA. We have some issues with the landlord and some violations. And at this point, we don't do events over 50 anyway, and that's primarily what is on our current application. So we're simply asking to keep everything status quo and only ask for an increase from beer and wine to a full liquor.
Okay, so your hours are 12 p.m. to 12 a.m., 7 days, and it's the same stipulations. You won't have more than 4 events per month consisting of 50 persons.
Correct.
Bar will be used for showroom purposes only without alcohol storage outside of any private catered events.
No outdoor use.
No outdoor use, no French doors,
No DJs.
no DJs, background music, blah, blah, blah.
Correct. I mean, it's still primarily a.
It's the same thing, you're
now-
just looking for the, okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I was wondering because there was no change in the application, you had said you were looking to make a change, so thank you for the explanation on that.
Yes.
Does the committee have any questions? Is there anybody here from the public on this application? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thanks so much.
Okay, the next application is going to be Home Cooking New York LLC at 158 Grand Street. This is a restaurant wine application. Is there somebody here on that application? Okay. Just for anybody who came in, everybody please sign in. If you are here from the public and wish to speak on an application, please fill out a speaker card and bring it to us.
I only have 5.
Has anything changed since you?
I'm new.
But nothing's changed since you sent the information into the
No,
office?
no.
Okay. Over there.
Hi.
Go ahead, start with your name.
I'm Jennifer Clare. I'm the owner of Home Cooking New York. We're a culinary school on Grand Street between Lafayette and Center. This is our first application. Been in business for a while, but haven't done anything about a wine license. And I'd like to have one.
Okay. So, your hours are,
Well, we have 2 classes a day, so I said 12 to 4 and 5 to 10.
okay, so your hours, I think what was on the application is 10 to 10.
Okay.
So, and, you're on the second floor.
Yes.
You have signatures of the people.
I only have 2 other adjacent neighbors, and I guess like other signatures.
And it's, the occupancy is 56 seats
Yeah, at the most.
at the most. And you have to be able to serve food for 50 people, prepare food for 50 people, so you can do that.
Yes.
You've been there since for how long?
I've had a lease there since 2014.
14, okay, but you gotta have that. Have you been managing it, you're the principal?
I am,
Have you been the principal the whole time?
yes.
Okay, so you just haven't
I haven't, I thought this was gonna be a harder, expensive process, and once I started, I realized it wasn't so bad.
Some people need differ with you on that.
Whenever you said you're gonna hire a lawyer,
We'll see. We'll see. Okay, does anybody on the committee have any questions? No. No. Okay, is there anybody here from the public on this application? Okay, so what we do, just so you know, because it's your first time, we send you stipulations, generally with the hours, that it's background music, no open doors, no open windows, no DJs, no security, those general things. Sign and get them back to the office.
Sign and you give me a stamp on mine.
No, we send a resolution to the liquor authority, okay?
All right,
Okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay, the next application is going to be General Mill JP LLC at 177 Lafayette Street. This is an application for a restaurant wine license.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrew Ma. I'm the attorney for the applicant, General Mill JP LLC. My clients are seeking to open a ramen shop at 177 Lafayette Street, Suite 100S in New York, New York. It's going to be based on home-cooked style ramen, primarily Japanese food. The cross streets are Grand Street and Lafayette Street.
Is the applicant here with you?
No, the applicant's not here.
We'd like to have
Can
the
you speak in
applicant.
the mic, please?
Sorry about that. No, the applicant's not here.
Why is the applicant not here?
She is working a late shift at one her other job. She's a journalist, so she has a last minute urgency.
Okay, all right, let's go through the application, then I'll ask my question about that.
Okay, sure. So, this is going to be a restaurant wine and beer license. The hours of operation is 6:30 a.m. to 12 p.m.
The restaurant opens at 6:30?
Obviously, this is only the proposed hours of operation. We're open to changing it, subject to the requirements or the suggestions of the community.
Well, I guess my first question would be, when does she expect customers to come in? That's,
Well, 6:30 is very ambitious, but she like to request an early opening time because one of her concepts might be for a breakfast style ramen.
I'm just gonna ask a question. Do you wanna consider laying this application over and not filing it with the liquor authority and coming back with the applicant so the applicant can explain his?
Well, I don't think she can explain it much better than what I'm presenting today because the concept hasn't been finalized just yet. They're still in the brainstorming stages.
Does she wanna come back and refile this when she has flushed this out?
Sure, that would be a good idea.
So that she's not, but she will not file the application with the liquor authority,
Sure, we can say our application pending your approval.
so it won't be filed at the liquor authority.
Sure.
Okay,
We will do
so,
that.
so why don't you do that, cause this will go much better if you have a flushed out plan and that she can attend as well. But, so could you send something to the office to let them know that you're going to lay this over?
Sure.
And that you're not going to move forward with the liquor authority until you've come before us?
Sure,
Okay,
we'll agree to that.
okay, great, thank you, look forward to having you return with the plan. Yes, Anthony. Wait, go ahead, Anthony.
The space that she's leasing, is it the former Sushi Delic or is it gonna be next door to Sushi
It's
Delic?
next door to She's.
So it's the, what is that the flower shop?
It used to be an office building.
Do you know which space it is? If you looked at it, could you point it out to me on here?
It's right here.
The signs in the window.
Okay, great, okay, thank you.
Would you like your applications back?
Yeah.
No, you don't have to do that.
Yes. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, the next application is going to be GF 240 Mulberry LLC. This is a tavern wine license. Has anything changed?
It's a little bit more outreach. Good evening. Just Lee here, I'm from GF 240 Mulberry LLC. I have with me two of the principals. The application before you is for a tavern wine license for 240 Mulberry Street in North Store. All-day cafe is the concept, coffee, pastries, wine. You see a food menu in the packet. These gentlemen operate the Mulberry, which is a bar, which is downstairs, subterranean. They actually had the lease for the downstairs space as well as the ground floor space. Since they took the space a few years ago, the ground floor space had been previously sublet to a clothing retailer, and they are now leaving, or they have left. And these gentlemen would like to put a cafe in that space. Hours of operation, as you see them in the application packet, closing at midnight every day. There is an outdoor area in the rear that we'd like to close at 10. It's 20 seats outside. It'll be seated only. There won't be congregating outside, won't be standing room only outside. Smaller space, no PA permit here, background recorded music only. As you can see from the packet, there's a fair amount of support from people who live in the building as well as people who live on the block.
Okay, private parties,
It's a, maybe there'll be some events, but not too many.
Aspirations, we hope,
Yeah.
but it's very small now.
It's a cafe, community.
so both of, if you could each state your name, so I,
Leo Jacob.
okay,
Justin Severs.
okay,
Aspirationally, we hope to get,
microphone,
sorry.
sorry.
Aspirationally, we hope to get something, but it's not officially part of the business plan. It's a small space back there and,
So, okay, so let's go then back to the rear yard. I don't see anything on the certificate of occupancy that says that the rear yard is included in that.
So according to the architect who has worked on this space and on this building, the rear yard is included as a use group 6, can be used for patrons. We were hoping to have something in writing to provide you guys with tonight. We have not gotten it yet, but we're more than happy to stipulate that we will either provide it to you, or we'll get you a letter from the architect saying why it is included.
Okay, so it's really kind of a rooftop, correct?
Well, it's a roof to the subterranean level, but it is rear yard, it's
ground floor.
ground
Floor all the way through.
It's on the ground floor level, but it's the roof to the,
It's above the cellar.
It's above the cellar, but it's ground floor level.
it's ground floor level, okay. So it's on the same level as the adjoining
sorry.
rear yard,
There's nothing below it, it's ground.
it's ground.
The way the photos you might be looking at, to make it, the way that the landlord previously to us had sort of waterproofed the concrete, it is more of a, looks more like a rooftop, but
roof,
it's,
yeah.
but it's actually the same sidewalk level.
As like, if you look at Google Earth, there's a yard behind you, I think that has a fence around it, it's the same, that has lawn that looks like a
Correct.
yard,
Yeah, there's
as
large,
opposed to yours that looks like a roof.
large brick walls going up on
Right.
each side. It's a ground level yard.
Okay, so yeah, I think for us, we would have a problem if there's nothing that shows us that rear yard can be used, like from DOB, not from the architect, but from DOB that says that rear yard can be used.
Yeah, we've had this conversation and he's very confident that that's the case and he was working on getting us something for tonight, we don't have it yet. Feel free to put that in our stipulations, we're happy to deliver it to the board office.
Okay, and you want 12 AM every night? Yes.
Correct, and 10 for the yard.
Okay, does the committee have any questions? No?
It was just, so what is the other space underneath the rear yard?
No, it's just underneath the building itself.
I think it's adjacent to, right?
The rear yard is, there's just ground underneath.
Oh, it's just ground, okay.
So it's just like asphalt overground.
Yeah, there was like waterproofing because around the edge of the building, we wanted to make sure that it was not gonna leak off.
Okay, anybody else?
What's the seating capacity?
The seating capacity?
It's
In that
30
rear
seats
yard.
inside, it's 20 seats outside, it's 4 at a bar.
Okay. Private parties, can we and that the rear yard will close by 10 regardless of what's going on outside. No, okay, can you? Okay, so let's see, one from the Bowery Block Association. Their comment is the location is not previously licensed, already too many extant licenses in the rear, use of rear yard strongly objected to because noise generated greatly amplified in courtyard, offensive to neighbors, and no outreach received.
We sent communications to all the block associations, you see the outreach we got in terms of signatures of people who live on the block, in the building.
Did you contact the Bowery Block Association?
Bowery Block Association?
Yeah,
We're not a Bowery. Because it's probably.
that's part of the, it's part of the catchment of that,
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of that.
okay. All right,
We reached out to everyone that was pertinent to Mulberry,
okay. The neighbors that overlooked the rear yard, did you get them as
There's a
well?
letter in there from,
Okay. Okay, I think that does it. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
okay. The next application is going to be Hex Squared LLC. Doing business as Hex and Company, 801 Broadway, store number 4. This is a tavern one.
Nothing changed.
My name is Sam Paul, I'm the representative and applicant for Gregory May, is member of the LLC.
Hi there, my name is Greg May, and I'm one of the owners of Hex Squared LLC.
And we are applying for a Tavern wine license, and the Hex Squared is the tabletop board game cafe. And out of operation, it's gonna be 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week. And we have a 30 table with the 106 seat and 1 bar with the no seat. And we are playing only background music. There'll be no outdoor seating, no DJ, no live music. And any questions?
No open doors, no French doors,
No French.
no patrons in the basement?
No.
And you're open, are you open?
Yes, yes.
Yes, you're open.
We've been open for about 2 years.
Okay, so my one question is, you had sent us a notice back, and put on our agenda in October of last year, and you didn't show up. So is there it was on the agenda,
Sorry about that. We could have attended this.
okay, so, but you haven't been serving any alcohol? No, you have a temporary license without showing up,
Apologize.
because you filed the application without coming to us,
Sorry.
and then you renewed your temporary license, and now you're coming to us.
Sorry. Apologize.
So we expect when you send in the 30-day notice, this is for any attorney that is here. The office generally reaches out to you, but if you submit a 30-day notice, be aware that you will be placed on our agenda. Whether the office reaches out to you or not, you should check our calendar, we expect you to show up. Okay, does anybody have any questions?
So you just didn't do it, or, I mean, you appeared before us before?
Yeah, but we couldn't prepare the document, everything at the time, so.
But
You
you
have the
prepare it.
emails from the office, I mean,
Apologize.
so now what?
No,
That's just, did you just have an apology? I'm just asking you, cause that's, alright.
Anybody else? Anybody from the public? No. Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, the next application is going to be, SEMM SWPK LLC at 417 Lafayette Street.
My name is Sam Paul, I'm the representative.
Is the principal here? Is somebody
No,
here?
the applicant could not make it today, so I requested for adjourn it to next month.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm ready for everything document here for.
and you're gonna come?
Yes, just the applicant couldn't make it today, so just let me know, so.
Okay, and they won't file the application until you come
Yes.
before us, and they won't get their temporary license until,
Definitely. If you ask it for tomorrow, next month, I'll be here.
okay, so you won't file any of the paperwork with the SLA?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next one, I Cook Bowery Inc., doing business as San Lago, 9092 Bowery. This is our class change for an on-premise license.
Yes. Is anything really different?
No,
from
not
the
different.
others?
Good evening, for the officer. My name is Ying Hui Yi. I'm represent the I cook Bowery NYC, DBA semi-local. The premise is located 1992 Bowery.
Is the applicant here with you?
They're on the way, actually.
They're on the way, so then why don't you, we'll wait until the applicant gets here,
Okay.
okay? Thank you. Okay, next one's going to be, Max, New York, Union Square LLC, doing business as Max Brenner. If you're here, yes.
Thank you,
Is
Board.
the applicant
The
here?
applicants are all in Europe right now.
I'm sorry to
All I'm
hear.
gonna say is it's an existing restaurant, it's had a license since.
Hang on one second, hang on. What,
I didn't hear what,
Oh,
he's in Europe?
I'm sorry. My name is Mitchell Siegel, I'm an attorney, I represent Max New York Union Square. The applicants are not here, they're in Europe. But it's really the same operation that's been in existence since 2006. It's just a change of ownership. It's it's Max Brenner Chocolate Factory, if you're familiar with that, outside of Union Square. It's mainly a family restaurant. We do have a bar. The new owners want to continue that bar. So we're applying for a new bar pursuant to the asset purchase agreement. Everything else stays the same. There's no change in the operation whatsoever. Same time, same family operation, nothing really changed.
Okay, so the hours are 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday to Thursday, 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
I think it's 10 to 12 on Thursday, 10 to 11 the other days that you mentioned, and to 1 a.m. on Saturday. Which I think is the existing license.
Okay, and then background music, no TVs.
No TVs, background music, no DJs, no outdoor dining, same operation.
No patrons in the basement.
No.
Just on the mezzanine and the first floor.
That's correct.
And then what is the experience of the new owners
The new owners have operations in Texas and in Europe,
doing?
restaurants,
Just restaurants, not,
and nothing's changing in their experience.
and who are the owners? Because just one principal is listed.
There's basically three principals and the same CFO, Mario Rosales, is gonna still be with that company. So really nothing's changing other than the ownership of the
So
asset.
what are the names of the other?
It's actually three trusts with three different principals.
What are they, Donna, did you get their names?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry,
No.
did you get their names?
No, I did not get their names. He just said it is three trusts with three different,
Okay, do you know their names?
Yes,
that's what I'm asking.
yes, so we have,
Did you get copies of the application? Do you have copies of the application?
I believe we gave you a copy of the
No, but did you bring
application.
any copies of the application?
not-
Okay, that's the other thing, people please bring like 5
I
or 6
apologize.
copies of the
for that.
application.
My bad. So, excuse me for 1 second, let me just find the personal questionnaires that I have.
Did you find it?
So I believe we only have one principal, two principals listed, Shavali Wakar.
You only have one on the application.
Yeah, that's why we're asking.
Yes,
You only have one on the
Yes,
application.
that's what I said, that's why I asked the question.
yes, and Yaniv Stanger.
So, what,
As well, I'm sorry, as well as Vina Takar.
okay, so the first name was, maybe just spell them.
Vina Takar.
That one we have, that's on the application.
Okay, and then we also have, excuse me for a second. Yanni Shakal, SHAK.
Oh, no, the place. It's right on
And the other ones?
That's the two that I have.
Vina Dakar and Yanni
Yes,
Dakar, they're both the same last name.
Shakal, yes.
Thank you, Anthony.
I think can you send that to the office so we
Sure.
have that?
100%.
And with the listing of what other restaurants they have, what
Sure.
their experiences.
I'll send that to you, by Monday the latest, is that okay? Or tomorrow. I got a busy week, but that's okay.
We all have a busy week, we're all trying to be done. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
When are they coming back? When will they be here in person?
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, but I'm sure within 2 weeks or so.
You're not sure, but you know in 2 weeks. Okay,
Yeah, I'm projecting that.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'll get you that information tomorrow.
Okay. Is there anybody here from the public on this? I don't have anything. Okay, I think that does it, thank you.
Thank you, Camille.
Okay, next we are going to take, Broom Hotel Owner LLC and Broom Hotel FB LLC doing business as the Broom Hotel, 431 Broom.
Hello.
That's, you have the number, it's C13.
I'm just gonna leave this up here, it's a Google Earth pictures, you feeling it's gonna be relevant, we didn't submit that. I didn't submit that, yeah.
All right, good evening, CB2, Max Bookman, Kazetzky and Bookman PC. I'm an attorney, and this is Broom Hotel. With me is Liron Sando, he's the general manager of the space currently, and Joseph Amar, he's with ownership, one of the applicants. This is an application for a hotel liquor license for the Broom Hotel. Currently what's there is a beer and wine license. The beer and wine license covers a portion of the ground floor of the hotel. And what we are doing is building a full-service French Mediterranean restaurant in the ground floor of the hotel. By building that restaurant, we will now qualify for a hotel liquor license, whereas previously we only qualified for was a beer and wine license because it wasn't a full-service restaurant. The hotel liquor license will cover all the floors of the hotel. It's a boutique hotel. There are 6 floors, 14 units. When I say units, I mean rooms, 14 guest rooms. The total occupancy of the whole thing is 92 people. There is, in the downstairs, there are internal portions of the restaurant, which are on the floor plans, and of course there is an internal courtyard, which is outdoor, but totally enclosed, well, enclosed is not the right word, on the 4 walls are walls. And then we're gonna talk in a minute about a potential covering, which is part of our conversation with the neighbors. The hours of operation that we are proposing is obviously it's a hotel license, so the hotel operates 24/7. We're proposing 1 a.m. closing for the restaurant. We understand that the neighbors are opposed to that hour, and we are here to talk about that, and we have flexibility on that number. Recorded, you want to say something?
And I just wanna ask, when you say 1 a.m. for the restaurant, is it, when you say restaurant, do you mean all of the first floor, are you considering all of the first floor of the restaurant?
That's right, Donna. There's only one F&B operation in this hotel. It is the first floor restaurant. That includes the downstairs when you first walk in.
The lobby when you
There's the
first walk
lobby,
in,
there's the
the
bar's gonna
courtyard,
be,
the bar.
then there's the courtyard, and then there's the back after the courtyard. All of that is the restaurant.
Okay,
That is the F&B operation in the hotel.
okay.
And we're offering a 1 AM close there, although we have room. Recorded music only, no DJ, no dancing, no live music, no DOT outdoor dining, no outdoor wait lines, boozy brunches, doors to the street are closed. I just wanna spend 1 minute talking about the existing operation. So this operation has been operating under a beer and wine license from when it was issued. The temp was first issued in March of 2024. And so we do have that beer and wine license there. And I know we came last month to talk about an alteration application, which would cover this restaurant construction under the beer and wine. But our goal is to have full liquor, and we're happy to discuss any concerns you have. I'm sure a lot of this is gonna focus on the courtyard, as it always has. We understand that. We've brought our acoustical engineer with us. We have commissioned a sound study. We have offered to construct a pergola retractable roof system. We have the specifications for it in the package. Our sound engineer did a study with both the pergola extended, meaning out and covering the courtyard area, and retracted, meaning open and not covering the courtyard area. And we are proposing, in line with that sound study, to cover the courtyard area starting at 10 p.m. each night. And we're happy to answer any questions about that or anything else that you would like to ask us.
Okay. And there are events, you'll have private parties or?
Not a lot, I mean, once a month, max.
In the courtyard. This is the part I want because that was one of.
Sure, in the courtyard, but subject to the same, whatever hourly closing stipulations we agreed to.
And how many did you just say? One a
One a
month?
month.
Okay, I think, does anybody from the committee we have people from the public here, does anybody from the committee have anything before we go to the public? Okay, why don't we go to the public, anybody who's here to speak on the Bloom Hotel, come on up. I have David Navros, Joanna Rousseff Dart, Cynthia Chapin, Laura Tannenbaum. So if you could all just come up. Don't wait to be called on, and you can get up to the microphone and you can get around. And Max, you may have to move over. Just state your name and.
My name is David Novros. Can you hear me?
Yes, fine, very good.
Good. We own the building directly next to the Broome Street Hotel at 433 Broome Street. Our building is adjacent to the area that they're proposing for a restaurant and the patio. I want to say one thing first. When they refer to their place, their restaurant, etc., taking place on the ground floor, that's not the ground floor, that's the first floor up from the street. And so there's elements of access and egress. Now, they have an elevator, which they're saying can be used, but to my way of thinking, having been in this space a number of times, in case of an emergency, fire or otherwise, there would be a great problem in getting people in wheelchairs in and out of that elevator and onto the street. And other people in the hotel are also trying to get in and out and onto the street. Okay, that's an aside. But that's gonna be an issue because they're trying to have a lot of people in this restaurant. Now, the other issue is noise, and that is something we're both all aware of from living next to this area prior to it being a hotel. And now, as a hotel, we know what can happen with the sound from the patio coming up and through. Nobody has come to my property to take a reading or to talk to us or even see where we are in relationship with them. Plus, they've built board fences between our property and their property, which have no sound mitigating features whatsoever. And so we hear noise from the penthouse, which is up in front, when we're on our roof. Now, we're gonna hear more noise when they have this restaurant. As for the liquor license, as for the addition of the hard liquor to the wine and beer, I think this is jumping the gun. I think first they have to show that the sound issues that we're raising can be dealt with. This pergola they invented is made out of aluminum, and it doesn't do anything to insulate against that. So at any rate, these are issues I'm raising. Other people will raise other issues. I don't want to make it too long.
Thank you.
So I'm Sophia Chapin. I have maximum exposure to the courtyard, which is made of all it's like a giant echo chamber because it's tile, glass, metal, and brick. And I've had noise problems from that area many times. They've had events in the courtyard before they had permission to use that. I've been woken up, I've been kept up until 11 o'clock with large groups of people, like for events, like team building events, cheering and yelling. And they had music in the courtyard. When they said they didn't, I went there and asked them to turn it down. I know they weren't supposed to have any music, they agreed to that, but they did. That was in March 2024, they agreed to that. I couldn't come to that hearing because I was away at a meditation center. But that summer, I did hear loud music, and I went there and they had the music on, and I turned it down, and I was dealing with somebody whose name was Yoaz, who they say is not involved anymore. And I want them to know that I've had a lot of experience with the DEP and with the DEP, the people who come and take readings, and the ambient level in my apartment is 32. And it would be impossible for them, if they have music in that courtyard, it would be impossible for them to meet the standard. And I hope that they understand that the fines are heavy, and the fine for disturbing a residence, and if you're taken in my residence, the fines are, I think, start at $2,000.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Joanna Pusek-Dart, and I'm living at 433 Broome Street, which is directly next door to the hotel. I want to add a little bit to the discussion of the noise to make people understand how live this situation is. If you are on our roof and someone is down in the courtyard and they're having a conversation at this level, you can hear every word of that conversation. Now we're talking about music, and we're timesing that times however many people could be there on an evening. So we're talking about all of this getting amplified because of the brick walls that surround the buildings, the alleyways. So a lot of people are affected by this. I want to say a couple words about the acoustical engineer and that report. We received reams of papers, okay, figures, numbers. From all of the pictures and information on this retractable roof, there was no indication that any of it was soundproof. When they came to do acoustical measurements, nobody came onto our roof. Nobody asked us to do that. They sent us a picture of somebody on the terrace of their building directed out to Broome Street. In other words, anything that they were monitoring was being covered by the upper part of their building. The acoustics, the acoustical study mentioned that the closest windows affected were on Broadway. My bedroom window is adjacent to their place. It's right there. And I can look out and see around the corner of their place. On our roof, we have a fence, a wooden fence, which was put up by the prior owners of the hotel as a way of sort of mitigating the sound, but it does nothing. All it is really a privacy thing. If you take out a board from that fence, you can look over and see all of the balconies of the rooms. You can see the courtyard. I'm concerned about the alcohol in the rooms, you know, with people coming out onto the balconies. It's a kind of a situation that could, promulgate partying, you know, on a major scale or a minor scale, whatever. But it could be a noise issue moving forward. So I would think that if they're serious about this, then we need to get together and hire an engineer who is independent from both of us and get real readings from our place. And also they need to come up with some sort of retractable ceiling that has soundproofing in it. And I don't believe that they're really, it makes sense if you have liquor, people, 22 tables, music, and hard liquor and wine being offered. I don't think that you can do anything but have a roof that's soundproof all the time, you know, when that's going on, under the circumstances. Because otherwise, you're asking the neighbors, us and all the other people around, to put up with their noise until whatever time, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you know, I mean, so anyway, I don't wanna go on, but.
Thank you, thank you, yeah, got it.
Hi, I'm Lauren Tenenbaum, I live on Broome Street. I just want to address basically two issues, and they have been addressed before, but I think I want to hope I'll add a little bit more to it. First, the applicant never disputed that the residential neighbors claim that noise from events in the inner courtyard, even during the day, echo and amplifies or bounces around the cast iron buildings and significantly impacts in a negative way the quality of life of the people living around them. In fact, they told us that they were installing this pergola to help keep out the noise, because they also didn't want the people using the hotel, their guests, to be bothered by noise either. So we waited. They were going to be on the agenda last month, but we waited until we got the results from this test. Well, it's clear from the report that the pergola will do as designed, and the design specs are most of the pages in there. It'll keep out weather. It will not keep out noise. There is not one thing in the specs for this pergola, nor on the website of the manufacturer, that talks about noise mitigation. Nothing. That's not what it's about. The pergola, now, Mr. Bookman seemed to intimate that the testing by the engineer was done with the pergola in place. We were there on Friday, not there. And if you look at the test, it was not done with it in place. All that was done was that they put out and measured ambient noise in 2 spots, on their roof and on the street outside. They did not do any more noise study, at least nothing recorded in that report. So it's just based on 20 minutes of readings in both places and says that the closest window is not really what is the closest window, and that's a real problem. That's the first thing I'm going to talk about. The second thing is that the TCO only allows 22 people in the courtyard. They're asking for 30 seats. But the 22 people is not only people seated, it's also staff. So that's a real problem. It was a problem with the wine and beer license too. Same thing, they're asking for more than even their TCO allows. Keep in mind that the original certificate of occupancy had no occupancy for the courtyard. It was simply a beautiful passageway between the front building and the back building of the hotel. Lastly, I haven't seen the applicant's statement of public interest, but they've told us numerous times that they do not want to really cover the courtyard because it's for marketing. It's because it attracts people. They are one of the few hotels in the city of New York that has a beautiful open courtyard. It's not that much for providing for their guests, which is again what they told us the purpose of the restaurant is. The purpose of the restaurant, they said to us, is for their guests, for the guests in their 14 rooms. And that anyone coming from outside would have to make a reservation first. It's not a walk-in spot, you have to make a reservation first. So it comes down to, does the public interest in providing a Mediterranean menu with foods on it that you can really find local already obviate the fact that this open courtyard is a real problem? Without the courtyard, I don't think there's much of an issue other than the hours being a little too long, but the courtyard is a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public here? This one I don't have any more cards. Okay, Max.
All right, so I'll respond to a few of the statements that were made, and then I'll talk a little bit about the notion of compromise. So, let's just start with the level set that we have a current beer and wine license. We've been operating using this courtyard with the ability to serve wine and beer. I brought and gave to Donna some Google Earth screenshots from the couple who came, who were the neighbors directly next door. It's correct, I've never been in their unit, so I can't speak to it firsthand, but I've been in the hotel, and from what I can tell is their bedroom, their windows do not look down onto this courtyard. Their rooftop looks down onto this courtyard. Nobody in New York City is guaranteed a rooftop where you don't hear anything. I understand the concern about hearing noise in your apartment, but that's not the situation there. I must say, we conducted the sound study because we know that's essential. I did not say that the pergola was in place. What I said was that the sound study anticipates a pergola being there. We gave you the specs on how to build it. We have our sound engineer who will talk in a minute, but the material that it's made of does have properties that insulate sound. Sound insulating is not necessarily some magical material. Yes, it's made of aluminum. I had the same question as what I heard, which is, well, does aluminum actually do anything to insulate sound? Turns out it does, and the sound engineer will speak to that, someone who was involved in making the report. So we've done the sound study. We have the results of it. We know that with the pergola extended, there's not going to be a violation of the noise code. What I was hoping the outcome of our engagement process with the community stakeholders would be is some statement of compromise, some statement as to what would be acceptable to them. Donna, we were both at the Liquor Authority last week. I think my major takeaway from that meeting is that the chair of the Liquor Authority expects the parties to reach compromise. that whatever side is the one that's saying, no, I won't compromise, is the party that's not gonna have a good day at the liquor authority. We are interested in hearing a response to our proposal concerning the hours of operation. So far, the response we've essentially heard is just essentially no, and that we don't want to support your liquor license application in any respect. If that's the position, okay. I mean, that's fine, that's a position to take, but I don't think it's a position that will win the day at the liquor authority. I'm willing to take my chances there if that's the position. I would much rather reach compromise here on the hours of operation. I think if we can talk with this committee now, we can talk about a closing hour for the courtyard that, like all compromise, might not make everybody happy, but is acceptable to all, especially in light of the fact that we do currently have a beer and wine license that has 0 restrictions on its operation. And I must, respond to one thing that was said. We didn't agree to anything because we weren't given the opportunity to agree for the beer and wine license. We came to this committee, again, or initially looking for compromise. There was dissatisfaction with the outreach that we did, even though stakeholders were at the meeting. We looked to have compromise then. We were told that basically we're going to deny you your application. Your committee decided to take its chances with the liquor authority then, and it's an unpredictable agency, it's an unpredictable board. You took your chances and we got our beer and wine license with no
I
restrictions.
just wanna say one thing about that, the end result may have been the same, but we were never notified, it was never brought to a full board hearing as we requested, so we did not have our opportunity really at the liquor authority, other than just a resolution. I just wanna point that out, because that makes a big difference, as we both know, and we were not called up for that.
Well, let me be cool.
And just to be clear, our position was not properly recorded into the record by the liquor authority.
Okay, well, here's what I would tell you.
Which is a requirement under the 30-day notice portion of the rule.
When I said you have an opportunity, I meant we came to your committee to try to make a deal, just like we're trying to do now, and instead of reaching a deal, we were told basically you're gonna get a denied resolution. You decided to take your chances at the liquor authority, which is your right. I routinely advocate, as an attorney, just being transparent with you in front of the liquor authority, that they should not send to the full board disapprovals from community boards on non-500 foot cases when there's no good cause being articulated by the community board, which was the case in your last resolution. Now, I don't know if it was a result of a mistake or a decision, but what happened,
Right.
and
We could sit here, but I don't wanna take up everybody's time arguing about a resolution
So
and
my
the
only
process
point,
of the SLA.
I agree, so just to close, my only point is we currently have an unrestricted beer and wine license for the back portion of this space. We wanna open and operate till 4 AM with DJs dancing and music, we have the ability to do that. If you've looked on their social media, you've seen how they've operated, that's completely not how they've operated. Currently, their website says they close at 9 PM, so it's been a responsible operation.
That's what we asked for in the courtyard, actually, that's just what we asked for.
Yeah, I know, and that's what they wound up doing anyway. So, it's been a responsible operation, so can we reach an agreement on the courtyard hours of
But just
operation?
before we keep going, the courtyard's the main outstanding issue and the 1 AM, right, for the rest of the operation,
I would-
from what
I
I've
would
heard.
say that,
Those
yeah.
are the two main things,
That's
and
what
the
I'm
other
hearing. I
things
agree,
are.
Carter.
So, I mean, you have this audience, which is different from the residential audience, but where does it stand? What are you willing to do?
What do you want? I mean, what would you
I
come
mean,
for?
I'll start with the resolution that we did send up that had stipulations in it for what was never called up and was never heard, which was 9 to 9 in the courtyard and for the hours, and 7 to 11 Sunday to, I think it was Thursday, I don't, and 7 to 12 on.
So just to reiterate that, you're saying.
Well, let me just, I don't wanna misspeak, so let me. It was 9 to 9 in the courtyard. And. Just one second. Hang on. here.
Is there, and just while Dom is looking, is there a description of this pergola? Where am I finding that in your materials?
Yeah, it's in the back of the sound study.
Oh, it's in the
We
back
have
of
this,
it?
we have the engineer who could speak, but I
Why
mean,
this one?
alright, so Donna,
So let me, all right, so down what we did, this is also, so it was 9 to 9 Sundays through Saturdays for the courtyard, and 7 AM to 11 PM Sunday through Thursdays, and 7 AM to 12 AM Fridays and Saturdays for the interior licensed premise. No music, no speakers, no TVs in the courtyard at any time, no events at any time, and all service in both the courtyard and interior premises is seated patrons only.
Okay, so we have some of that, seated patrons only for the courtyard, yes. I was just speaking with my clients, indoors, we can come down to midnight indoors. I don't think there's been a lot of issue on the indoors, but we can do midnight indoors. And outdoors, again, we have a big agenda, let's just get down to it. What we would be willing to do is 10:30 PM closing of the courtyard with the putting out of the extension of the pergola at 8:30 PM. So 8:30 PM extension of the pergola. If you'd like to hear from our acoustical engineer to give you our side of the story about how the sound study was done and the methodology and what we think the pergola will do to attenuate noise, I'm happy to have him speak to that. Extension of the pergola at 8:30, closing the courtyard at 10:30.
So can you just give a brief rundown of the pergola and tell us which page, where?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Tell us a little bit about.
Just tell us a little bit about it and where it says how it insulates in here.
So,
Or if you can tell me what page that's on or where in this.
well, I don't know what the PDF, I mean, I have in the back.
I'm looking at your printed packet.
Okay, so in the back of the sound study, there's something that says technical data
Yep,
sheet.
saw that.
So that tells you all about the pergola. It says its major feature is that it's made of aluminum.
Right, got that, it's got wheels, I was actually, my curiosity would be how much noise this is going to make when it opens and closes with those wheels was one of the things that came to my mind.
That's an interesting point that I don't know if we thought about.
So the pergola doesn't extend to the outer walls, is that correct? It's just.
I'm gonna have my client speak to that because
Okay.
they know better than me,
Yeah,
but
why don't you just do a quick.
it's very close, all right, so.
Meaning when the pergola's roof is closed, is there anything open?
Yes.
So with the pergola closed, there is a small gap that is open. We described it as 95% covered, so of the open space, when you look up at the sky, when the pergola is covering, it covers 95% of the open space. And I will turn to the sound engineer to just say a little more.
Is there a reason it can't cover the whole thing?
I don't think we're allowed to, I don't think DOB would let us do that.
If it's retractable, I think sure.
That was my question too. Our conversations with our architect and DOB expediter is that if it goes all the way to the edges and covers the entire thing, that DOB wouldn't let us do it.
Okay.
Which is something I've heard before.
That hasn't been argued.
No, we have lots of examples of the reverse, that we've been told that if it does retract, then it doesn't count as the enclosure, and without naming names, there are a ton of places that have that, so, because we've heard the opposite, I'm not discounting, I'm just.
We have no interest in having that 5%. It's not like there's something that we get out of that. We're not trying to sneak one by you with that. We would like it to be able to be 100%, and what we've been told is that it can't. If there's a way for it to be, we would like that.
Okay.
All right. Would you want to hear from the sound engineer?
Quickly.
Okay.
It's just a brief, like how much does this actually insulate sound, where does it say what it insulates, I guess, or something?
James Heineman, GZA, Geo Environmental, Chair, Board members, glad to be here this evening. As we talked about, the measurements that we did the rooftop measurements, did not account for any noise coming from the existing beer and wine operation. We just modeled that as background and then added the noise that we projected coming from a restaurant operation in the courtyard. To answer your question, without the pergola, at the receptor location that we modeled, we saw about a 7 decibel increase, which is noticeable, no denying it. With the pergola extended, closed in, that incremental noise level drops to 0.2 decibels, less than a decibel. It's not noticeable. And just, by way of context, as far as the work, concerned about the sound insulated properties, it's true. This aluminum louvers are not intended for the express purpose of insulating sound, but any building material gives you sound insulation. a regular single pane wooden sash window gives you maybe 20 decibels of attenuation. An open window will give you 10. So even if there are, ways for the noise to get through, most of the noise pathways are blocked by even something as minimal as single pane wooden sash window. Obviously, you get better windows, you get more attenuation, and we do windows for apartment buildings that are opposite an elevated subway. So you can really go as high as you need to. In a case like this, honestly, aluminum that isn't specifically purpose-built for the purpose of noise attenuation got us to a level that, the human ear just cannot perceive. And we did not want to count. Sorry, if I just, respond to some of the neighbors were concerned about, what's the noise level inside their apartment. We intentionally do not want to rely on or take credit for whatever noise insulating properties they might have in the facade of their building, including the windows of the facade. We looked at what is the noise level when it reaches their window, not how much noise attenuation we get from their building property. I mean, obviously, in cases where we've done this, we've gone into people's apartments and modeled noise, and honestly, what you find is most of the noise comes internally. It's air moving around, it's the hum of the refrigerator, it's talking. So, I mean, I don't want to belabor the point.
Thank you. Just one other quick thing, I know before we, I don't know how to take more questions, but just one other thing. It's a fair point about the TCO comment that Laura made. Our floor plan for the outdoor space anticipated a greater number for the TCO than what we ultimately got on the TCO. There is an expectation in consulting with our architects that there's the ability to get more, but we understand that this is what we have, and this is and tonight is the meeting. And so we, if you're going to approve us, we would stipulate to what Laura suggested at the last meeting, which was to limit the utilization of the outdoor space to be in line with the TCO, which is 22 people. That would require the reduction and the removal of some tables and chairs to accommodate for that, as well as to have some room for staff. So that's something that I meant to point out,
So it's 20, I believe it's 20 people,
I think it's 22.
or 22, so that's with staff?
That's with staff, 22.
Okay.
And then just last thing, in light of that, 22 people in a courtyard, including staff, that's at the bottom of the 6th floor building with 8:30 p.m. 8 pergola comes out, 10:30 p.m. close interior, 10:30 p.m. close of the courtyard, and then midnight close of the rest of the restaurant. I think is a fair, reasonable compromise, and that's what we're looking for here. Thank you.
Okay, wait, before we're done.
I'm happy to take more questions.
Okay, what about music in that courtyard?
We currently have speakers in there, don't we? We obviously know DJ and dancing, all of that. We currently have speakers. It was modeled for that. We'd like to be able to have quiet, ambient, background music speakers in the courtyard, like we currently have. If that's a deal breaker for you, then let us know.
Okay. So so 8:30 pergola closes, 10:30, no more use of the courtyard, 12 o'clock close for the interior. And then the last thing because this was brought up and I think it's a point, is what about guests on balconies with the alcohol service? I mean,
look, hotels, even without a hotel liquor license, guests come and they bring bottles of wine into their rooms. This hotel has been in operation since 2015 with the ability to do that.
Okay, does anybody from the committee have anything else to add? Dr. Smith?
Who's gonna manage this? Who is the manager?
Liron.
And what is your experience?
I'll talk about the restaurants in Tel Aviv.
I beg your pardon?
He's going to talk about his restaurants that he's managed in Israel.
So my name is Liron Sanado, and I used to manage 3 restaurants in Tel Aviv, fine dining restaurant, and I opened with the last one. I was the owner, and I opened it. I moved there 2 years ago, and I managed a restaurant. I did opening a restaurant in New Jersey. I moved and I joined the company to renovate the hotel and to do the construction and to open the restaurant.
And how many years total have you had this type of experience?
14 years.
14.
Okay,
Okay, thank you for your time.
thank you.
May I just say something to maybe describe the pergola a little bit, because I think something was said that talked about it.
Okay, come up to the microphone and just.
I'm gonna want
I'm
subject to.
Just do me one favor, just hang on and wait till you get to the microphone, and Max, you can certainly respond after Laura speaks.
My understanding of the pergola is not that it retracts, which is how I had originally understood it to be, but it's more like a vertical, a Venetian blind.
It layers.
It has little slats that open and close, so that it's basically a freestanding piece, 4 legs, maybe more if they're wider and they need more, 4 or 6 legs, and then it's a square, and then there are slats on top that can open and close, and that's the way it works.
Like a
So it-
blind and not
like a
like it
blind.
moves forward and backward.
Exactly.
Got it, Max.
Tell me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Okay.
It's an accordion, it's not a blind, it's not Venetian blind, it's like an
Okay.
accordion, the slats
Okay,
come out. And I was really hoping to hear Laura say what she thought of our proposal for a compromise, instead
oh, I
it's,
can't,
She
but,
can't,
it's,
but-
what makes it like an accordion is vinyl. It has vinyl on top.
Okay,
I'm not sure I
So-
follow that, she didn't know it was an accordion.
so, let's just, like,
Well, I read it.
so what you're saying is it does retract.
Yes, it's slats that squish together.
Right, and move,
And
they
come
can
back
open,
out.
okay, got
That's
it.
right.
They get what? What
Is it
happens when it
waterproof?
rains, is it waterproof? Does it get rusty? It's painted with
It is
that paint.
waterproof. It is waterproof, I
Yeah.
don't know if you get rusty.
No, because it's powder coated. I read that in the specs.
I'm not very handy, I don't know.
Okay, thanks, Max, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then the next application, I was gonna do Max the Mercer, are you here for that too?
I'm
or-
not, but I'm gonna stick around, he's
Okay, all right, then no, okay, go ahead, let's go.
Mercer, yeah, that's you.
Which one's next one? The Mercer, which is E1.
This is Scott Sardiano from the Mercer Hotel, he's going to present the application.
Okay.
Oh, go, sorry.
How are you? Do you have one or you want one?
Alright, Scott's got station right, so I'm gonna.
So let me just, did you watch the outdoor dining working group meeting?
No.
Chance?
No, we didn't.
Okay, should I? Yeah, let me just cut to the chase on a second. So we have your diagram, what we were discussing, I realized you have private property and seating and private property.
Yes.
If you look on, let's say Mercer Street, and you're looking at the doorway from the road,
Hold on, so I just.
that's okay.
Okay, looking at Mercer Street, looking at the doorway, yeah.
Okay, so you've got, I didn't bring my, it's like 1 foot 10 inches that is in
Yeah.
the sidewalk, right? And then,
10 inches, that's in, the private. No, sorry.
no, that's the part that's out of the
Yeah,
private,
yeah, yeah.
right?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so you go past 2 tables that are in the private property. Now you hit 2 tables, one of which is in the sidewalk. How do you get past that within that sidewalk line that has a perimeter to get to your next table that is also on the sidewalk? And what so our conclusion on Mercer Street was that you needed that little space of sidewalk to actually be able to service not 4 tables, but to use it to service the tables that you have in the private property, unless you can explain some other.
Can I just come up so you can point to what you were saying?
Absolutely.
I watched it a little bit through that.
when you come out here, right? You're in, let's say you have your perimeter here where that little bit you need to take, right? So you're coming down here, now you've just hit this table. How are you getting to this table?
That's the question, I'll be back now. To the microphone, answer.
And then members of the public had just raised questions about the measurements. So that's what we had,
I didn't walk down and
I don't
measure.
think
We
any of
didn't
us
get a
went and measured
measure
it, but
to
they
see-
just didn't,
To see how much
they
space.
didn't think the measurements were accurate. And they also had pointed out that there appears to be built-in seating there now that's different than the diagram. So because nobody was there, we couldn't ask to just get somebody to verify the measurements.
Right, well, we're told it's voluntary to attend those meetings. Okay, so we're in active conversations with DOT right now, they've finally gotten to the application, they are reviewing it. They've,
When was this one filed, do you know?
before the August 3rd deadline.
Okay, I just, yeah.
Pardon me, so, as our policy is to follow DOT's recommendations, they are the expert agency, and we, when they bring, concerns to us, we address them in the appropriate course. I will tell you that that table, that two-top that you just described there, DOT asked us to remove it. We're currently evaluating their basis for it. They think it's because of the Siamese connection. They're probably right. We have not yet submitted new plans to DOT removing it. When we complete our evaluation of what DOT is saying, if we remove that table, we will send you a copy to see that table be removed. But that's what we have to say about that.
Those two tables.
No, the two-top. The four-top can be accessed.
Oh, well,
The four-top can be accessed, and then.
yeah, no, okay, then how is the person who's sitting at the print side of that getting to the seat with the perimeter?
From Prince Street.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah, the requirement is you're not allowed to have service from outside the cafe, but in boundaries, but people can walk into the cafe just to sit.
so it's both, because once you hit here, you couldn't get to here, so it's the ones on the north too.
I'm sorry, I don't know, when you say the ones on.
So if you're looking at the diagram to the right of the door, that's the north, I believe.
Well, those could be accessed in the same way, just out the door.
Again, how are they accessing the furthest north for service? Once you're stuck in that walkway. You see what I'm saying?
I do, and we're gonna have to talk about it with DOT, I don't have an answer for you on that.
Okay. So, you're agreeing to close with what you have out there at 10 o'clock? I see, it says, I believe.
Give me 1 second, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, just so you know, we pulled up every application that has this narrow space like this. It's, we've been pretty much pulling up every application that's less than 36 inches. I know you would disagree with that, but that's what we've been doing. For ADA accessibility.
It's not really a narrow area, it's actually a pretty wide sidewalk, and we'll see.
Just use the microphone stuff.
Sorry. I was just saying, it's not actually a narrow area, it's a pretty limited seating for a pretty large sidewalk area.
No, I'm just,
1 foot 10 inches.
it's 1 foot 10 inches. I mean, if you need the 10 foot,
Yeah, we're doing, this location is, one of several that because of the 10-foot clear path has a significantly reduced table count from what was previously permitted under DCA program.
That's because
There
they
was
did.
no seating here under DCA, because there's no seating allowed in this location.
Okay, well, the point is that 8-foot clear path was the standard prior to DCA, and then obviously during COVID we had more, which was the standard then. So, we're trying to get in the tables where we can. And so, on the hours of operation, they currently,
I mean, on the questionnaire that was sent in to us, 10 o'clock was checked off.
Or that's what's on the questionnaire, and that's what we put on.
Okay. And no speakers and no, which you don't do, and no service stations.
So what, I don't know, the issue that became, and what was raised at the other meeting was that on the north side, the foretop that's at the north, that there's no way that a server can get to serve those tables without walking on the sidewalk.
Sorry, we have a new idea, we're gonna
So-
take.
Is that per code or just speculation?
That's
No,
the
that
goal of the
you
program.
can't serve from outside the sidewalk.
I said, you said they can't get by.
That they can't walk around the other foretop. So if you,
Meaning there's no space at all.
right, so that they can't, that they would have to serve from the sidewalk.
We're going to, Carter, you're raising legitimate and interesting points. We're going to propose to put this over to next month. We won't
Okay.
file with the SLA.
Okay,
Till we come back for you.
okay, sounds good.
Yeah, and we did want to resolve this before, which is why it was raised, because it's a measurement issue, it's not an operational issue, and
Yeah,
Yeah. We'll be back.
okay, so you'll be back next month, okay. Okay. All right. Hang on a second. Was there anybody here who wanted to speak on that one? I don't think there was anybody. No. Okay, so. Which one were you?
Yeah, I cook.
I cooked, okay. So we're going back to I Cook Bowery, doing business as San Luago, 1992 Bowery.
Good evening again. My name is Ying Wei. I'm resident I Cook Bowery Inc. DBA.
A little louder, Don, please. Can you speak up?
Okay. I'm resident I Cook Bowery LLC, DBA in San Diego. We have beer and wine license, in fact, since last year, October, we have no complaint, and my colleague decided to change the class from the beer wine to the full liquor license.
Okay, and the hours?
Hours are from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. with no outdoors.
No.
2 a.m. 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. No outdoor seating, no French door, no window open, no dancing, no private parking.
And why do they, need the additional alcohol?
Because there's a lot of customer come in, they ask control, and there will be good financial income. And that's the usual for the neighborhood as well. There's a hotel next door.
Hang on a sec. Okay, and so currently now, when do they stop serving the alcohol?
For 10,
12.
yes.
And there's no outside because you applied for the outdoor seating.
No,
No, we have alcohol, but we don't serve alcohol yet. We don't do
we
alcohol.
do not.
We don't have alcohol.
Are you going to have outdoor? Please use the microphone.
No, we
Just use the microphone, please. Thank you.
We don't serve alcohol outdoor, but we have outdoor group, yeah.
So you have seating outside, but you're not serving out?
No, we don't have the seating outside.
You don't have the
We
seating?
don't have now.
Okay. But you applied for it?
No, we.
Yes, you did apply for it. You've been conditionally approved for both the roadway and the sidewalk, for
Yes.
outside.
Yes.
So,
But they don't serve yet.
you don't serve anything outside
No,
yet,
not yet.
but you've been, so you will be.
Yeah.
And you're known for sort of having like a quick service
Yeah, for service.
and inexpensive, reasonably priced. With a lot of bubble teas. Okay, is anybody, I mean, I'm just not sure why. Yeah. Explain how what kind of alcohol you're going to have, how you'll be.
We're gonna do some, like, we have a lot of travel from around the world, like hotel, many hotels around us, and they sometimes, we wanna do some like cocktail.
Okay. So it's primarily you can do cocktails.
Cocktail, yeah, that, because if we don't have, sometimes we don't have the liquor license, they go to other next door, next other restaurant. Because sometimes they see us, we don't have the alcohol, then they go. They just walk in
And leave,
Yes.
okay. And so would you still be willing to stock the alcohol at 12?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, does anybody from the committee have anything? Dr. Smith?
Are you Eric Lamb?
Hello? No, we're speaking to you.
Are you Eric Lamb?
No, I'm Jeffrey.
Jeffrey
Yeah,
who?
Jeffrey, yeah, Jeffrey.
Okay.
And what is your relationship?
Your
I'm the
principal?
owner.
You're not written down as the owner.
Right. Eric Lamb is principal.
Oh, he's written up there, okay. Okay. So this is wrong. Eric Lamb is wrong?
He's the landlord? Not the landlord? No.
I'm not the landlord.
No, he's Eric Lamb, the
Ali
landlord.
is the landlord.
Eric Lamb is the landlord.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions from the committee? No? Okay.
Yeah.
Right? No. Anybody else from the committee? No. Okay, thank you. Okay, the next application is going to be, did I do the max? We weren't good with that. August gatherings, New York. Make sure you turn the microphone towards you, there you go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kitty, and Mr. Thomas is the owner of the restaurant for August Gathering located on 102 Bowery Street. And then we are an upscale Chinese restaurant. And then we just relocated from 266 Canal Street to 102 because due to the lease.
And how long were you down in Canal Street?
We've been there in Canal over 20 years.
Okay, and so, the hours are 11 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Correct.
This is a full liquor license for the restaurant. It's background music only.
Yeah.
No TVs, you only have patrons only use the first floor, they don't go down?
Only the first floor.
Okay,
We have 74 sittings.
74 seats, okay. And no more than that?
I don't want it there.
Okay, including staff. All right, and no private parties,
No,
and there's no outdoor seating?
no other seating.
Okay. Does anybody from the committee have any questions? Is there anybody here for the public on this one?
The food is really good.
Okay, I think that we did, so what we do, because you don't know, so we will send you stipulations, basically just with your hours, no DJs, no dancing, no loud music, no outside. That kind of covers it. The office will send that to you, you sign them, and send them back to us.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
okay, good luck, welcome
Thank
to
you.
Committee Board 2. Okay, the next application is going to be, let's see, what am I doing now? Is Mesob Inc. doing business as Meskerem, Ethiopian and Cuisine. Is anybody here for that one? Yep. Don't do that next. Hello. Is anything any different than what the applicant?
I don't think, I actually amended it from, there was one there.
It's too bad.
It's too bad.
Okay.
Okay, hi everybody, my name is Matthew Leone. I represent the applicant, Mesob Inc., doing business as Meskerem, Ethiopian Cuisine. And with me is Michael Ayalu, who is the owner. This is an application for an upgrade from a restaurant wine license to a full liquor license. The restaurant is located at 124 MacDougal Street. It's a small restaurant. The occupancy is 20 people. There's about 6 tables, with seating for 16, and there's a small bar that could seat 3 people. Michael has operated the restaurant for 25 years. And, during this time, over the years, a lot of patrons have asked for full liquor. Michael would like to allow his patrons to have the liquor, and also give him an opportunity to attract some other customers who don't come in, because there isn't full liquor, and in addition, it allows him to compete in the in a very competitive environment. His current hours are from noon until 10 p.m. and he is asking for later hours. He would like to operate from noon until 1 a.m. 7 days a week. I think the street that the restaurant is located is amenable, or it is reasonable to have 1 a.m. And we did notify Bama, and I believe they submitted a letter in support, which I forgot to bring.
Okay, and do we have any, did we, hang on a second, I just want to see. Got anything for them? I think originally, when they first came for the license, back in a long time ago, it said, that the hours were 11:30 to 11:30 with 20 seats. I just wanna see if we received a letter from Bama.
We did.
We did?
And that says it's.
And it says a 10 o'clock closing is what they were.
It's, So it was the person who digs into the history and all these, you actually originally notified us that when you opened that you wanted a liquor license, and it was until 11:30, so that's already, the second part, I know that Bammer doesn't have any members that live on MacDougal Street, but the issue is that's the most densely licensed area in our community board and probably in the city.
Probably so.
So I think that the main concern that I have known, I don't think anybody has a problem with your restaurant from the people upstairs, is the noise that's after midnight there. And there are many, almost all those buildings are rent regulated or market rated. It's run over every year. It's a lot of younger folks, or people who don't want to run, so. And I had briefly lived on MacDougal, I can tell you the noise is almost unbearable at sometimes later. But I don't think there'd be any problem if it's until midnight. And I don't think that contributes to the noise, but I think after that is when it starts to become more of an issue. And that's given that there's so many licenses.
That's fine. That's all.
Okay, anybody else on the committee have anything? Go ahead, Lois.
I live in the neighborhood and I pass the restaurant nearly every day, and the food is delicious.
Yes.
And I'm just curious, after all these years, why are you asking for a full liquor license at this point in your life?
I mean, we just want to increase the volume in sales because like after COVID, everything is going up and down. We just want to change it from beer and wine to liquor, just to have some cocktails and like that stuff.
And do you have I don't recall, do you have a banister going downstairs?
No.
I would recommend that you have a banister to go downstairs. It gets very slippery, and especially with full liquor license.
Okay, I will have some.
Up and down,
Okay.
please.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and then, that's it? That's it?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, so 12 o'clock. Okay. Okay, the next one is going to be the Stone Rabbit LLC, 4-6 Bleecker Street. This is an on-premise for a cafe bookstore.
Hello, everybody. Don Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. I'm here with Marianne Stone, who is the owner of the Stone Rabbit. This is a new license application for what is going to be a cafe and bookstore. It's actually close between calling it a cafe and restaurant. The menu is significant. There's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The dinner includes meatballs, eggplant, and panada sandwiches, but because they're small plates, we're calling it a cafe, but the food is not insubstantial and it's a significant part of this operation. This is, there are two stores that are sort of on the corner. We're one store in, we're not the store on the corner. Both have been licensed. The one that we're taking has been licensed for a number of years. It was previously called the Ghost Donkey in its past iteration. I'm going to let Marianne talk to you about the vision for this bookstore, which, you know, I think it's frankly very bold that someone is opening a retail bookstore these days, considering what that industry has gone through over the past decade. It's rather small. The ground floor is 1,800 square feet. There's a cellar of 1,800 square feet. That's the kitchen and back of house only, plus bathrooms. There are 18 tables and 40 seats, 1 bar, with 10 seats that also serves as a food counter. Music is background only, no DJ, no live music. A couple of changes to the questionnaire that I gave you. One is there, and we didn't see this on the floor plan, so it wasn't put in there. There will be French doors that will open. We will, of course, close those earlier. I think typically you do 10 p.m. during the week, 11 p.m. on weekends, that's fine. We can close them during those hours. We also said no cover charges. There will be, as you'll hear in a moment, Mary will tell you, there could be book readings, book signings, presentations. Some of those may be ticketed, so while day-to-day there's not going to be a cover charge, there may be some instances where members of the public have to buy a ticket to get in. And the last thing that has changed is, while it's not her business model to have private events, she wants to give herself the opportunity to have full buyouts. We would agree to have no more than 12 a year. It's not an integral part of the operation. Before I turn it over, something interesting, and Marion could talk about this more, but I just got this book, it's fabulous. Why circular? Well, one reason, a couple of reasons. One is, as I said, there's substantial food offering. This is not a bookstore with just a little counter that sells muffins. This is a substantial food offering, and we want that paired with an opportunity to serve alcoholic beverages. Secondly, opening a bookstore is something that would come certainly with challenges, and we want to be able to offer that as an amenity. But also, what is very important about this is the ability to pair specialty cocktails with literary themes. And there's this wonderful book, Tequila Mockingbird, and it gives examples of these phenomenal cocktails. And I just started looking at it, and I stole it from Marianne because I want to be the one to read some of the names of these things. Here's some: Orange Julius Caesar, Romeo and Juliet, Rye and Prejudice, Drankenstein. I mean, it goes on and on. I could read all of these. They're terrific. Anyway, I can show you this book. It's great. But with that, let me turn this over to Marianne.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mariana Stone. I'm the owner of the Stone Rabbit. And when I was 6, I told my mom that I wanted to work in a bookstore. And at the time, my family lived in Moscow, where I'm originally from, and private enterprise was illegal there. And despite that, my mom answered my desire to work in a bookstore with, wouldn't you want to own one? Eventually, my family and I escaped Soviet Russia, and we came to New York as refugees. Time passed, I became a lawyer. I spent many years working in New York City government, and then in a series of nonprofits advocating for policy change in fields like transportation policy, resilience, sustainability, urban design, all in the service of trying to make New York and our country and I was his land use council, and I practically lived with the members of Community Board 6. We fought together against overdevelopment and for improved public space. And I really got a chance to see up close and personal the dedication and the hard work that those community members brought to the task of making their neighborhood better for its residents. And so I just want to say, you know, I'm sure you guys are in the same mold. I'm new to this community board, but I appreciate the work that is being done here. Anyway, so back to our story. After a career in working to make New York a better place on the government and policy level, I decided that I wanted to do something a little more concrete. And what I want to do is make a small place where people can be themselves, together, and that brought me back to my childhood dream of the bookstore. But in a more grown-up form. So now what I want to create is like a cafe, a salon, an all-day place where people can come together and get physical sustenance, but also intellectual and emotional and social sustenance. So what does that look like? Physically, it looks like a bunch of cozy seating nestled among bookshelves. And you can grab a drink and a snack and a book and settle in and kind of, be cozy and happy. Or you can wander around looking at the bookshelves, a drink in hand, taking sips of the drink and, dipping in and out of the books until you find the one that speaks to you. And just as importantly, I want this to be a place for great conversations. And that also is helped by something to eat and something to drink and, a way to bond with folks. And that's a way to facilitate spirited exchanges. As Donald said, the literary themed cocktails are an essential part of setting the vibe. And I actually brought a couple of books for you guys so you can see the kind of thing that I have. I think we get it, yeah. So the menu will have, Treasure Island with maybe a rum drink.
I think we understand that part of the thing.
Got it. So, I just wanted to introduce myself and the concept. Thank you so much for the opportunity to make the application. I'm happy to answer any questions. Yeah,
So we did, we wrote to the block associations, we posted notices of about 20 buildings, including the building we're in. We heard from the board of directors of 10 Bleecker Street. They expressed some concerns about venting on the roof. We're not venting on the roof, there won't be any venting on the roof. In terms of garbage, we will work with a carting company that is already coming to the block, so we're not adding another truck down the street. It'll be a truck that's already coming down. Those are the principal issues I think there is.
So this space, just so you guys know, is a result of a broken promise from the last applicant. And I'm familiar with this space because I had lived in the corner building. It's also, was one of the loudest spaces in New York City. And the people who lived above your space had to suffer that for years. And the local neighborhood organization turned on them because the owner of the bar joined the neighborhood organization. So there's a long and not good history at this location. It is not soundproof at all. The building was built in the early 1800s. It was added on to later. There's tremendous problems. I personally have heard them. I know some of the people in this building because I live next door. And it's two different stories. One that you're sharing of the space versus what the history there has been. And it's not about you, it's about the space itself. It also has tremendous building violations on it. It's not been cared for. The building was recently bought in a bankruptcy auction. There's already been issues from the correspondence that's been submitted to us with the new landlord that's there, hasn't fixed anything. So there's a lot of open issues here. And I just preface that because the biggest being noise. And we have, in our records, the space that was there before, we had a long ongoing issues with it. But it was this back space that was never intended to be really used for high level customer occupancy, and that's what caused most of the problems there. So and this doesn't address any of that physical build out, which would be necessary in order to address that. So I'm just wondering how you would address those issues if you were to move forward with this.
You say those issues, you're talking about
All the soundproofing. I mean, this is just, I mean, these are the buildings that stand up because they're the building next door. You know, I've seen the, you know, the brickwork in there, it's not new brick, it's very old. The sounds go up through everything, so it's really, to have any later hours of operation, that needs to be resolved. I mean, there are so many 311 complaints on this from the 3 units above there over the years, and it's because there's nothing there. So, meaning there's nothing in the roof. I mean, there may have been a couple of sheets of, you know, fiberglass matting or something put up, but it's not soundproofed at all. Because this is one of those super old buildings, and it was a kitchen supply business. And I think it's been connected for maybe 100 years to the building on the corner, but they had tried a scheme to condoize the whole buildings and it failed. And they were left with the remnants of that, and this was a lot of, from what I can see in the history, disputes among the previous landlords, which is why it ended up in the bankruptcy proceedings. So it's a lot of open issues, but it's sort of evolved over the years, and it's just been an evolving problems at the source. So I think that for me, and I know from seeing other members of the committee, the hesitation is continuing that without a concrete plan. The work needs to be
Well, if you get
done on the space.
Right, but if you get a sound study, they typically recommend soundproofing.
And that may be, but I mean, it's the building itself isn't really designed.
It's gonna fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, you can go to work on, you know, the sound study. I'm just saying there's a lot of issues on there, so I mean, I don't know if the sound study is just that.
Other than that, what are other recommendations?
Well, the application says it's soundproofed. And it's not at all. So that's just I don't know, it's just,
Yeah, I mean, I think the letters that we received, from residents talk a lot about just the noise, the lack of soundproofing.
In connection with this application or prior?
Yeah, and we received the letters in connection with this application. They don't send them. They came in today, 334 column, from people that live at 4 Bleecker Street. We did get something, the one from the Block Association, we got that. So that we have, the owners group, which I agree with you, that had a lot to do with the rooftop primarily, so that one. And then another one from 4 Bleecker Street, so 2 from 4 Bleecker Street, talking primarily, both of them, a lot about just the noise complaints that went on in the past and just the lack of any soundproofing and how they don't want that to continue. There were other concerns because there is a Think Coffee and another bookshop around the corner, I believe, right across the street. And the impact, well, this sounded great, I could read you the whole letter, but it's 2.5 pages. This sounds like a great idea. They were worried about the impact of your business on that business. It's been there for a while.
Right.
So, you know, that was another concern. But, and the later hours, with the noise coupled with the later hours. And yeah, 2 AM on a non-soundproof space is late without seeing any plan for soundproofing because it says it's soundproofed, and clearly from the letters that we received, it doesn't seem like it is soundproofed.
Our contractors and folks that would come in to look at it did indicate soundproofing, but I take the point certainly that it.
Use the microphone.
Please.
I take the point that, you know, it may have been insufficient in the past. I think it's worth noting that whatever operations were in that bar in the past, this concept is like super, you know, background music, ambient jazz kind of music.
But if it's just soundproofing and it's still 2 o'clock in the morning, people are still going to hear people until 2 o'clock in the morning. And that's what,
Talking
they say they hear everything, I mean, it's just not, but it's still till 2 o'clock in the morning in a place that has a long history of being very problematic with, I mean, 52 complaints in the last 2 years alone for noise and 67 HPD violations
I think
and DOT
those
violations.
Donkey closed like 5 years
Yeah,
ago.
no, those
So
are
they're
just
still-
HPD violations.
Yeah, that's not what the one says, the one says noise complaints too.
No, it's not. The noise
Okay.
complaints are the previous. We have the
Okay.
311 record.
Yeah, we do have the 311.
Hard to know where those were coming from, but
I can tell you they came from the upstairs neighbors because they wrote to us during the time of the operation of the business.
where the noise is coming from, because there hasn't been a
No, those were when
That's,
Ghost Donkey was
that's my
operating.
mistake.
oh,
That's when Ghost Donkey was operating there.
that makes sense. I thought it was in the last 2
And
years, which is.
Yeah, in the last 2
Indicated
years.
in their correspondence, they stopped complaining about it, but the other resident, we had corresponded extensively with the previous chair of this committee, Bob Ely, regarding all the ongoing noise complaints that were there, so this was it's the subject of a 6-page resolution from this board, on that, so there's a lot of issues, and I think that the scaffolding's up there, because there's, from what is written, because there's no work that's being done in the facade, so I don't know
My
what.
understanding is that all but, I think, one of the outstanding violations have been, with DOB, have now been cleared. So the new landlord is, obviously, I'm not kind of privy to all those activities, but the new landlord is taking steps to improve the building. The scaffolding should be down, we've been told, within like a month. So it's,
And one of the letters said he cut off the power in the stairwell for 3 days and they had to call the police.
that's bad. Good to know.
July 1st,
Of June.
Well,
Wait, July.
we can try to address soundproofing. I can't speak for it. I mean, the only thing that I can think of, and you have to be okay with it, is
Microphone, please.
come back next month. Come back next month and get a sound study with some recommendations that you have necessary. Assuming that's where you're.
That's what, look, obviously, we'll do what we need, like, we wanna start this relationship by being good neighbors and, supportive of the history that people have experienced here. I guess I came into this with the concept described, so I have interest in, soundproofing the whole space so that it's not echoing and it's a kind of a quiet experience for the people in it. So that's part of the design and part of the kind of the interior work. I would say, I would love to find a resolution that doesn't involve kicking this another month. If there's something that,
When is your full board meeting? When is the full board meeting?
But I can't, let me just see if there's is there anybody here from the public on this application? Okay, so no. The full board meeting is on the, but we don't have another meeting, that's the problem. And our committee doesn't, have another meeting.
is there a second SLA committee?
But it's a different group of people so our full board meeting is the 24th. It's a different committee, you'd have to be redoing things. They
So
don't,
the only other
this is
thing,
the
the only
neighborhood.
thing I can think of is if we can get a sound study before.
Yeah, that's not.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Aside from that, how are you serving the food and the liquor? How are you serving?
I mean, do you have wait staff, or do people
Oh,
get
yeah.
it from a counter? Do they walk around with it? It's a bookshop
But
with
you
the
said
casual tables, so that's what I'm just trying to,
It's
that's
very
her question.
kitschy, it's very kitschy, but and you want people to be in like a little nook and read and drink and maybe have a book reading at but how are the people going to be served the alcohol? And how are your people going to get their food?
At the bar, so the idea is that there is a bar at the, kind of front of the
That food
space.
counter, that 20-foot.
Yeah, exactly. So and that's where the drinks and the food are served. It's not table service. And so the expectation is that.
So is it small plates so that the
Yeah,
people
it's
can
small
walk?
plates. It's small plates. No, but
It's
this
good
is.
food, but it's small, it's
Exactly.
like served in small things, so somebody would go to the food counter, get it, and then go.
And then
Exactly.
following with that thread, how are they going to get a table? How, they go, what do they do? Like me, I live down by Bleecker Street. What do? Get my table first and then go over and get my food and drink? Or do I get my food and drink with my friends and then find a table?
The way that it seems to work pretty successfully in other businesses of this model around the city is that you get the table first. That's.
Okay, and the last thing is why 2 AM in the morning on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night?
Because books are a low margin business.
Oh, what?
Books are a low margin business. I think I'm really trying to get as much kind of use out of this space as possible, and I do think that it's going to be a pretty quiet operation with a relatively, limited impact on the neighbors. So it's also intended as a creative alternative in New York nightlife. There's folks who want to be out of their house, but not, but not going hard, right? And so I think it's intended as that kind of middle space. And some folks are night owls. So it's still, I'm not trying to get 2 AM so that we can keep the party going. I'm trying to get 2 AM so it's a quiet alternative. This is a pretty, actually, kind of well-seen business model in other places in the world. Most notably, Buenos Aires has a culture of late night books, specifically bookstores with food and drinks and a kind of a place to hang out. We don't really have that very much in New York. I think New York has more kind of go hard options. And so I'm just trying to create an alternative for folks.
Go ahead.
Actually, I think it's a kind of neat idea.
Thank you.
However, I am opposed to your 2 AM on Thursdays, even though it's summer now, but during school and there are people with children, 2 AM on Thursdays would not sit very well with me. What's the other question that I wrote down, what's your price point?
I mean, we haven't kind of gotten to that level, but I think it's, I would say, $18, $20 for a cheese board, $16, $18 for cocktails, $15 for a glass of wine. It's an upscale operation.
And my last question, how many special events would you think you would be wanting to have?
I mean,
you said book signings, and assume that would be one.
Right, that's one kind. Book club. I think they would vary. I think we do want to have, like I said, book clubs. So that's maybe a dozen people on a Tuesday night at 7 o'clock. Other nights we might have lectures that might be, slightly bigger. Author talks. Maybe literary.
How many?
She doesn't know. She doesn't know how many, because that's, I mean, if they're not, she said if it's a buyout for the whole place, she limits it to 12 a year, but otherwise you might do a book reading, I would imagine, not taking up the whole place or something.
Yeah,
So my concern is more the ticketed events, because that's when more people are coming, more people are going, there may be lines on the sidewalk.
That's my question.
So is there, how many of those, or how many, which I realize you may not be able to answer that because of the nature of your business, so is there something they won't run past a certain time because it's, or something like that, that we can at least discuss to get some idea of what the ticketed events would entail.
For sure, so the book clubs, for example, could be ticketed in the sense that there's like a $12 or $15 charge and you get like a discount off a drink, something like that. But that's not the kind of event that has folks on the sidewalk. It's like a dozen people, maybe that's the typical kind of show. In addition, even the ticketed events would not be, they would not be full space events. So for again, coming back to the book club, but even a bigger event like a lecture, maybe it's 30 people. The space is kind of bifurcated, it's kind of two
Because
parallel
it was two
spaces.
spaces, it was the
Right.
ghost donkey and it was what was supposed to be private dining room.
So, I mean, we're still not connected to the bigger space.
Right, you know, I got that, but they're two smaller
But we have
spaces,
the
your
two-
entrance is the ghost donkey space.
I don't actually know what
It's the westernmost door.
It's the westernmost door, correct. So the idea is that people would come in the westernmost door, but if we had an event, it could be in the back. So even people coming for the event would still, they would be in the space, like in the kind of main space. And the event, to the extent that there's like a barrier or someone checking tickets or something, it's inside.
So I guess, would there be something like no event would start past X hour?
Yeah,
I mean, that's more I'm just looking to put so there's.
Like 7 PM, I think is everything that I'm picturing.
Yeah,
is
I'm
like a
just,
7
I
to 9.
think I get what you're picturing, I'm just trying to make sure we cover something so that what you're picturing doesn't
Makes it into
change and
budget,
is what
absolutely.
happens.
I don't have another
Okay,
question.
try to close to that.
How long can you stay at a table? Not on the book club.
Right.
How long can you stay at the table?
I mean,
Can you stay there for 4 hours and sit there?
I mean, I would hope that if you stay there for 4 hours, you're continuing to buy, food and drink.
But you may not, you're just reading the book.
You may not. This is absolutely kind of a business question that we're gonna have to engage with as operations continue. Again, my models in this don't have a hard limit, but also don't seem to have a problem with it. So, it's a small space, the staff can see what's happening, you're not hiding in the back.
And are you taking reservations? Are you taking reservations?
That is not the plan. Except for, again, I know I keep
When
bringing
you
up
have
the
the
book clubs.
ticketed event or.
But like if I have a ticketed event or, a book club wants to, not the store book club, but a book club wants to reserve a table, we might have a little space for that.
But generally, you're open to the public, like a book cafe
Exactly.
place, people come and go, it's not like a dinner reservation place where people are reserving for that, it's a retail.
Yeah, no, it's a retail and walk-in operation.
So the laying it over part is not for the sound, for some kind of plan on soundproofing.
I mean, the other option is to write into your stipulation, is prove it's subject to us doing some sort of sound study and address it. I'll try to come up with another solution.
Yeah, that doesn't, I'm sorry, that just doesn't work without getting some kind of specs on something, because that's what we had last time, and that's, I'm not bringing that up as the last, I mean, this happens all the time, and then we start getting.
No, I understand that from your point of view, but this is also a very different operation than opening a bar or a restaurant.
No, it kind of is, I'm just gonna say, it kind of is a bar, there's an extensive cocktail menu, there's an extensive cocktail theme, and there's a late night,
Yes.
so that there could be that late night.
But that doesn't mean people can just be walking to the bookstore to buy a book.
Nobody's walking into the bookstore at 12 o'clock at night.
People have to drink for their business, so.
It doesn't mean not everybody's coming in to drink.
Well, if they don't, then they're not in
Bookstore,
business, yeah.
they'd be very happy looking for a book and not having a glass.
Yeah, but that's not a business, so.
But it spreads out,
Anyway, I just wanna know what the answer is to that question, how we handle that.
So the question is, will you agree to come back next month with a sound?
With a sound stuff, like with a soundproofing plan. Go ahead.
And just looking at all these other issues, I mean, this is not a standalone rosy picture at this space, the physical space itself. So, I mean, I think that that's.
So, sorry, beyond the noise.
Well, I think that from the correspondence, I'm just looking at this, is pretty significant with the residents in that building and what they have had to endure through this operation that was here before, that the agreements were never kept. From the beginning, there were supposed to be no entrances to this space from Bleecker Street. All the entrances were supposed to be on Bowery. So now this is adding in the impact back, even though it was there, it was operating properly. But I think that for us, what's written to us is they don't want to live through this again. Of another business with hours until 2 a.m. that's serving alcohol without it addressed. You know, not just a promise for it to be addressed, they had to deal with the consequences of that for 15 years, or, you know, since it was open the last time. Because there's no recourse to get any correction on it. So once you are licensed and you have the later hours and suddenly the situation may change, they are the immediately impacted residents upstairs. So.
I mean, would shortening the hours?
We don't know, and that's why looking at this whole picture is what is important to do. I don't think anybody here has an answer to any of that without knowing, because the application doesn't indicate that there are any issues. That's the problem, right? There's a massive disconnect between.
Not sure I follow what you mean by disconnect.
Well, you say the space is soundproof, and there's a long history here
No,
of sound issues.
I understand that, but other than.
It's a very old building. We all know that the looking into that, the answer generally becomes, what is the budget, right? Because that's the build out. And so I think that the issue is that should be explored so everybody understands what that is and if that's a feasible direction.
But I just want to clarify this. What I'm hearing is that the concern is sound.
Well, I think that's the primary concern. It's also, they all indicate the hours. You know, and I think that there's concerns about,
Electricity?
Well, that, they
I mean,
don't
just the issues with the building itself, whatever's happening there.
We can't address issues with the building and.
No, I understand, but
address
to the residents, those are all integrated of what their experience is, and you have a problematic space that nobody's addressing, including the landlord. And we don't know what the responsibilities are of the tenant to that building out that space. That's what they're saying to us. This is a long history here. It's just.
We can't solve all the issues. We can address.
Nobody is
Well, let me just
suggesting
say,
that. You've said that the space is
We can address
soundproof.
sound, Porter, I heard you say that 3 times. We can address sound, we can address hours. I think that's what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing other.
And just have you done outreach to the people that live up
Yes.
above? Okay.
Yes, we posted notices. We hear from from one person. These letters, none of these people contacted us. We posted notices all over.
Okay.
25 buildings, we heard from 10 Bleecker, that was it. We spoke to them.
And I just want to add that in 4 and 6 specifically, I put in the notice with like a handwritten note and my personal email address, and no one reached out. And I did have a lovely chat with Georgina from 10 Bleecker, and she seemed to think that the ghost donkey operation was like fine after the initial uproar, after the concept evolution and them putting the door where it was. She didn't indicate in that conversation, so I'm just not familiar with the issues being raised. And sooner, of course, like, you know, for a retail operation, it's really critical to me.
Yeah, we'll talk about it and we'll talk, and yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And don't forget, Donald, I know you're gonna take
Yes, I'm taking this.
Okay, the next application, we're going to hear, let's see, Lafayette 126 LLC, 419 Lafayette, that. Is anything any different than?
Yeah, it's not corporate change, just company.
Yeah, no, that, yeah.
Oh, to your answer? No, it's status quo.
Are you good? Do you need one? You can have, yeah,
Thank you. Hi, good evening. I'm Karen Denauer. I'm here for the event space at 419 Lafayette. I am partial owner, full-time operator of this space.
Okay, tell us about it.
We tend to do mostly corporate events. And so we do brand activations, product launches, media events. We do a little bit of social. We probably tend to fill our space activated probably 2 days a week, maximum I would say 3. Most of the events will run around that 5 o'clock time frame. Usually they'll go for about 3 hours. That's if we're doing a build out. Sometimes we'll do film events. We have a lot of big conversations in small spaces. We're full service. We do food, we do staffing, we do security, we do audio visual, we do design as needed, we do beverage, and that's really about it. We tend to curate our events based on client
Talking
needs.
to us.
Sorry.
So your hours are 10 a.m. to 12 a.m., so you go till 12 o'clock at night?
12 would be the latest, and that would only be on Friday and Saturday.
And what would the hours be the other days?
11, 10.
Which one?
Keep it at 11 to be safe.
And so, this was never licensed before, this is on the 7th floor?
Correct.
Okay, you have live music and DJs?
We can have live music and DJs. We do have background music as well, so no system.
Okay, so how is it soundproofed for the live music and the DJs?
Windows remain closed. There's no residential neighbors around us. I don't believe that the sound, we actually haven't had a DJ in there, but I don't believe that the sound bleeds out. We do have neighbors above and below, both commercial, concrete flooring. So there's never supposed to be a problem at all.
Even with a DJ in there?
I don't have a DJ.
That's what I'm saying, I mean, so you're in there and you're operating now?
We're in there, we're operating, we haven't had DJs. However, we've had heavy duty steel construction going on when there were people above us and people below us, and have never had a complaint.
Okay. Then, okay, so the occupancy is?
We were able to get a TPA for up to 185. Our typical event size is about 40. We could do 50, I mean, for a media event or a brand activation or a meeting, that's usually the range, 40 to maybe 80 for a meeting.
And how do people get up there?
We've got a public entry, which is right on 419 Lafayette. If we were ever to have a drop-off of maybe 30 people at once to avoid any lines on the sidewalk, we can actually bring them up. We have a larger freight elevator that we use, but we can use that as well.
How do they get up? On the diagram, I just see the freight, there's another little elevator by the stairway?
There is, so if you're looking at the freight,
yeah,
directly across, right next to the coat room,
yeah.
there's another.
And how many people does that hold?
About 9.
And the freight elevator?
About 25.
So Okay, and then the kitchen area is small, it's a relatively small. But you can prepare, well, you prepare all the food there?
Currently, no, we do some of the prep there. If we can, we could do some of the prep out of our commissary across town in meat packing, and then we transport, but we do have what they call a Catco oven, no gas in the building, just electric.
Okay, just electric. So I think you're supposed to be able to prepare food for 50 people.
We actually have Catcos, which is a form of an oven, so we are able to prepare. We do all of our breakfast there, full breakfast there, full lunch there. The only time that we prepare off-site is if we're grilling, and then we transport over.
All right.
The intention, though, from a food preparation standpoint, is once we get additional space, we would like to build out a full commercial kitchen.
Where would the additional space come from?
We're trying to figure that out. But we would also rent a commissary.
Okay. It seems like, I don't know, getting that many people up and down in that space seems problematic to me if you have 180 people coming for something. At 25 or 30 people between the two elevators, what do the other businesses do when that's going on? And there's an art studio? Is there an art studio?
There was an art studio, but that's on the floor above us.
Right, my concern is how do they get to it when 180 people are coming and going for an event?
Sure.
Because it's not your elevator, it's the building's elevator, so that.
Understood. We have, honestly, we've never done a 100-person meeting during the day.
How long have you been there?
8 months.
Okay.
And we just really got up and running. But I've been in the industry for about 25 years. I have another event space, and that elevator is tiny, tiny, tiny.
I'm well aware of it.
Yeah. So we have security that's always out in front of the building, even regardless, this building will be the same. We will have security at all of our events, just as a welcoming feature as well, to ensure people get up in a timely and efficient manner. The building itself is relatively quiet, they're all full floors.
Yeah.
So we don't have an abundance of people coming in and out through that general traffic. Your typical arrivals are, 9, 10, and then again, that departure time.
Okay, does anybody on the committee have any questions? Dr. Smith?
Hi, I guess it's probably more of a comment. I noticed in your desserts, you have bougie ice cream for 21. What's that?
So we used to work with a company called Avi Ramza. They have 2 storefronts. I believe they have one that just opened in the East Village, or in Bleecker. And we partner with them. So sometimes for meetings or events, it's their ice cream that we just purchase, and it's just beautiful marketing. It's got a little bit of an alcohol content. It's just good ice cream.
And you make sure that people though of age, can you serve that to people of age?
100%.
Okay, so, yeah.
So can you just explain to us how you intend to get the proper building permits? And also because it's such a large occupancy, like the fire safety issues. Because I don't think you can use a TPA for a licensed space. You need to get a PA.
Can't speak to that.
So.
I can't. I know we did, I'm not sure because we did receive approval for a TPA. I believe, I don't want to misspeak, so I can't really speak further on that. So, but I know we did receive approval for a TPA for up to 185.
So the point I'm bringing is that if you have an approved licensed space for that many people, it can't be reliant on receiving a TPA because the liquor license is a permanently issued license.
Understood.
So that becomes a safety issue, a significant safety issue, which everybody is very concerned about, because that's a large number of people to have on the 7th floor at a gathering, space, just in general. So and then that brings also that I don't see, but I haven't looked in detail, is how are you operating the space without having changed the certificate of occupancy, because it's use group 17 right now.
We're legally allowed up to 74 people in the space.
But that's not what I'm asking. It's a light manufacturing, it's not eating and drinking or catering establishment.
So we've been told we don't have a full kitchen, that's why, again, we're doing the transport with the food.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. That's not an allowable use there. It's a light manufacturing is the allowable use.
To my understanding, I don't believe that the zoning needed to be changed for that, but yes, I was aware of the manufacturing, and I would double check on that.
And so, again, it sounds like you're already operating with these larger events with a lot of people there, contrary to what's indicated on the certificate of occupancy.
That is not the case. We've not had an event that was larger than 68 people was the largest, and then legally we were allowed up to 74, but I can find out more because I'm not 100% on the PA and the TPA and what that looks like, and then the zoning for manufacturing to, I guess, zoning that over to be classified as an actual catering establishment.
Right, because they've changed some of the use groups in the zoning, but I don't believe that the crossover from manufacturing to eating and drinking correlates.
I can find out about that.
And, okay, because at the last space, we had the same issues too with the DOB issues, so that's why I was just raising that as well.
Anybody else? Is there anybody here from the public on this application? No? Okay, I think that does it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next application is going to be Center for Emerging Culture, Inc., doing business as Lightning Society, 45 Howard.
Yeah, if you want the road to not carry them. Should each have a blue one and a yellow one, just in case I'm not gonna mess up. Thank you.
My name is Timothy Phillips. Crazy name. My name is Timothy Phillips. I'm the founder of Lightning Society / New York City Center for Emerging Culture. The lawyer couldn't make it, he's sick, and we didn't want to wait another month, so I'm here representing myself. Be gentle. I wanted to start just by addressing some of the concerns that were expressed last time. There were a few things that I thought were just very simple misunderstandings. There were questions about the length of the entity. So Lightning Society didn't start as a business, it started as a passion project and just a large group of friends who really enjoyed doing stuff together. When we did do events that required insurance or similar things like that, we did it through the Phillips Design Enterprise, which was a consulting entity that we provided proof to the board about that. We've never had a complaint. We've never had any kind of building violation. We've never made an insurance claim. Genuinely, nothing's ever gone wrong in any of our events.
How did you get the liquor licensing permits? Did you get?
We did the day license application.
Okay.
And I think we gave you guys a copy of an example.
Can I just ask a question, which application, the yellow or the?
He's just talking in general about them.
Sure.
Now.
Yeah, just as, I guess,
It's both applications because we're filing for a catering and a private members, so it's one for each. And 100
Catering is the yellow.
Yes. There was another question about us, about so the nonprofit entity, New York City Center for Emerging Culture, was founded when we were taking the lease for the building. So there was a question about the term, but you can see how the community lasts much longer than the entity. The entity was formed in last summer sometime. Somebody mentioned there was an Inc., not an org. An Inc. is a type of corporation, an org is a type of website. It's just it is a nonprofit, and we're not a charity. It's a not-for-profit organization of members. I think this documents like very extensive attempts to contact the community and talk to people. We've continued those efforts with no luck. My phone number is all over this
Did you get in
application.
touch with the office to inquire about getting everybody's email address or anything like that who was here last time? Did you speak with them? Did you get in touch with them?
So I was told, I think you told me, somebody on the board, I'm not sure, told me to leave my email address with the office, which we did.
And did you contact them to see if anybody, if
Yeah.
you could,
Well,
did you contact the office to find out?
Harry?
I didn't hear anything, I'm just saying I heard nothing.
Okay, as far as the Harry's done all the interface directly with the office. Me and my team did quite a bit of interface, walking around the neighborhood and so on.
Because the letters that are in the packet were all the ones, I believe, I could be wrong, I do maybe, but it looks like they are from the previous meeting. There's no new letters. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that I don't see any letters or any outreach to the people that were here last time that spoke about this application, and you didn't get together with them. I just want to be clear, or know if that's the case or not.
We were not successful. We did ring doorbells again, we went around again. We also emailed whatever the building manager is of each company.
No, I think we had to get in touch with their office, because then we could have gotten in touch with the community and found out if it was okay to give their emails or pass that around, so, okay.
Okay.
Just to clarify that,
Okay, well, my memory is that we were told to provide our email address, and then we would be contacted by anyone who wants to talk to us. This thing has my personal cell phone number all over.
The point was to have the conversations outside of our meeting.
I agree with that, but
here we are, okay.
Here we are.
Let's see, there were a lot of complaints about the House of Cannabis. We are not the House of Cannabis. We've never had any affiliation with the House of Cannabis. I agree that that's a terribly run organization that very understandably went bankrupt. We don't intend to operate in any way similar to the House of Cannabis. I just don't know how more I can iterate that there is absolutely no connection with these two organizations. I thought that it would be worth going over some of the teams that we've constructed to give you a sense of who we are versus who they are. I also hired Adam Clayton Powell as also to represent us. He is a former city councilman and a state assemblyman. He's given us some really great information about how to operate on a daily basis to make sure that we are respecting the neighborhood and operating in compliance with all of the required codes.
And is that for both of these applications? Okay.
Yeah, so now,
You let me know when you go to something specific to one application versus the other application.
okay. Yeah, I would say generally, pretty much all of this is, well, let me get through this, let me talk. He recommended that we require all of our service people to have the ATP training, Alcohol Training Awareness Program, so we're doing that. We're also requiring, let's see, 1 second. I'll circle back. We have not selected a chef yet. We're currently in talks with 5 different Michelin-starred chefs. Again, like what we're doing is, I think, extremely upscale and intended to be very, very nice for everybody. I'd say we're a lot closer to La Mercerie, than we are to the House of Cannabis, as you may have known it. Myself, I'm a Yale-educated architect. I lectured in both the architecture and art history departments at Yale. I'm a great lover of culture. This idea that we are somehow a rowdy bunch is kind kind of a wild one to digest. We're partnering with Silver Arts, who's here with a representative. They are one of the largest foundations in New York City supporting arts. They have, I think, over 150 residencies that are free for artists every year, and we're working together to do gala events that will be, I think, a great addition to the arts and culture of Soho.
Silver Art is the nonprofit.
Wait, one second, if you're going to speak, you need to just come up here to speak as part of this application, state your name, the organization, and everything else, you can't just speak from sitting there.
Yeah, sure.
Hi everyone, I'm Shannon Bender, I'm the Director of Strategic Partnerships at Silver Art. Silver Art is the artist residency at World Trade Center, founded by the Silverstein family who redeveloped the World Trade Center after 9/11. And we're very big supporters of Timothy and Lighting Society. We're extremely excited to partner with them for arts and cultural programming for our artists. One of them is joining us here tonight, Isa Ahmed. We're very, very excited for this project and what it means even for our community of artists that have gone through our programming. So
let's see. Thank you, Shannon. Let's see. Our architect is Robert Strong. He is, he was a secretary of the New York State Architectural Council, vice president of the New York Society of Architects. He is an incredibly seasoned architect with a very deep respect for the architecture of, Soho in particular. And we've hired listing consultants to work with us on all of the sound remediation and soundproofing and so on. They've already given us a fantastic spec of things that we can do to, improve the quality of the building. I genuinely think that you're not going to have any problems with us. A few of the things, there's a lot, but a few. All of our sound systems are installed with limiters so that the volume is controlled by the floor managers. No DJ, no performer, no speaker, no one else can turn up the volume, right? Like the volume is entirely, controlled by our staff. That same person.
You know what I'd really like to, I think.
Okay.
Because these are two separate applications.
Okay.
They're different now. If you're starting to talk about sound systems and everything, you have 3 floors, you have 2 different operations. I think this is where it should go into talking about the two different operations.
Okay, yeah.
So let's start with the catering one, which is on the 2nd and 3rd floor in the yellow tab.
At this point, it's the 2nd floor, and we're keeping the 3rd floor as our offices. We may expand to the 3rd floor at some point if the demand makes sense, but it's not currently our plan.
And you're leasing the entire building?
Not the ground floor.
So once again, the application is not correct. Okay. Okay. So why don't we start with how people enter and go to the catering?
Sure. The reason that we took the 2nd floor as well is there's this concern about us controlling the, having the entrance entirely to ourselves. Now there's 4 entrances to the building in total. One is for the retail store, which we have nothing to do with. The other 3 of them we control entirely.
And I don't have any layout of that, or do I?
I think you have plans.
I have, okay, so the plans I have show the zoning lot.
Yeah.
And then it shows the 2nd floor, and then it shows the 3rd floor, and the same thing before, I don't have anything that shows how anybody enters.
That one is, okay, well.
Because that's what I'm trying to understand, where people enter into and how they get into each of your separate spaces.
Gotcha. Yeah, so the 2nd and 3rd floor are, the elevator enters directly from the street. So they'll be able to, we're gonna have a canvas awning, and then they go into the elevator and to the 2nd floor. With the exception of like ADA, requirements, we're gonna direct everyone to exit on Broadway. So, in general, I think people will be showing up for events at a really reasonable hour, like say 5, 6, 7.
So they enter in on
Howard. At the elevator on the ground level.
At the elevator on the ground level. I think so. And then you go into the 2nd floor, and then there's does that elevator also go to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floor?
It does, but we're also adding a staircase. So, yeah, so There will be,
So nobody's walking, I mean, they might walk to the second floor, when we get to the other application, we'll discuss that, but I don't think people are walking to the fourth and fifth floor.
right, but we control both entrances and we can easily cordon off either given
You
whatever's
can't,
happening.
because this is my point with this, which was my point last time, is if you're having a private members club, that has to be used exclusively by the private members club. You can't be switching back and forth, you can't be cordoning off, it's a separate. Doesn't matter if your corporation wants to have those two entities, you can have it, I guess, but they're separate businesses that you are operating. I mean, I think that's the problem that we had last time, is that you're kind of shrugging and going, well, yes, it is, it isn't, but they are two separate businesses, they're two separate licenses. It's very clear about private members clubs that they are only for the members. That's it, and it has to be exclusive.
Fine, but that's actually totally possible, though. We can just have the ballroom enter on Broadway. You know,
What's the ballroom?
That's the event space you're talking about.
Okay, so the second floor is entering on Broadway.
Right.
So for the rooftops, part of the catering.
Well, I'm getting there. So then, is the rooftop part of the catering facility?
No.
It's again, I'm just gonna say this, because you're back here this time, because it was such a mess last time, and it's still a mess. Because it still says that for this one, that it's 13,000 square feet, the second floor is 4,000 square feet, the third floor is 3,000 square feet, and then we have an addendum somewhere that says the rooftop is open from 11 to 12 included with this application. I'm looking at your yellow tabbed part.
Okay, yeah, then the rooftop is only.
Somebody should be going through this before you send it to us after laying over for a month and making sure that at least what we're evaluating is accurate, which is why I kept emailing Harry to say, are these correct or what then? But I wasn't gonna keep going back on every little thing because quite frankly, it's not my job to correct your application. So that's what it says here. So there is no rooftop.
There's no rooftop.
On this application.
Yes.
And there's no, third floor on this.
Yeah, currently the third floor is for office.
So it's just 4,000 and the office isn't being licensed.
No.
So there is no third floor on this application.
Right.
And so you get to the second floor with the elevator and the stairs that are going on.
Yeah, so the second floor, you know, we could have the entrance on Broadway easily. We would, I guess, need ADA access through the elevator. So that would, only in that event, we would use the elevator for the second floor.
So how are people entering on Broadway? Is there an elevator there?
There's a door. No, there's a stair. It's a single flight.
So the only way people can get to the catering is by the stairway.
I mean, you know, I'd prefer to have them enter with the elevator.
But you know, this is, you might prefer that, but if the members club is using the elevator, then you cannot use the elevator for your catering establishment because it is not one business. They are two separate businesses, no matter who owns them. They are licensed separately and they have I didn't write the rules, but they have very clear guidelines for if you're having a private members club, how they have to function. So I would call into question if you could even use that elevator, if you're using it for your other business, for this one.
Okay, I mean, when I reviewed it with Harry and Adam Clayton Powell, both of them said that this was an acceptable solution, so I can only refer to my counsel for that, but both of them said it was okay.
They may want to, I mean, that may be according to business code, you may be able to use them both or something, because that's not what I'm just talking about. The SLA licensing requirement is that they have to be separate and distinct.
Okay.
So, okay, and then what's the occupancy?
I think the current occupancy application is 156 a floor.
But you only have one floor, again.
Right, well, yes.
One floor.
I'm talking about the DOB filing, but yes.
Okay, so the catering is 156. But do you have that DOB filing yet? No.
I mean, but it's in process,
but it hasn't been approved.
not approved yet.
Okay, and then, so this says there's 20 tables and 80 seats. And 80 things and that, all right, and then there's no rooftop, okay, so we covered that. So right now, I think that the maximum occupancy is 47.
You mean under the current,
Yeah.
CFO?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we're filing a change of CFO in order to raise the.
So I don't even understand why the 80 is on here, because it doesn't refer to what is there now, and it doesn't refer to what you're filing for. And then on another page here, it says 256 per floor, not 156 per floor.
Yeah, the DOB filing is for 256 a floor.
Okay, so I thought you just said 156.
Yeah, we were, yeah.
So is it 256 or 156?
The DOB filing is for 256.
Okay, so that's what it is, okay. All right. And then this will have live music and background music and entertainment level. Are you having DJs for the catering, I would imagine?
I think based on our conversations with the, like our catering partners, given the location on Broadway, that's gonna be a very desirable location for more like corporate events and foundations. They don't think it's gonna be like exciting for weddings and things like that. So, yeah, you know, I mean, there might occasionally be somebody DJing, but it's not intended to be a party space.
Well, it's an event space.
It's an event space, yeah.
That would, okay, so I mean, I would consider that a party space.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, I think parties are pretty subjective word.
okay. So you're having live music, you are having live DJs. I mean, if I don't say that, then you won't be allowed to have DJs. So
Okay.
how do you
Sure,
wanna
then
have, do
yes,
you wanna
yes,
be able
we-
to have DJs or do you
yeah.
not wanna be able to have DJs?
We would like to preserve the options, yes.
Got it, okay. And then, entertainment level music, background level music. And do we have a sound study in here or,
No, we've hired listen consultants and they're putting together
okay, so we don't have anything to review for that. Okay, and then I have a menu for the catered events. Is there a kitchen?
there's a catering kitchen, so it's a reheating kitchen. We may expand that though, like I said, we're talking to a number of different hospitality partners. Depending on who we work with, they may adjust.
But you're the catering establishment.
Right.
So you need to be able to provide the food, not bring in another catering establishment to your catering establishment to cater the food. You are supposed to be catering the food for your events.
Well, I mean, yes, but no, what we're doing is forming a partnership with we're talking to a number of different groups that all have 10 to 15 restaurants each. So like we'll work in partnership.
I'm just gonna say that right now,
Yeah.
I'm confused. I'm, because I thought you were going to be the one that was catering.
Yeah, well, but they have
But
a
now it
much
sounds like you're
larger staff.
partnering with other caterers.
Yes,
Fine, so are you renting
not other caterers, other restaurant groups.
to cater your food?
Mhm.
For your events and if you operate a catering establishment, you must have adequate facilities at your location to prepare food for and serve an event with at least 50 people.
Which we do.
Okay, so you're gonna be able to cook the food for the 50 people?
Yeah.
Okay. And catering establishment means it includes any premises owned or operated by any person, firm, association, partnership, or corporation who regularly and in a bona fide manner furnishes for hire therein one or more ballrooms, reception rooms, dining room, banquet halls, dancing halls, or similar for particular function, occasion, or event, or which furnishes provisions and services for consumption at such event. So you're going to be doing that?
Yeah. Yeah, we're just doing it through partnership. I don't think every day will be a food event. So we're gonna have, you know, an agreement with the organization that brings in a very skilled set of like chefs and wait staff and, you know, and they have much larger staffing than we do, like 650 people. And
So will you have a chef?
we also have a chef. We have like an executive chef, but like, I don't want people just standing around waiting for events to show up. So that's where we're partnering with these other groups that have that skill set and the extra capacity.
Okay. All right, I think that's it for, my questions for this. Does anybody else on the committee have anything? Okay. I'm just trying to figure out, I think then, let's go on and discuss the other one, because I believe that the people from the public, I might as well just have them all come up at one time and speak to both. I think that's the best way to handle it, because I think there's probably overlapping concerns. So, okay, so now we're on to the private members club.
Yeah.
Did you want to say anything about that before I just ask questions, or?
No, I think also to that point, you know, there are a lot of concerns about, I think, last time there were accusations that women would be unsafe, that there would be broken glass and people puking on the streets, and some other really remarkable comments. You know, I invited some friends of mine from the community. In fact, I invited all of these people to come visit some of our community events last time, and I was told that they are the community, and I get that. You know, I want you to meet our community, and so, you know, we have a number of representatives here who can tell you a bit about Lighting Society, their experience with Lighting Society, their experience with me personally, and what I'm hoping is that maybe we can get to some amount of trust before, you know, the end of the proceeding. Yeah, in terms of the way that space operates, it's, you know, hasn't changed. There's the 4th, 5th, and roof. You know, we would like to be able to serve food on the roof, and, you know, I'm willing to work with you on hours around that. I understand that there's like concern there. We're doing a lot of, you know, remediation and planning around making sure that the building, you know, is far more soundproof than it is now. And then we're also putting in technology that prevents, so we'll have microphones on the outside of the building, so we'll have real-time, constant surveillance of whatever the decibel rating is. Whoever's managing the events inside will be able to see that real time. And they're the ones who control the volume.
So you're not doing a sound test beforehand and setting the volume beforehand so that it's locked in, so it doesn't go above anything?
Well, I mean, also, I think we're doing both, yeah. So no.
Because usually when we have people do a sound study and they put limiters on, they've studied it, the limiter is set before they open after studying it, and then it does not change.
Yeah, well, we're doing that, but also people are loud and other things are loud. We're gonna be monitoring whatever noise might be outside. If there's people, you know, we're adding additional staff to make sure that there aren't people crowding on the street. That was a concern last time. So everybody who is on the street, you know, and at the door will have decibel meters with them. So they also will be able to see real time what's happening there. So what I'm saying is we're putting layers and layers and layers of protections in order to make sure that we're not disturbing the community. Our goal is to be good neighbors.
Okay, and then what's sort of your membership format with this? How do people apply, annual rates?
Sure. So right now you know, I could probably just name the first 300 members. These are all very dear friends of mine who we've been doing things together for a long time. After that, and this is the reason why we want the conference space, we will be hosting outward-facing events in that space. If you are interested in some of our thought leadership, if you enjoy any of our events, all you have to do is meet with members in that middle ground. Members get to go to those things for free, and you can, you know, basically just need referrals from the members. That's it. There's no committee. There's no nothing. So you know, we're deciding what the number of referrals is, but the goal is that it's a high number, like 8 or 10. So that genuinely the community is in charge of building itself. If you want to be a member, you have to be a friend of the community.
Okay, and then you have a fee for
Yeah,
joining for the year or something like that?
yeah, so it's, we've set the price at $300 a month, and then we have a carve out for artist residents and you know, thought leaders and other people who, you know, if you wanna help us build the community, if you wanna lead events, if you wanna, you know, do anything that contributes, then we have, you know, lots of ways to discount or free that.
Okay, and so this is on the 4th floor, the 5th floor,
And the roof.
and the rooftop. And it said the same thing, there's 20 tables and 80 seats, and 3 bars with 8 seats at a bar. Is that correct for this one, or was that correct for the catering one, because the catering one said
That's
the
correct for
exact
this
same
one, I
thing?
think maybe some of the things got copied over when they divided the applications.
Okay, and then the hours are 9 to 2 for both things, correct?
Yeah,
And there's, except for the rooftop, you're closing at 10.
Mhm.
And is there music on the rooftop? Yes.
Only ambient, no performance, and then that would end at 10. Yeah.
And so, how do people get here? Walk me through how they get up to this.
And so, like I said, we're adding the staircase at the Howard entrance, which I think you can see on the plans there.
Yep.
Yeah, and then, you know, and the elevator.
So this, okay,
And then the Broadway entrance also goes all the way up there, but our preference is that would just be an exit for the top floors.
okay, so again, Right, it's the same elevator, so you can't use, if you're, so you're not gonna use either elevator for the catering premises, aside from the ADA access.
Right.
Which is not allowed, people are walking up to the second floor.
Well, you know, I mean, honestly, yeah, this is where I don't wanna commit to that, I have to talk back to Harry and to Adam. I mean, there's 3 entrances and I feel confident we can figure this out.
Right, it just seems to me that I'm feeling like there's a lack of understanding that if you are having a private members club, it really needs to be separate and distinct. It's not an overlap, and I just think this is getting confused.
I think the only overlap is in the case of ADA compliance, it's not, you know, and they do have 2 separate entrances, there's the stair entrance at Howard, and then there's the elevator that opens on the street.
Okay, and then the menu, is there a restaurant or anything for the private members club?
Yeah, well, they'll have lounge food, you know, we'll put together an elaborate, you know, non-alcoholic cocktail menu as well. As I said, we're in talks with a number of different chefs, so, but the
And is there
plan
a
at this point.
restaurant on here?
It's, yeah, there's a kitchen there.
Where, on the 4th
Fifth
floor?
floor, fifth floor. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
alright,
The current plan is to do Venetian food, since the outside of the building is Venetian revival.
so what we have is the same menu as we had for the catering establishment too.
Yeah, well, and honestly, at this point, we're still interviewing chefs,
Okay,
so.
so that's that, and then what else happens up here? I mean,
In which
it's
sense?
just meeting rooms, or what, I can't read this because I didn't bring my magnifying glass, and it's so tiny, so.
And so the 5th floor is our main lounge, the intention there is that will be, thought leadership events on early in the week, you know, basically, kind of instrumental performance in the middle of the week, and then there are parties on the weekend. We don't do rowdy parties, that's just not what we're talking about. So I kind of compare it to a cocktail party. Then the 4th floor is the meeting rooms. And then there's a second bar, which we may actually turn into more like an elixir bar. So the idea is that they'll have 2 different menus, but we're still talking to chefs.
Okay, I think that does it for me. Does anybody from the public have anything from here, committee have anything before we go to the public? No, okay.
So I have a question, just on sort of the cover page for a lease. The lease is for the whole building to one entity, is that correct?
Yeah, well, yes.
And how?
Not the whole building, we don't have the ground floor,
Well, I mean,
that's
for
a
a
second,
second up, right? So is there any distinction
in the lease.
Made in the lease to which portion of the building is being used for which purpose?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, there's
I mean, like really broadly, it just sort of says like, you know, that there's the uses that I described, but it doesn't separate, you know, it doesn't elaborate beyond that.
Okay, we have a lot of people here, so maybe the easiest way to do this is for everybody to start coming up. And just state your name and I'll find you in the speaker list here instead of spending extra time waiting for me to call on your name. And I am just going to say, we wanna hear from everybody who's here, but if you can keep it brief or not repeat or anything like that, it would be appreciated. Thanks. And remember to address your comments to the committee and to speak respectfully. Thanks a lot.
Hello, my name is John McCormick. I've known Tim Phillips in the Lightning Society for the better part of 8 years. I'm here to stand in support of the Lightning Society and a simple statement on the ethos of Lightning Society, which is this is about salons, poetry readings, thought leadership, events. Having been to the Lightning Society facility in Brooklyn for many years, I cannot say I've ever seen anybody drunk at the Lightning Society. You know, the parties are meant to build community and conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Aldous Mitchell. I've known him for many years. I live very near the venue, just off Broadway. A couple of comments. I think this is a really iconic building and it's really important to have, to return it to some vibrancy, and the previous tenants obviously didn't bring the right energy to the corner. I think it's important to have, bring the arts back to Soho, basically, and I couldn't think of anyone better than Tim. Please show some respect.
Please, John, please.
In terms of Tim, look, he no one uses the word community more than he does. He's like a broken record on it. Again, there are a few of us who know Tim, but you don't, so maybe the folks who know him can speak on his behalf. He's very committed to healing the loneliness that came after COVID, to connect people through art and personal touch that wasn't available during that time. He's very committed to the creative arts, obviously, which Soho used to be famous for, and he wants to help return that. I can't think of a better person that you would want running a vibrant, community-based, responsible venue than Tim Phillips. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Krista Juven and I'm here to support Tim.
Can you use the microphone?
Yes. My name is Krista Juven and I'm here to support Tim also. Since I arrived here in New York in 2019, I've been to a couple of the events of Lightning Society, and I must say that also as a woman I always felt really safe. I must say that the ethics and the moral of the team of Lightning Society and Tim and Phillips are really strong. And in New York, it's like we all know it's not always the case, so I would not be confident to really stand for him if I didn't feel like that. And I also want to say that all the events that I've been incredibly creative. The level of art is incredible, and yeah, I met really incredible people through Lightning Society, and I really think that this can be a really positive addition to Soho.
I have a question. Go ahead. Where do you live?
I live at the corner of Prince and Mott, and I've also been to a couple of events at the Barrett location in Brooklyn, and have been around the neighborhood many times, and I've never seen me street degradation or anything like that. I know that they will with respect to the space in the community around it, so, thank you.
I'm not quite tall enough.
Oh, you can pull it back down onto the, and then just tilt it up. Or hold it.
Can I just hold it?
Yes, please.
My name is Marie Dormuth. I live at 49 Howard Street. I'm still trying to get over the comment that this is going to bring art to Soho. First of all, anyone that turns on to Howard Street feels it's a respite. It's a beautiful, quiet street. It's old buildings. On the corner, 53 Mercer is the original Constable, the first department store. My building was an extension of the Constable, built in 1862. All the buildings on the south side of Howard are residential. They're live-work quarters. They all have skylights. My building has an enormous skylight. My loft, the skylight rises up above the roof. Glass, original glass and iron. There's no way to soundproof this. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors going on here, talking about culture and art. This proposal, both proposals, are party spaces. Please don't insult us to think we don't know what these uses are. The preservation of Soho is really important. It's been years getting to where we are. It's not a mystery that I was a member of the community board for many years. We had demonstrations at City Hall in December in our bathing suits. I sat many nights eating muffins with Doris Deether with the zoning resolution on her lap, finding ways to protect our neighborhood and to keep it as a very important art community. Tony Dabolito, who chaired the board for 12 years, he had a special interest in preserving our neighborhood. Okay, so these two applications are absolutely destructive to everything we've built. I'm almost speechless. It's so bad. 13,000 square feet, 3 bars, rooftop, live music, open every day till 2 in the morning. Let's face this head on. It's not okay. It's going to ruin Howard Street. It's going to make it party town. It's going to be a party street. We can't let this happen, not after all these years of preservation. We can't allow this to happen, and we're awake. It's July. Many people are away. They've written letters. We're here tonight on a stormy night in July because we're not going to let this happen. We're going to follow this through. And all this smoke and mirrors about art and culture, the art and culture is Elizabeth Streb sitting at her wooden table in her 3rd floor loft, making little drawings for her magnificent dance performances. It's Henry Smith Miller and his wife and team creating magnificent public works. I could go on and on. This is an active, alive, vibrant neighborhood, and it's insulting for these people to come here and to say they're going to make our street vibrant, they're going to make our neighborhood vibrant. It's unacceptable. Please vote it down, vote both of them down. There's no way to mitigate it. It doesn't matter if it's open till 2 or 12. There's no way to soundproof cast iron buildings with wood beams. There's they're a danger for fire hazard. There's safety issues about how these people are gonna get in and out. It's a big, pulsating, loud nightclub establishment. Please don't let it happen to our neighborhood. Thank you.
I'm Renee Rockoff. I live at 53 Howard Street on the top floor. Also, a skylit space, 5 skylights. My husband and I have lived there since 1977. This is the most disruptive proposal that I've seen in my 5 decades of living here. It's without reservation that I urge you, the community board, to deny these applications. The usage for this building is completely inappropriate. As Marie mentioned, with the cast iron, the density of cast iron has an ability to vibrate and transmit vibrations. The fact that these buildings are linked, one building to another, makes the sound just reverberate through all the buildings and down the street. The sound having live music on multiple floors, it just is wrong for this setting. And for this building, it's a bad option. This building has at least 16 windows per floor, these huge windows, soundproofing that it will just be not possible. And as an architect, I'm rather shocked at the choice of building for this, these proposals. I feel that by granting these 2 applications, the Center for Emerging Culture, doing business as Lightning Society, will have unfettered use of 19,000 square feet of party space. And now they're talking about increasing to a capacity of 256 people per floor. We're talking about well over 1,000 people for the events. And I want to mention that Lightning Society boasts online, or claims to have, over 25,000 members so far, and that 1,500 members are already signed up for their first event. That's over the limit already, and this is what they're claiming. I just think this is astounding. The sheer scale and potential numbers of people attending their events, consuming alcohol on numerous floors, will create a dangerous and untenable situation. Access and egress is going to be slow, and that elevator is small. How many people can you get in that elevator? So we're talking about people milling about on the street. The founder of this organization, Timothy Phillips, and the present applicant, states online that he wants to use 45 Howard Street to create in New York City a kind of immersive experience like Burning Man. Burning Man is
Okay, I'm just gonna say, we've got too many, we've gotta make these much shorter, please. I do wanna hear from everybody, but you can. Finish, no, I know, but and then you can please send it in writing, we'll all read through it, okay?
I will submit
But
this
just,
in
okay.
writing to you, thank you.
You can finish your sentence, I wasn't cutting you off, I just wanted to shorten you up.
All right, I just want to say that He's modeling this after Burning Man, and that's a week-long event that takes place annually in the remote isolation of a desert in Nevada. Putting this on an intimate street is ridiculous. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Renee's husband, Michael Kirk, living at 53 Howard Street on the top floor for the last 48 years. We created our work there. We maintained our studios as well as, raised our family. I'm not going to repeat what Marie has said about this application, and I'm not going to repeat what my wife has said. I've observed and feel exactly the same way. We live in a vibrant little canyon of 5-story buildings. And to just summarize what I have written out here, our street housed the studio of Christo and John Claude, which is now their living foundation. And our small section of Howard Street is filled with homes and studios of architects, some who are here, dance and performance artists who are also here, visual artists, writers, actors, and designers who treasure their presence on this spot. What I really want to address, and it's loud and clear, there's been no attempt to reach out to us, absolutely none. Right? My understanding of this is only from what I've gotten online or hearsay. And there's absolutely no understanding by Timothy Phillips and the Center for Emerging Culture to understand what our community is all about. And I have received no outreach. No one's buzzed my buzzer, and it's very accessible. Let me see. This I got online about Timothy Phillips. I am the guy, this is his words, that creates parties. Doesn't talk about the other stuff. People trust me enough to let me be their leader. And we're building teams that can manage and run large parties, end of quote. I'll just say this one paragraph. The
Can
five-story
you do it
buildings
in a
behind us-
sentence or two, really? We've got this many people here, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but.
It's imperative that you deny this application. Hopefully it gets clearer, but deny this application for multiple liquor licenses as well as the hours they seek for the use of this site.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brett Eisman. I've been living in New York City for about 30 years. I've known Tim for a while now. He's one of my closest friends, a recent very close friend. And listening to you guys talk, I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of not only the culture behind Lightning Society, but the culture behind Burning Man. These are art supportive events that are just fantastic community building filled with love and people that want to share their experiences. This is not anything.
You're talking to us now.
It's not anything like what's being described here. And when I think about Howard Street and even Broadway, this little enclave is a lot of people selling counterfeit handbags. I mean, this is going to improve the neighborhood. This is going to be a beautiful thing that's going to be exactly what you're describing, enhancing the artistic nature of the neighborhood, of the people involved, and the community space. This isn't going to be a nightclub. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anna Griggs. I'm a writer and I live at 47 Howard Street, which I hope will be my home for many more years to come. I live on the 3rd floor on the Howard Street side, so I will be the person on the other side of the wall from the catered events venue and the bar bars and the dance floor, etc. I have already had a taste of what it's like to live next to a venue that hosts parties because the former tenant of 45 Howard Street threw parties. They had DJs, sometimes they had live music, as this applicant has said he intends to do. When I know from experience, when there are DJs and live music at 45 Howard, in my apartment, where I live and work, hear every thump of the bass and, beat of the drum, because both buildings are over a century-old cast iron buildings, as my neighbors have pointed out. There's only so much an effort to soundproof can do. This is not an issue we can soundproof our way out of. My apartment's a loft, big glass windows facing onto Howard Street. You can't soundproof that. Howard Street is a wonderful, quiet enclave. I implore the community board to deny these applications, which will destroy our fabric of life as working artists. Thank you.
Okay, just one question, did you fill out a speaker card? If you could fill one out and just hand it to me, just so I have it, thanks. Back table, I think.
Hello, I'm Amir Bakhtia, and I also did not fill it.
What was the name again?
Amir Bakhtia.
Thank you.
I also live at 47 Howard, and I have done for spring chicken events. My neighbors only. It's a couple of decades and a half. I've been in that building. I'm part owner of that building, and I think all my neighbors have very eloquently given the case for what this might do to our community. I think Henry Smith Miller, the architect, was also at 47. I think he had some concerns about egress and so forth. I think he submitted those. I think, the occupancy right now is 47 people per floor. The application is for 256, so that's a 5 times multiplier. And as was pointed out, 1,000 people in that building getting in and out is a thing. And I don't know if there's been a traffic study in terms of like when an event ends, and this is kind of an exclusive club, I expect there'll be limos and Ubers and so forth for 1,000 people, 800 people on Howard Street. Which, as you know, if you ever turn onto Howard Street in a car, you've made a mistake. It is a dead end that doesn't look like a dead end. So I think there are some issues around that. But rather than the cultural stuff, for my issues are a little bit more practical in terms of, as I say, traffic and the hours and just bottles being taken out at night at 2 in the morning and after the venue is closed. We all hear this in our neighborhood, and we've only got the one place who's actually been a good neighbor to us, I must agree. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of really thinking it through and the logistics of it. The entrance on Howard, the elevator is small, and then in order to enter, you have to go up a flight of stairs, cast iron stairs, stoopish kind of thing, to then get to the entrance. So again, the logistics of that need to be thought through a little bit, I think. So I think I do kind of believe that there's good intent here. At the same time, as far as the community is concerned, having a $3,600 membership doesn't really include our community that much in terms of. So anyway, I will. I urge you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Because. And did you fill out a speaker card? If you haven't filled out a speaker card, please fill one out and just hand it to me.
Hi, my name is Daniel Andrews. I've been born and raised New Yorker, lived downtown most of my life. I've known Tim for about 10 years. I've attended a number of Lightning Society events. I know this is being projected as, a big party community or a big club community. But I can say it's pretty much almost the opposite of that. I work with thousands of creators around the world, thousands of artists, and I actually build communities and platforms for communities. And I can say that the people that I've met and the connections that I've made and the support that I've received from the people I've met at Lightning Society events has opened up opportunities not just for myself, but for many other younger artists who didn't have the opportunity to get together with people the way we did when we were here, when we were younger. We've gone through many decades of, artists being pushed out into further reaches of Brooklyn and other parts of the city. And, the core of art in Manhattan, to me, used to be Soho. And, I see this as an opportunity of bringing artists, younger artists, back into the community, helping them connect, helping them support each other, and hopefully broadening their connections and opportunities in the future. Thank you.
And did you fill out a speaker card? Please do. There aren't any? Okay. No, but you know what, I do wanna get, can you just write your names on the back of that sheet, just give a name and an email address.
Hello, hi, my name is Ruba Abunima. I live at 53 Howard. I have lived in the Soho area for close to 30 years. I raised 2 children there. I'm a designer. I still consider myself somewhat of a guest in the neighborhood because I have neighbors who have lived here for far longer than me. And I defer to them, and that's why I'm here. I'm gonna try and make this very short and sweet. I haven't prepared anything, but I have nothing against Burning Man. I have nothing against the Lightning Society. I have nothing against any of those things. But they have to be in the right place, in the right neighborhood, with the right community. What I take real exception with is for these people to come in with this level of ignorance and arrogance of our neighborhood, our community, our people, and to come in and say, we're going to make it better, we're going to make it more artistic, we're going to make it this and that, is not true, because they don't understand the neighborhood, they don't understand the community, and they have absolutely no respect for the people who have been here since the 60s and the 70s. That's what I take exception with. I take exception with the people who have made zero outreach to any of us. I'm in the street all the time. My son is in the street all the time. I work from home. My doorbell has never rung. It is not my responsibility to reach out to them. It is their responsibility to reach out to us. And after the last debacle of cobbled together concept, nonsensical concept, I would have thought that they would have rolled up their sleeves and come to us and asked us to discuss with them, tried to convince us, but they're moving forward with this regardless of what we think, regardless of how we feel, and regardless of how that's going to impact our community. And my neighbors specifically, and the people who live around me, who have been here for a lot longer than any of us.
Can you hear me? My name is Laura Tenenbaum. I have lived in Soho in an all-artist co-op since 1973. Our co-op has most of the original residents still in there. The last time we had a turnover of our loft was in 2001. They're still working artists. Soho is filled with working, active, and participatory artists. And it was very insulting to hear otherwise from this applicant coming in. I wanted to address Mr. Phillips had the contact information for Broadway Residents Coalition. That's how he got a hold of me, and he and I spoke back in April. There were a lot of promises, none of which were met, about information that they would be giving us. They suddenly went cold silently. Never contacted us after last month's meeting. At the time we spoke, the word Lightning Society never passed his lips. He described something very different from what has come before this board. There was not going to be any music at all on the roof. There was not going to be amplified sound anywhere. I want to talk about the demographics. This location will directly impact 209 persons living in direct proximity to it. of which 48 people are over 65 years of age and 27 are school age or younger. More people live on this block than there are retail stores or offices. Within 500 square feet, there are 1,337 residents. Within 750 square feet, this increases to 3,135 residents. This is relevant because traffic at 2 o'clock in the morning leaving this place will be moving throughout our whole community. 1,000 people, 1 or 2 in a car, gonna be a big impact on this community. We also don't have enough information to assess how they can operate without having people lined up outside even at night. Will there be a lobby on the ground floor to which the small, those questions we can answer. How will they access the stairwells? Are the stairwells wide enough to legally accommodate the planned usage? Didn't look like it in the plans to me. Both facades of this cast iron corner building are primarily glass. They seem to be single pane at this point. We also know that noise travels through the walls of cast iron buildings. You heard about that. What are they doing to mitigate noise leaking out of the building? They talked about putting microphones outside. It's a landmark building. How are they going to be putting all these things outside? How are they going to be putting this awning that they said that they were going to put over the entrance to the elevator? It's a cast iron building. Are they applied to landmarks for these approvals? We don't know. It seems to me that the applicant planned on creating a noisy, active venue, and then proceeded to seek out a 155-year-old building made of cast iron that cannot contain noise. But they presented no plans on soundproofing. They provided no acoustical study. They didn't show us plans for how to handle crowds. All of those are things that are what is typically presented to the community board. None of that for this kind of activity has been provided. They didn't even give us how people could safely pass throughout the building. And it's something that we were concerned of when the prior applicant was here, and we're still concerned about that. And also now that they're talking about how they're going to be bringing food in, where are they gonna put the trucks? How many trucks a day? How many trucks? It's just, everything they've said has opened up a can of worms, more questions to ask. I don't think they're ready, and I think that this community will never be ready for them. Thank you.
My name is Pete Davies, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Broadway Residents Coalition. First, I hope you accept my statement in opposition to both of these applications. Last month, they came before us, they were told, this is a train wreck, what you've presented, we can't decipher it, go away, come back, redo the 2 applications. So they did that. We saw all these numbers, all this information, but then tonight, that all starts getting shifted around again. What is in the questionnaire, on paper, has been denied by the applicant tonight. Oh no, it's not that, it's not that, it's not that, it's not those numbers, the numbers are different, this, that, and the other. I'm gonna jump to something, and that is, first of all, that the application doesn't present a coherent or correct plan. We recently, the Landmarks Preservation Commission issued to the applicant, the principal, Mr. Phillips, notices of withdrawal for both the egress stair that was proposed and a fire escape. I have copies of those letters of withdrawal. I submitted those to CB2 today. You should all have a copy of that. If you don't, I have additional copies right here. Those letters of withdrawal were because the applicant's architect contacted the Landmarks Preservation Commission and said, withdraw my application for the egress stair and the fire escape. So that raises questions about the safety plan that is proposed, two means of egress. There's only, the questions that are raised, there's an important issue of safety in these loft buildings in Soho. I live in a building that had to go through the legalization process for residential occupancy. These buildings are not, the C of O does not allow the use that they are proposing. So they have to go through all sorts of building code requirements and changes at the Department of Buildings, which elicited a slew of objections. The architect for the building for the applicant is now trying to resolve those things. That's also in my written submission. You've also received a written submission from architect Alexander Naritoff, who outlines any number of problems in regard to the building code, the egress, the fire safety, the roof, the use, the zoning, none of which a person who claims to be an architect, possibly registered architect, I don't know, but seems to have very little understanding or knowledge of the architecture and the building codes required for Soho. So I do hope you look at that. I stand in support of my neighbors who, the assault and the word arrogance, it's really mind-boggling. And I understand that, yes, this could work in a different location, but not on Howard Street. It does not work on Howard Street. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Nick Dingwall. I did put in one of the forms.
You did?
I did.
Okay.
I live in Soho. I don't live on Howard Street, but I live quite nearby. I've known Timothy for several years. I've gone to several Lightning Society events. There are plenty of nightclubs around. This is not trying to compete with a nightclub. I know what these events are like. I know what this community is like. And the Code about Organising Parties, I believe, was like 15 years old. I think that over 15 years, we should allow people the opportunity to have grown and changed and have new interests. The kind of events that I want to see in my community are events that I can be invited to. I know that there are some art gallery openings in Soho, and that's starting a bit more now in the evenings, but I haven't seen very much. And perhaps I'm looking in the wrong places, and this community have events that I would be welcome to, but I know that at Lightning Society I definitely would be, and as would they be.
That's it? Done?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I said I'll keep it short.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Anthony Henley. Born and raised in New York. I lived in Soho for most of my life, so I understand being defensive of the neighborhood. But I really do hope you guys, give Lightning Society a bit more grace and actually look into what their mission is and what their organization needs to do. And I think be mindful of the semantics that you use, because again, colluding event spaces with party spaces, I just find that kind of haphazardous, and I guess that's it for me. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Manaski. I live on the corner, at the corner of Mercer and Grand. I spent many years across Bowery in perhaps the densest licensed parts of Manhattan, so I have a lot of experience living in very difficult circumstances. I learned of this application about 3 days ago, just from a flyer on the street, so I don't know a ton about all the details, but I have a few questions. A few concerns that come up that I'd love to be addressed. I know it's not my place to be asking questions. I'm concerned about the lack of experience, particularly running an establishment this large over this period of time. Often, I know in my own community board, that would be something that folks would be looking towards, to ensure that the owners are tenured. I also want to echo the traffic challenges on that block. I call cabs across Grand Street because you cannot get on that block in a taxi. And so it could bear off onto Grand. And it is a total nightmare. I spent 45 minutes trying to get to the tunnel before, just to go one block. And so I think that's a real concern about taxis, particularly late at night. That doesn't currently happen at night, and I think this would add to that problem. I'm also, I've read that Victor Jung is involved in this project. I haven't heard that mentioned tonight. That may not be true anymore, I don't know. But that's a name that I'm familiar with from CB2 and also in Manhattan. And I know that's a person who's unable to hold a liquor license, and I'm curious about their involvement in the project, having been involved in many other establishments. I apologize if that's not real. Victor Jung.
I don't know that person.
Okay.
There's no mention.
Okay, thank you. I just, generally, liquor licenses sure go to private spaces, but I think it's very hard to make an argument that private spaces and private clubs are community benefits, given that they are gated. It's great that friends can bring in other friends, but social networks are limited to what they are. And so I don't wanna, come here ravenously opposed, but I do have questions and a lot of concerns, and of course respect the closer neighbors and what your specific experience would be. Thank you.
I have a question for you before you get to mine. Where do you live?
35 Mercer, which is about 400 feet.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Eric Gross. I've been a resident of Soho for over 20 years. I've known Timothy for close to 5 years. I understand some of the dynamic that's going on here and find it to be unfortunate because I can speak on his behalf as what his intentions are and what I believe the community's trying to create here. And I think it's unfortunate that the previous tenants in these buildings went through bankruptcy and created a very, I think, negative experience for the residents of this block. And I think that there's been, from my understanding, a very long antagonistic view of the old tenants of the building. I can feel some of the animosity that's being driven towards Timothy and this project, and I feel like it's completely unfounded. I think the goal here and the conscientiousness of what the community is trying to build is a much more positive initiative that I do think will benefit the people in this neighborhood dramatically. I happen to know some of the people who live on Howard Street that aren't here, but have expressed to me that they're excited about this type of a project and understand that this is one of the beacons of light that will, I think, make this neighborhood an even better neighborhood. I'm not saying it's not a great neighborhood, but it could be even better. Thank you.
Sorry.
Good evening.
evening, Darlene Lutz, Soho, West NYC. I've been a community resident in Soho since 1977. I've appeared before this committee a few times before, probably starting almost 20 years ago.
Let's go into this.
Okay. We all need to come together. Don't take anything personally. This is not personal. Noise in your home is very personal. Your home is personal. I started 20 years ago liquor licensing because of noise, because of outdoor noise, because of the places that were putting bars on the roof in Soho. And so, here we are today, still battling the same battle. And it's only gotten more extreme because of the equipment that can really pound out bass that you want to go and, you want to go burn some man for doing that to you in your home for hours every night. So, thank you. I support the opposition, especially the comment made, which was really well researched by the Broadway Residents Coalition, Pete Davies. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sean McCormack. I'm a resident at 49 Howard. I do stand in opposition to this licensing question. I don't bear any animosity towards Timothy or what it is that he's trying to do. I think it sounds like a great idea. I do have real concerns about traffic on the street. I have concerns about traffic that is idling as they're waiting for people to come out of the club or go, getting dropped off to the club. I wonder whether or not the elevator can actually accommodate that kind of traffic constantly. I too have some concerns about how narrow the stairways are and people getting in and out. People getting out in the event that they have to get out quickly and what that could mean for those people. And I'm also haven't heard anybody address like the garbage issue of potentially, 500 to 1,000 guests and what they're eating and they're drinking and their napkins and everything else and how that's going to affect our street. I don't really want to say anything more than that. I just, I don't think that this is a great idea. And I also don't want to be kept awake at night by street noise or by music reverberating through the buildings. Thank you.
My name is James Aldridge, I live at 49 Howard, I'm on the 5th floor, that was my wife. I will not repeat what everyone said. I would love for the building on the corner to be beautiful. I would love for the salons and a mercery level kind of engagement, I would love it, it would be wonderful. But the application belies that. 9 a.m. to 2 a.m., 1,000 people, music, entertainment level, on the roof, it's just, they stand in contrast. Poetry, sure, all day long, absolutely. DJs and live music at entertainment level in the buildings that we own, no. Make the space beautiful. And then the last thing I would say is that we keep using this word community. Sean and I just moved to the neighborhood 2 years ago. We are barely a part of this community. The community sits over here. When we went to our first owners meeting, we were the youngest people in the room. It was amazing. And we heard people tell stories protesting to create Soho, the Soho that Lightning Society now wants to come into. And that's great, but these people created it. They're the community. And they're all artists. And I'm grateful to be in the neighborhood. So I would ask you to really strongly consider rejecting these applications. And I appreciate you. Thank you.
Anybody else? Quickly. Just wait 1 second. Just short, very short.
Our neighborhood has been a cross-section of everyone. It's the world. People hustling, people doing things. And I found it real, a level of arrogance that we're gonna make your neighborhood better. I don't mind having these people trying to make a living. And I found it really insulting to hear that we're gonna get rid of these
Okay,
because.
other people have said that, so that's what I'm saying, we got that, I understand that, but it's, to move on.
I'm also gonna keep this super brief, I know everyone's tired. Just a couple things that are easy to address. We put in additional walk-in fridges, so any garbage within the space goes into the walk-in fridge through the course of the day, and it only goes out at night, after hours. They're very, not in any way that, so there's never any interference between people and garbage. So it'll be at like, 4 a.m. on Broadway. Let's see. Traffic, I think, is also easy to address just with some rules regarding having everyone,
Needs a traffic plan.
Yeah.
Usually they get it, but that's usually included in here, we usually have a traffic plan.
Sure, but Broadway itself is a huge thoroughfare.
Question of the traffic, so
yeah,
what's your total occupancy with both spaces?
Well, in total with the new C of O, I guess it's 1,016. But our intention is not to reach that.
Do you have any idea what the capacity is for Zero Bond?
I know Scott was here, I don't know.
It's 400, and they have a lot of traffic issues out front.
Yeah, but
I was just wondering how 2.5 times as many people in the space is not gonna result in a big traffic issue.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of goes back to the width of the stair and so on, that's for the calculation for
I'm talking about the cars on the street.
No, I understand,
Which
but
is a specific impact.
Yeah.
That's taken into account on the liquor license.
Gotcha.
Impact on parking and traffic.
Yeah, my experience with Zero Bond is that people wait on Bond Street, and it would be very easy for us to ask people to exit on Broadway.
They had a whole traffic plan, there's not supposed to be any cars on Bond Street.
I mean, I can't speak to Scott's business.
Well, no, but I'm just saying, you have a huge business that's multiples to that. And I don't know where the traffic is.
Well, I mean,
where the cars are gonna
prepare a
wait.
traffic plan, that's not a problem.
Well, how many people do you think will be leaving at any given time?
Well, I think that the event space, that's when there will be like a larger exodus. I think those will also be more during business hours.
Waiting, you have 30 Ubers at a time waiting for people outside, where are they gonna go?
I mean, on Broadway, I think there's plenty of room for
30
Ubers. I also think we're right on top of many express stops.
30 Ubers?
What's that?
For 30 Ubers at one time?
I mean, this is just a real impact, and Broadway is a major artery. So, it doesn't seem, and we've heard Howard, you can't really wait on Howard.
But Broadway is empty after 6, and that's when people would be exiting.
But there's only so much room for cars to pull over in front. How many parking spots are there?
We can prepare a traffic study.
I'm just asking, how many parking spots are there?
I don't think there's parking in front of the building on Broadway. There's parking only on Howard.
Okay, so there's nowhere for them to pull over?
No, I mean, I think you can pull over and pick someone up. You don't need to park if you're standing.
No, but you can't stand in a moving lane of traffic, right, on Broadway?
I don't drive, so I haven't looked at whether there's parking on Broadway there.
Because I just asked, just like a reasonableness, just this is just a basic reasonableness, how do you have,
as I said,
for a 1,000-person venue, have movement of people in and out, and one of the impacts that's clearly stated in the 500-foot rule is the impact on traffic and parking. So that's why I'm raising that, and right now, in this day and age, with Ubers and Lyfts, they come and they wait. And so they wait there for a few minutes, and you have a huge impact on the existing traffic, particularly in Broadway, when people are arriving at your events, it's still when there's traffic there.
I think that there's at least 5 places to stop on each side of the street, and so you could do it on either side of Howard, and that's 20 cars in total.
But I don't
Very
think
comfortably be there.
that the cars getting onto Howard.
No, I don't want the cars from Howard, we can direct the community to, only get picked up on Broadway.
We're not going to that.
So there is no plan for that, so.
As I said, I can prepare a traffic plan for you.
Well,
sure.
but you can prepare a traffic plan,
You
but
can't
how
do
is
it
it
right
gonna,
now.
but that doesn't mean it provides a solution.
Yeah.
The traffic plan doesn't bring a solution to the impact of adding a huge venue on one of the major arteries in New York City.
I mean, where else would you put a venue that I think on a lake or artery makes a lot of sense?
Well, that's one of the things that you measure, that's outlined in the 500-foot law, on whether the impact of what that will be, and we've heard it impacts noise, whether all the permits are in place, that doesn't seem to be the case. You seem to have buildings issues, there's no plan for the traffic. It's not clear if you're sharing entrances or not for two different businesses. So there's a lot of open questions, and even in the documents that you provided to us, you've mixed and matched within the spaces, so it's not even clear what belongs with what. So.
Yeah, these all seem like fairly minor issues that can be clarified though. So.
But that's why you were supposed to come back this month, and none of that's clarified. And you're supposed to meet with the residents, so we wasted all of our time.
So, and Amir reached out to me this week, he was the only one who reached out to me.
Yeah, but it goes the other way, you guys had BRC's email address.
My understanding is that we gave you, my email address and phone number are all over the.
Why did you not reach out to them?
I mean, regardless of what she remembers, I left messages for Laura Tannenbaum, I know she's gonna say.
Well, since last month, have you emailed the Bowery residents?
I have, no, we were phone calls, not emails, but nobody answered, so.
Yeah. And then the last thing that somebody had raised in one of the submissions to us, they were challenging that this space was actually a Warhol studio. Because they do not have a memory of that, so.
Okay, we have an article from the Smithsonian that says that that was the case early in his career.
I'm just asking, because that was something that seems to be a major marketing element.
It's not, I can only show you the article, and they're basing the new Andy Warhol Museum in Pittsburgh on this building. That's what I know. So, yeah, other than that, I mean, these concerns about the stair application being withdrawn from landmarks or so on, that's normal. We just made changes to the DOB plan, and so we have to resubmit the landmark plan. That was an entirely voluntary thing we did. That's just routine business. So there wasn't like a problem there wasn't a safety issue. We're just changing the design of the stair a little bit, and they asked us to resubmit, so yeah.
It's also routine that when we put over an application for a month for something to happen, that occurs. And that was your job to go meet with the people who spoke in opposition last month to work through some of these issues. We're still at a deadlock again with nothing accomplished.
All right, well, that's it on my side. Everyone has a great night.
I just wanted to say one thing, and I know I'm sitting over here.
Yeah, then you need, can I just say one thing, you do need to get a microphone.
Okay.
I'd like to say one thing as well.
Okay, everybody, you have 15 seconds to say what you want to say. I'm not kidding you, this is late and we have more applications to do, and we don't get to keep going back and forth.
I just wanna say one thing, we're talking about the traffic. Howard Street has serious traffic issues
Stop.
already.
Stop.
We have
We
major traffic
know,
issues.
we know, that was said during the thing.
I just wanted to say that maybe everybody who is concerned about this location and what's going on here, on the way out, write down your email address. We will hand the list to Timothy, give it to Timothy.
Fine, you can
I
all-
get emails all day long that I don't wanna get, so I would welcome an email from you and your people, kind of like trying to explain this situation. So like.
Okay, so that's a plan. Why don't you all go, if anybody who wants, you can write their name down on a piece of paper. I think we can find a blank piece of paper and take the back of a piece of paper, write it down and hand it to him. And just do me one favor, do not, don't make noise back there because we have other applications, believe it or not, that we still are patiently waiting. So take it out in the hall if you're talking, write your names down and hand it to them if you want to,
Yes.
whatever. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Okay.
You can email it to the office, or if you have it printed out, you can give it to them.
Okay, KHG 180 Spring. Okay, I am really gonna say this, please, everybody, I realize everybody wants to talk, but just go outside because we still have more applications to hear, thanks.
This is written for.
Try my best to follow that one.
Thank you, and it might be difficult to,
That's what I'm hoping.
but not completely.
On top of that, though.
I think we're, can anybody else just wait just give me 1 second. Hang on. Let me go. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
How's that?
Good.
All right, hi everybody, Matt Colton here, Carmela NYC LLC, representing KHG 180 Spring LLC. This is a transfer application subject to an asset purchase agreement with the current tenant at 180 Spring, it's Bistro Les Amis. I have two members of Kent Hospitality Group here with me. I have Max and Colin, and I also have the current operators at Bistro Les Amis with us as well to just kind of give some color of how they've existed in this space for the past 30 years, how they've been operating, and how excited they are to pass over to the team over at Kent Hospitality. So really the concept here is, so the late founder of Kent Hospitality Group, James Kent, his grandfather owns a restaurant and bar in Spain, and this is an homage to that space, right? It's a restaurant and bar focusing on Spanish and Italian cuisine. I'll run you through the kind of nitty-gritty of the application itself, and then if you have any questions, you can let me know. So again, 180 Spring Street, cross streets are Thompson and West Broadway. The DBA is going to be Bar Pedro's. This is a transfer application from RDK Restaurant Core. Occupancy 74, 25 tables, 56 seats, 1 bar, 10 seats. Music is background music as well as DJ that is going to be background only. They're not bringing in a sound system. It's all going to be through the house system. Think someone just spinning vinyl records, that kind of concept. As far as hours, so we had put 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. as that was the hours that Bistro Les Amis has been had for 30 plus years. I'm sure you see instances all the time where people come here and transfer a 4 a.m. license, but in reality, that restaurant only operated till 10, 11 o'clock at night. That is not the case here. Bistro Les Amis originally opened with 3:30 hours. For years and years, they operated until 2. They started closing a bit earlier during COVID, and now in recent years since COVID, they've reopened with late night hours. And Roy can give you a bit of more color as to the hours they've been operating under, but yeah, that was the reason we asked for 4 a.m. We had a wonderful conversation with the South Village neighbors. Hours were really the only sticking point. I probably made the negotiating error of giving her our floor of offering 2 a.m. is as early as we can go. 2 a.m. 7 days a week. So if you have any other questions, that's it.
So that's what you're saying now, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. 7 days a week? Is that what you're saying?
That is what we're as low as we can possibly go.
Outside?
So obviously we have to go through the DOT application process. I always like to put it on there to give you a heads up that we're going to be applying for DOT. I know Roy just met with you guys and signed stipulations for a certain setup that was open till 11 p.m. We're happy to stipulate to that as well.
About 10 p.m. I'm just gonna say one thing. They've been here for 30 years, operating, known entity operating. And that is we actually, when they added the roadbed, which they did not come to us for, worked with them to have them close the roadbed at 10 and the sidewalk at 11 because that was new. This is a new application. That is how we will look at this. So I'm just giving you that heads up, and we've been asking everybody with a new application to close their outdoor seating at 10 with the ability to always come back to us once we see how this plays out with all the roadbed seating and the sidewalk seating in many areas where there was none before. This is not one of those areas, but all around there, there are.
I totally understand the 10 is your standard, and I don't think the boys are gonna have a problem with that. What I don't wanna step in is Matt Borwick's job from Melbourne Levy coming back to you. I would rather not talk about sidewalk and roadbed at all and have that conversation being had with Matt,
And I'd rather have that conversation now, so at least I have something written down, so maybe we don't have to have you come back, because maybe it's okay if you have the same sidewalk seats that they had and you sign something that says you're closing at 10 o'clock, you send us notice for that and we look at it and say, gee, we'll waive that.
You happy with 10 o'clock sidewalk?
I would be willing to compromise.
Yeah, 10 o'clock sidewalk.
Okay, I think I think we have some, does anybody from the committee have a question? Dr. Smith?
Can you just look at the speaker first?
On your application, you checked that you would have TVs, only one, but only used during special events. About what special events would those be, and about how many per year?
I would think it would happen very infrequently. Think major events like World Cup or the Super Bowl. It wouldn't be something that would be on display, it'd be something that would be brought out.
It's absolutely not gonna be a big part of the daily operation here. I mean, if the TV is a sticking point, that's. We can remove the TV.
Let's remove the TV, because what we don't want is a sports bar.
This will not be a sports bar.
I know, but if there's not a TV,
Remove it, yeah.
thank you.
And it's inside, right?
Put it on the radio.
It was inside.
The TV that no longer exists was gonna be inside, but it is now nothing.
Okay, so I think we have, people from the public here on this, Mickey, Darlene, Lutz, and that's it for this one.
Hi, everybody, I'll be really quick. We had a very nice
Start with your
conversation.
name.
Oh, my name is Mickey McGee, and we had a very fine conversation today with this hospitality group. That said, I did have concerns about the outdoor space. It will require a fire lane waiver, a reduced fire lane space. That's a very big concern, as you know. I spoke with them for some time, and they reached out to me with an email saying that 2 a.m. would work for them, and then I did what I said I would do. I called a bunch of neighbors to say, would that work for you? Not me, I'm 2 blocks away. I will sleep, whatever they do, but other people may not. And I think 2 a.m. is not gonna fly with the neighborhood over there. It's just absolutely not. They do lovely restaurants, and it would be nice to have such a restaurant in our neighborhood. But that said, there are risks involved. And I'm glad you caught the TV. I didn't talk to them about that, but I was like going, oh, a TV, yeah. Do you all have any questions? Okay, great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Darlene Lutz, Soho West NYC. Longtime resident of this neighborhood, also the neighborhood nanny, outdoor dining. I've been to 11 theatrical tonight. I am a little confused about the transfer of a liquor license, especially in this case, because there are several, really old-time restaurants in New York that have no stipulations on their liquor licenses because they've been here so long. They've been in Soho so long. This is one. And so I'm like, well, these are new operators, so why do they get to transfer it? Why do they get,
It's not a transfer of the it's an asset purchase. So it's an asset purchase. They are purchasing the assets, they call it a transfer. That's what it's called, but it's not like the license and everything that with it is transferring. It is looked at as a new license with its own public interest.
And its own stipulations.
I can clarify.
No, just to,
Go ahead.
we have,
I mean,
there are
I don't know if anybody else.
Hang on, Darlene. There are signed stipulations for RDK.
Mm-hmm.
And they're most recently signed last year in August.
That's at 12 o'clock.
And it said closing at midnight.
The restaurant inside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which is fine. Which is fine. Look, I have no, it's a very, I had heard of this restaurant, closing and changing hands for, I'm gonna say since last fall. That was in the air. And they came and, all due respect, they came and they got, outdoor dining, the sidewalk, and then the roadbed, and closed the street, open for an open street, all within that time, and it feels a little snookered. As a community member, I feel a little snookered. Like, not good faith, that they got all that in place, and then they went to a buyer, like, here you go.
So I'm just going to be clear what they came to our committee for in terms of outside, not what they went to the outdoor dining working group for, but what they ended up with at our committee was just for the sidewalk. They had come earlier when they signed this for the roadway and the sidewalk.
Yes.
But when they came again last month with the municipal expansion, alteration to do the municipal expansion, they had said that they were selling the business and were only doing the sidewalk.
And not the open street?
All they applied for with their alteration application that went to the SLA was the sidewalk. When they came before, back in August, and we put this in, that one had the roadway. When they came to us 2 months ago, I think it was just the sidewalk was the alteration notice that went to the liquor authority.
Right. Okay. Thank you for making that clear, really, seriously. I also agree with Nikki about the hours, they're too late.
Okay.
12-1, isn't that kind of what Spring Street is? I mean, they should all be around in the same time frame. Make it easy for everybody. Thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just to add some clarity on the sidewalk seating and any roadway or anything like that, that's non-transferable. We can't, there's not an avenue for us to transfer, and I'm sure it's lovely for your line of work, but yeah, there's nothing we can do to transfer that. We have to go through the DOT brand new, just like everybody else. Obviously, we're happy to agree to the stipulations that Roy had set up with the community board previously, but if you want to renegotiate and have my colleague come back in on the sidewalk seating, you're well within your right to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I would like to do is have the same stipulations basically that were signed in August, which I can send to you, that had hours of 11:30 a.m. to 12. I mean, that's what was signed in August of 2024. For indoor, full-service restaurant, then the outdoor dining had the sidewalk closing at 11 and the roadbed closing at 10, and that they would return to CB2 for any service of alcohol as part of the Open Streets program. Background music, including any private events, no TVs, all doors and windows closed at 11, and then the general, no boozy bunches, nothing to the facade or anything like that. So that's what we have on file.
So I can only speak to how our process works, and every conversation we've had is that there was an unrestricted 4 AM license here, and it seems to be our understanding that there's likely still an unrestricted 4 AM license. I completely trust you that there's signed stips.
That's added to the liquor license. That's what it says on the bottom. CB2 and applicant licensee request that the SLA add these stipulations to the method of operation.
But unless you file a method of operation change through the applicant, the SLA doesn't immediately change the stipulations on the license just because there's CB stips. The applicant would have to
asked to do that as well.
Ask to file a method of operation change?
No, that's what the rider on the bottom is. It says that both parties ask the
We
liquor
signed
authority.
it. I mean, we have it here, it's signed. This is what, you're welcome to come see it.
No, I'm not arguing it.
Okay.
May I, or?
Yeah, you're welcome to.
When we purchased the name, when we changed the thing,
You
and
can
purchased
start with
online,
your
sorry, I'm Debbie Abraham.
Right.
And we are the original owners of RDK West Rock Corp. We had purchased it from Sanzines. At that time, it was also a transfer. I believe we did apply for a new license and that was open to 4. If you remember way back when.
So just from our resolution from 1996, from Sanzine, it was open till 2, and 1997 was 3 a.m.
Okay,
Nothing
so
was 4 a.m.
that's probably correct. As the years go by, I was the closing person and probably not much to his liking, I refused to drive home to Jersey with all the drunk drivers. So as the years proceeded, that 3 o'clock became 2 o'clock and became 1 o'clock, but that was a decision of mine for my safety to make sure that I arrived home. As we proceeded through the years, we hit COVID, and that obviously made it even earlier because everybody was closing down at 10 o'clock. So if I did sign what you're saying, which I probably did, it was with the understanding that my liquor license still was 4, but I chose to operate to 12 because of the circumstances within at that time.
But just to be clear, you had an attorney at that time, and these stipulations were provided to the attorney. The attorney sent them to you, and they're signed and notarized by a notary public.
May I? Sure. I don't even remember which attorney at that point, to be honest with you.
But either way, I'm also just going to say that it's a new license. I mean, this is a new license that we are evaluating. It's a very different time than it was back in 1996. And we're not saying, I don't think that the community is saying anything much different than what they would say, basically.
For the past 2 years, I think, since COVID started going away, we were closing around 1:30 or 2 o'clock, and we never really had any complaint from upstairs of us.
But I understand that, but number one, that's you who's been in the community now for 30 years. That's not somebody new coming in with not a 30-year track record.
Could I explain something? I had so many people who were interested to buy this place for the past almost 10 years. And I turned them down. I couldn't be more happier to have them here. Seriously, I spoke to them. They were my customer for a while. For the past 2 months, I introduced them to all the neighbors on Thompson Street, upstairs. And everybody is looking forward for this place to have light again and keep this corner safe. So I'm not here trying to sell myself. I'm retired. And that's my sleeping time at this point. So I am here to support them.
Okay, I'm just looking to see, I understand that. I'm just trying to see.
And actually, most of the people who come after 12 or 1 are neighborhood people. You know, Ned and Constant on Thompson Street.
Yeah, I mean, we have a few letters from people in the community that are, it's a number of, we have 5 letters.
That are against?
That are against the late, let me just, because I didn't read all of these, so let me just.
Do they live on Thompson Street?
110 Thompson Street. Let me just, yeah, it's the 4 a.m. I mean, it's those late hours on Thompson Street that people are concerned about, really. It's not, that's it.
That I completely can understand, being a neighborhood person myself. I do know that we've had multiple people come to us and say, why don't you stay up late, or why don't you stay, and I'm like, no. Well,
yeah.
just 1 second, please.
Yeah.
I guess what my question is if we could get those tenants who would like us to stay open to counteract those 5, would that be a possibility to help the situation to be till 2?
And I think we'll just have,
I ran this place for
Yeah, no, I-
28, 29 years, and I'm part of the neighborhood.
no, I know.
And I think 2 o'clock is very reasonable for that corner. With the rent going up, on us in the past 5, 10 years, you need to stay in business. And this is not, going to be, a dive bar.
We don't. I guess, Matt, do you have anything to say? We'll just talk about it in business, Yeah,
I just, Matt, so you want to give them a run through of Ken Hospitality Group, just so they know?
Yeah, just a little bit about Ken Hospitality Group. We started in 2018 in the financial district at 70 Pine Street. In one building, we have 3 licenses. There's 2 restaurants and a cocktail bar. Crown Shy is on the ground level, 1 Michelin star. We run a 2 Michelin star restaurant on the 63rd floor called Saga. And then we have Overstore, which is a cocktail bar, which has been awarded the number 3 bar in North America and the number 15 bar in the world. Like, we run very high-end, polished environments. We do not have like clubs or anything like that. We run very nice restaurants.
So I will just say the one thing, it's the high-end cocktail bar that is exactly the problem till 2 a.m., especially from Sundays through Thursdays. It's not that I'm not saying that, you're a drunken mess of a bar or that you're a club. I'm just saying it's the bar and that after midnight till 2 a.m. when in a place that's, brownstone buildings, with all your Michelin stars, you'll probably be very popular, you'll probably do an excellent job, but that means there will be people coming out at 2 in the morning after having a few cocktails, because people drink more the later it gets, even if they're eating, surrounded by all these residents in these brownstone buildings. You're gonna say something.
Right, I'm just gonna say, without saying some of the top ranked bars in the world are problems in our community with people lined up outside of them.
Yeah.
And they're on avenues.
Sure, I mean, we're not like in the East Village,
So,
which like.
no, I'm saying, we're not the East Village, these are predominantly in the West Village. These are on little residential streets, and we actually approved one with closing hours at midnight, and their sidewalk is overwhelmed because it's so popular. Just the high end doesn't absolve, it can bring other problems that are difficult to engage with because there's nowhere for people to go. And this is a very residential community with people living upstairs everywhere. So that's the push and pull, and why you see so much pushback over and over again with new businesses coming in, because new businesses who are coming in here want to, hit a home run and overcrowd their spaces so that they are running at max capacity. And that hasn't always been the case with all of our legacy businesses. They operate a very different way. They know all their numbers, they can keep running and adjust, and they can keep it going. And it's very different than building out a new place, starting over all the things that you have to do with the new business, which is totally different, right? You have to spend a tremendous amount of money to get going as a new business, as opposed to somebody who's been there, probably what they started with when this was a little different community. So.
Completely understood. I just wanted to kind of let you guys know that this is not their first venture, that this is a restaurant group that is.
I appreciate that.
As far as next steps, look, part of buying this license was for the late night hours, right? It's ingrained in the concept. All of the support and outreach we did labeled 4 a.m. everywhere, right? It's over 70 signatures with 4 a.m. And after having conversations with the neighborhood, we understood that 4 a.m. was a bit of an issue, so we shaved off 14 hours a week, right? 2 hours a night. So now really 2 a.m. is as low as we can go. If you think that additional conversations need to be had, I want to be as candid as possible at how this process works. Because we have an APA, we have a ticking clock of we need to get an application to the SLA almost immediately. I would say by the end of this week, we're gonna have to send something to the SLA. So we're happy to have additional conversations with neighbors, and even if you want us to come back in August,
But
however,
people have already filed and we need to get our
I can't-
information and they've got it.
But I don't think the issues are gonna change.
Right,
But-
The issues are all out.
yeah,
Sure.
the issues aren't good.
Yeah, of course, and I will say, ours aren't locked into an SLA application until you do your 500-foot packet, right? The application itself is vague on ours, doesn't say anything, it just says the type of license you're applying for and some basic information about the licensing, so,
But
That's what-
just to say though, if you're locked into that, the only way that would you're locked into that time.
well, it's if you would like us to go back to block
Got it.
associations and have additional conversations to get everybody comfortable
Get them
with those
approved,
hours.
okay. Right, got it, okay. Anybody else have anything on this? Okay, I think we're good, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, and the last, I think this is the last one, Victoria 196 LLC at 194, 196 Spring Street, Restaurant Wine. Applicant, it's an alteration for roadway seating.
Hello, my name is Thomas Burke from the law office of Stacy L. Weiss. Our firm represents Victoria 196. I have to apologize, the applicant, Mr. Guaglione, is not present tonight. He called me this morning and said that he was leaving for Italy to take care of a family emergency. This is an application for a roadway cafe in front of Victoria 196. Structure is 20 feet by 7 feet. There will be 10 tables, 2 seats at each table, total of 20 seats. No music outside. The hours will be 11 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay. So it's too bad he's not here, he wasn't here the last time either.
Better is not here.
Yeah, well, so I will not speak for the committee, I'm just going to speak for myself. When Ms. Weiss was here for the other roadbed at his licensed location, and she said she was in charge and it's all new rules and he's going to pay attention to the rules and he's going to be very good. And the committee, surprisingly to me, recommended approval of that roadbed to try to turn over a new leaf and see the rules change.
Can you just mention what she said?
What do you want, if you can
She
remember
said
exactly.
because she was his attorney, he would follow the rules. That's a paraphrase, but it's.
So, and I think that was in, I should know.
And what happened? I don't
Okay, so that was in April, so what happened, that was in April, let's just say that, it was either in April or May, I'm quite sure it was in April. In May, on Memorial Day weekend, I was walking around, and he did have his roadbed actually, he had the proper number of seats in his roadbed structure, okay? He had seats adjacent to his licensed premises on the sidewalk. He had seats across from his licensed premises, partly in front of his roadbed, on the curb side of the sidewalk, which is not permitted and was not permitted during the temporary program, and he has been told that multiple times, and we told Ms. Weiss that when she was here, that because that is what he's been doing all through the pandemic. He also, and he had signed the stipulations that said no host stands, no, because that is part of the regulations. He has, next to his roadbed, in the roadbed area that is not in front of his premises, but is adjacent to it, he has chairs, just stacked. He has planters there. He has bus stations with dishes and things there. Now, for this premises, which is papered over, we recommended denying his application here because of his long troubled history. He also had seating on the sidewalk, in the furnishing zone, the curbside, at this premises. This was after he signed the stipulation saying that he was going to pay attention to the rules. So, I,
Don't trust him.
no, why would I trust him? I have pictures that is slightly better taken in the past 4 weeks, that everything is, I didn't see tables and chairs in the furnishing zone, but I did see them on the sidewalk, which he didn't apply for the sidewalk, he only applied for the roadway.
Doesn't have a sidewalk cafe.
But he is operating as though he has a sidewalk cafe, because they're out.
He doesn't have a mission.
Right, they're out there every day. The bus stations have gotten almost more extensive than when I took I mean, he's got metal, 3-tier metal carts
Did he
filled.
stipulate that he wouldn't have them?
It says no bus stations, yes, it says no host, yes,
He stipulated.
it said no host stations.
Is there a hostess stand?
Yes, there's a hostess stand.
I'm gonna think
There's
this
a
up there.
hostess stand. So, I'm just, it's
So you're
nice
gonna-
that you
you're
came
gonna
here
go
and
to
hung out
discipline.
with us all night, but I can't imagine how this is,
So you're gonna
why-
vote to discipline.
Well, we haven't had our decision, it's too bad, I'm just saying, I think we were hoping,
He does what he
we
wants to do.
were really hoping that
would get
by approving the roadbed and giving him the opportunity, because, to try to work with the community and really giving him the opportunity to do something so we could, we've had a few applicants that I can just think of one off the top of my head that had been problematic for many years. And actually right now and for the past year, so they've been doing a really good job. Sure something's off 6 inches, but overall it's good, right? And so I guess in the back of my mind, and I'm not an optimistic person, I thought that this would be like, maybe we could move forward with this. But I'm not sure how. Are you gonna say something?
We took what was a reasonable application and we waited on what was in front of us. And we did that because it was a new leaf, right?
Yeah.
A new program. And now we're gonna have to go up to Chair Fan and tell her, we followed her direction and the other commissioners, and we cut him a break and he can't even follow the rules. And that's a big change because we're trying to save everybody
I expect that you.
all the time, going through this, and now we've gotta go do this again.
If he's not following the rules,
But,
I expect you to.
and part of why we did that was why
Stacy
Ms.
wasn't
Weiss-
a cop,
Ms.
she was a
Weiss-
cop 30 years
what
ago.
she,
She's not
what
policing.
she, but if you were to go back and watch the video, she personally assured
Same as
us.
the video you showed me about the bathroom, I'm aware of this.
I think-
She might make promises, but she can't enforce them.
No, and I think we actually said that to her, is why you're not him, we're not questioning what you're saying to us, you're questioning your
She
ability.
can't enforce them,
So,
she says to him,
right.
are you gonna do it? And he says yes, and what are you gonna do?
Exactly, so wait, we do have people from the public here, so let me, that have sat here. Paula, is that, yeah? Oh, goodness, and materials. Thank you for staying all evening.
The last one.
Good evening, good evening. My name is Paolo Alavian. I'm the owner of the business in Soho and resident of the Soho. 45 years resident and over 37 years owner of the restaurant in the corner of 200 Spring Street. I'm here for opposing what the restaurant people of Cuisine are doing to the neighborhood, and the restaurant will never comply with any law or any. If you like, I'm here for the two reasons, if you kindly to give me a chance. People of Cuisine, I'm sorry, I'd like to see this one.
Thank you.
And you can see, last year I had a health issue, a stroke, I wasn't too much involved, and specifically they asked me question about the closing the road, and extremely I was saying it is bad ideas. Remember, God loves deliveries close to us, and they need this way. And that was exactly what I said to them.
So you don't wanna be part of the open street?
I'm never aware of this. This is accidentally 3 days ago, we
Yeah.
find it on the internet. And
Oh,
I
because
raised,
they came to us last month for this application, which we denied for the same reasons that we are denying this, and I think in the resolution it says that something about being kind of astounded that DOT was letting them control the open street based on their behavior.
and what they did basically, to convince the DOT, 3 applicants is there.
So I'm sorry, this is about a roadway cafe. I spoke to this gentleman this morning. He's adamantly opposed to closing that street. But this is not an application.
No, I know, that's
This is
what,
what
but
this is what your firm provided to us,
for the open street.
includes his business.
My firm didn't apply.
Yes.
Did they?
No,
Absolutely not.
no, they didn't.
My firm
actually.
did not represent.
Okay, then it was Mr. Kelly.
Yeah.
Excuse
No,
So,
it's not
but you're-
Mr. Kelly either.
Well,
It's
I have to
Michael
put that-
Ferrara.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so blame
So
Stacy
that's your
Ferrara.
client.
Blame Stacy, my client is Michael Ferrara.
No, I said that your client is the applicant.
Is one of the applicants to open the street.
No, your
He's
client
the-
is the manager, is the one that is on the
There's
deal,
only-
Yes,
to
he's gonna
manage.
manage it, yes.
No, there's only one applicant to DOT.
Yes,
There's only one application.
and that's Mr. Guaglione.
Right, and he included this gentleman's restaurant in there
Okay,
without permission or
I
consulting.
have no knowledge of that, and I don't
No,
but it's
represent
right
him
here.
for an open street.
No, but we're not
Okay,
saying
but
you
we're
do.
I
saying
can't
your
speak
client.
to that,
No,
he's
but-
represented by.
No, one second, just me saying one thing, we're not saying that you can speak to him for the open seat, but we as a
This is
committee
your client.
are evaluating the
Oh, I see,
applicant,
if my
and so
client did
that's,
something bad to him,
well,
then I understand.
your client did something,
It's about his character.
exactly, that's,
May I?
yes, please,
Thank you. The concept of his following, no rules, absolutely no rules, no regard to anything. It's the only restaurant serving the food on the pots. And after 2-3 glasses of wine, I agree the customer cannot be controlled hitting between forks and pots. And that is the most common thing happening in that restaurant. Many times we brought to him and said, you cannot be alone, you need to be part of the community. Absolutely zero. As of today, 4 o'clock, I will have the picture I will submit it to you. They building another shack. Front of the restaurant doesn't exist yet. It will be open in future. So far, they have their stop order.
That's what we're here for,
I'm
that's why
sorry.
we're here tonight. That's
I'm
what
sorry.
We're asking for permission for that.
Yes, please, can I finish?
yeah, just to be clear, on the committee recommended denial of that liquor license.
Thank you. When I'm saying if today he will get this application approved, he will become more aggressive and more aggressive in the sidewalk, more aggressive in any shack he built. This restaurant will not ever be part of this community. Any location, Thompson Street, they have mega issue. And if you pay attention smartly, they do application on that, I'm sorry, 2 different corporations, Victoria and another one.
Right,
And every job, they apply different way.
Right.
They are really underground. When I raise this question to them, because I have my phone, I can show. Mr. Filippo, he's in Italy, and I can show in my phone. 3 days ago, I raised question. He called me from overseas. He not left yesterday to Italy. He's in, and I asked him, why you did the fraud like this? Of course, he aggravated why I used the word of the fraud. I said, in this country, this will call fraud. You did not ask my permission for it. You just did it, and I'm trying to remove it. Unfortunately, no way you can, because DOT already proved it. I'm talking to the God loves you deliver. 15,000 people, they need to get delivery from God dogs every day because of the one person. Now everything they have to be rerouted if they can. Basically, you said it, the artery of the Soho is the Springer Street, one of the most important. Because road closing, which is happening starting from tomorrow, I have all the pictures, I will show you how they're trying to establish. They already forwarding, community board, full community board said no to the road. They apply anybody with the DOT. They use different attorney in that point. They use different sources, and DOT prove it with or without any consideration. Maybe the neighbor have right to talk about this case too. Day one, 40 years I'm there, I never saw human can be aggressive to close anything he wish. The picture of sidewalk the gentleman is denying, I have it and I will send it to you. The stand of the, I have a picture, I will hand it to you right now, if you allow me.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd just like to make a note for the record. This is Mr. Guardino's competition. Okay.
Sir, I don't need competition.
The thing is, it's okay, it's not really competition, and he's not telling us anything that we haven't been sent. All the same pictures of, we probably have identical pictures, they're just taken at different
Just want to
times,
bring
so
your
it's,
attention to this.
yes, they just.
They're not comparable restaurants.
He's asking that your client follow the law. He's not, that's very simple.
You're asking that my client.
No, he is too.
He asked, he said that he can't follow the law, and it reflects on the business community is what he was saying. Is that when you
Saying
have other
somehow
operators,
Mr. Guardiano's
all picture.
illegal activities.
reflects on the business.
I'm emailing
That's
you,
right.
just so you have my contact.
Yes,
And we've been hearing this for years,
From the business community or from the residents?
from
I know the
everybody,
residents,
from everybody.
the residents have a legitimate beef, but I don't think the business community.
I think that most business owners hope that the actions of all other.
You think, have they been here and opposed him? No. No business owner in Soho.
So what are you saying? Why doesn't your client follow the law? Answer us that. It's pretty simple.
Because of the type of personality he is, because
Okay, and so you
he
think
thinks
he
he
should
can
be
do what
shut
he
down
wants.
since he hasn't been able to follow basic laws for years? Does that reflect on the character of holding a liquor
Of course,
license?
I'm not gonna advocate that my client gets shut down, but I do understand where you come from, I know the
So what
difficult-
is the resolution? We gave him a break and he couldn't follow.
And he didn't follow.
So what should we do?
So disapprove him now.
Yeah, but what do you think the appropriate punishment should be in
You
order
wanna
to?
punish him?
No,
No, you're not
if
here
you-
to punish.
Hold on a second. If you can't follow the rules,
Yes,
doesn't that usually come with violations
well,
and,
sometimes it
and,
does,
and a penalty,
yes.
and generally
And in
a
this
promise to follow the rules?
And in this case, it's up to the SLA,
Well, that's right,
right, to take action against him and to
and that's
find
what
him.
we're going to.
They have never, ever taken action against him. He has never had a New York State Liquor Authority violation, ever.
Which is astounding.
It is. He has never.
Well, I mean,
So
he
that's,
clearly.
that's the body which should punish him.
Okay, we
Well, that's what we're asking
We're
about. What do you
asking,
think
we're
the
trying.
appropriate punishment?
Okay, are you,
I'm
do you
sorry,
have
I
just a
don't-
little bit more to
very
say,
quick,
just a little bit, okay, go back up to the microphone and just say the end of what you have to say, please.
What document I hand you, if you look in the stop order board for the restaurant
Next door.
next door.
Yeah, I saw that on
But
too.
if you pay attention very clearly, permit was made for 194 Spring Street. John is doing plumbing on 196 Spring Street.
Excuse me.
I'm
There
sorry.
is an
Wait, no,
issue,
wait a
there's an
second.
issue with the lease.
I just wanna say one thing, he is speaking, if you wanna rebut what he is saying, you can speak when
But
he's
he's
done.
still-
No, I'm
you
not kidding,
interrupt him.
please, I'm not kidding, it is 11:20, we still have
Yes,
time.
I wanna go
have a
home.
meeting.
Alright, if you wanna
Stop
go home,
talking.
then make me stop talking and just let him say his piece, and if you want to refute anything he said, you can come to the microphone when he is done and say that, okay, please?
Okay, you could,
Thank you.
and I will tell him to
Go ahead, because I think it's still our meeting, go ahead.
Thank you. And as of another picture, today they building the new shed, which is, I can have a picture.
Okay.
This picture was at 1 p.m. start the construction. The new restaurant we claiming is not open. Everything this application is supposed to be operating restaurant.
He is up.
Sir, the restaurant 196 is not
Talk to me.
open. Is not open. Restaurant is still
Okay,
covered
you
the
didn't
window.
really, you two, talk to us, and you can refute when he's done.
Here we are.
We are tired.
Need a toilet.
Okay, is that it? I'm not trying to rush you, just it is 11:20.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you.
I beg you to not
Yeah,
allow,
yeah.
please have to.
Mr. Burke, do you have something to say?
Yes, I do. There was
Wait,
confusion
one
about the
second.
address.
I'm just gonna finish again. Let him step away from the microphone and please use the microphone.
There was confusion about the address, 194 and 196. It has to do with the landlord and the building. It's not that he tried to change an address or make something different. He signed a lease for 194-196. Okay. Now, he has been approved for a roadway cafe by DOT. And so therefore, he's building a roadway cafe outside. He's not serving any liquor out there because he hasn't been approved by the SLA. He hasn't been approved by the community board, which would then lead to approval.
There's nothing else, I mean, but you can't blame him.
Is that
I
a
mean,
truthful statement that he's not serving liquor in,
It's not
in?
It's not open.
It's not
No,
there.
but I mean, in any of his licensed areas where he's not supposed to?
He's serving
I mean-
liquor in his roadbed.
No, I said he's saying that he built the roadbed before he was allowed to, but he was allowed to by DOT. So we're talking about letting him serve liquor there, and that's what this is all about.
well, I mean, one would hope that DOT would see if a premises was even open before they approve them for roadbed dining, but they
One would
did
think so.
not, so here we are,
Here we are.
just one more thing,
Okay, thank you for your time.
thank you. Okay, we are going to, oh, Darlene, did you have something to say? Make it as quick as you possibly can, we know you've been here for 20 years speaking to us. Go ahead.
Thank you, Darlene Liz, last name, Lessee. On the record, Paulo from Altesi, he's telling facts, it's factual. So thank you, Paulo. And, exactly what you said. We've seen him we've seen Guardino in operation for years now, so his MO is known, so thank you.
And we have, for the record, we have your photographs, so, great, thank you.
Yes, I'm opposed to just about everything that the people know, including the open street. Trying to hassle the DOT, like, how did that happen? Thank you.
No, go ahead, Becky.
One thing, and I leave you. This picture, it
Yeah.
was at 5 p.m.
Today?
The rest,
Today.
yes.
Can you also
Can you-
share?
This and restaurant is closed.
Yeah, so if you could do me one favor, I show her down here, and then if you could do me, just, I emailed him.
I'm
sorry.
That's okay. It's my rep, I'm going to this one.
Look, just, if you could,
You can see.
Wait, please, honestly, just, you could show them when we take a break, just stay here for 2 seconds.
Yes.
And I want you to email it to me too, Mickey, go ahead, 'cause,
I'll speak very quickly.
yes.
I have a painful memory of the proprietor of this enterprise calling me a liar for saying that he had served without having a license into the sidewalk during the pandemic. In the meeting, he called me a liar. I went back into my video. I sent it to this committee. I do not like being called a liar because I'm not a liar and I will never lie to this committee. He was lying about me, and he never called people liars, but that was a lie. He was serving without a license. I had time-stamped, time-coded video. I'm very grateful to know about the open street. I've testified at the Transportation Committee about the terrible problems it causes for Sullivan Street, just where you are. And so I'm wrapping up just to say, I really hope he's denied and I really hope he leaves our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, okay, we are going to take a break now.
5
for
hours.
Okay. All right.
I'll be fast.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry,
So,
yesterday.
no.
The last thing.
So we're off the record now, just so you know that.
Yes,
So
I
don't
just
say
wanted
anything that you
to-
didn't, it's still going, so we are on the record, yes.
Everything, whatever convenience you use in this restaurant with all the licenses, whatever is not convenience used in the restaurant is just under construction.
Right, no, I know, I mean, we have photographs and we walk by and, but it's nice to have you here to, verify what we were also saying. If you could send me that photograph
I will.
today, I emailed you.
Please.
I did, so you can have an email from me, my name is Donna Raftery.
Can I write that down because I have a little bit.
We'll miss you.
I'll give you this pen, hang on a second. There you go.
Oh, great. Oh, she's.
Here, you want some paper?
No, she.
Oh, she has paper, okay, good. Here's my information.
Oh,
I
great.
live right around the corner. I would like to make sure that that open street doesn't happen. We have testified if everybody wants it not to happen. And this is an epiphany. I mean, thank you.
Now you have anything.
Yeah, I'll just reach out to you because my friend over here said you're the best restaurant in the neighborhood. And I'm like, well, then why haven't I been
Thank you. Oh, great. Thank you very much. I'm sorry you have to work that late. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming. Now, what are you gonna do? Okay, I think I have enough. I know. What kind of cookies are all the things you've always wanted? Are they peanut butter? They're like buttercups. No, butterfinger balls. All right.
I haven't gone in, but.
Wait, what do you say? What do you say?
Thank you.
They just want to capture the hotel.
Thank you.
I'm here to say thank you for the best. It's been wonderful.
I think we're gonna miss you.
I miss you too. But I'm gonna be part also. Even when we all, I just go.
Are you
there.
moving?
No,
Well, you're in New Jersey.
I'm in Summit, New Jersey.
Okay.
But I'll be, we just bought a house in Colorado, so we're gonna be.
Oh, nice, good.
But spiritually, I will be part of this business. I will go there, I will see the neighborhood, my friends, everybody. But I want to thank you for everything and being
And
understanding.
good luck.
I thank you.
Okay, thanks. Good night.
Good night.
Send them a certified call plan, send them This is
Absolutely. I have a number of answers. This is you know, what do I do with, there isn't bread makers and sandwiches and muffins. And it was a,
Didn't they?
there was a new liquor license.
Did they go away?
No, they're still there. She said that they weren't going to apply for a sidewalk cafe because they weren't going to have anything outside. The next day, 5 tables are outside in front of the facade.
Of course, and I used to be the director of counseling.
You said, yeah, I spoke with her.
No, I knew him when he was at, He's in my husband's fraternity.
DOT, he's the head of the dining alley.
I was so I don't even think, maybe. Did not of the things I did. Otherwise, they are.
Because they really stay.
So you're staying for customers, right?
He's doing it together with it right Friday.
I talked to
I missed everything. Okay, so let me just get.
Do 45 Howard seconds, so peak stays.
Okay, okay. So let's see. Give me 1 second. The other one.
It's not like a course, it's slats.
Yeah.
It opens, it's slats that are covered in vinyl.
Oh, 45, that's not post on now. What was 45 Howard? 45?
That's a wonderful place. 45 Howard.
What's the other one you're staying?
Oh, they're delicious.
Broom
They're like a
Hotel,
butterfly.
431.
Yeah, the Broom Hotel.
No, one.
Right, no, keep them down there, because that's the same thing, it's like, if I start eating,
Do you wanna try one?
it's like a Butterfinger bar, it's like it's a Girl Scout cookie, but it really is like
I can't
a.
eat sweets, I'm sorry.
Oh, good for you.
It's not a good for it. I brought a container of ratatouille I made and I snorted it down a little while ago.
What happened to the Broom Street one, why? Yeah, but.
It was like the fourth or fifth
These
thing
are my
we did.
copies, I want.
And it was just like,
Mercer?
No, it's 431 Broom Hotel.
No, I always print out my own before I come.
It's the one that had that.
This is my I understand. You know you can't talk very good, right?
It had that acoustic report.
Okay, so what is this? This is. Oh, I didn't say that.
You know, it gets creepy when people.
All right, so we're gonna go into business session. We do not use the microphone, so I'd appreciate it if everybody kind of takes their conversations outside.
Chris did, she's telling me this, and then I realized.
See how good that's going.
She's the head of the Chinatown Planning Commission.
Okay,
Susan,
Michelle.
whatever her name is, I say Susan.
Oh, okay, we're not starting yet, okay.
So keep it coming. In your face.
We're still good, we're not voting yet, all right.
So that's Susan that building.
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us, huh?
What are we with?
Dr. Smith.
Yeah, what were you eating on?
Yeah, but what was it, this little sour tarts or?
What were you eating?
Some white nights.
I wrote letters, what am I eating? Okay, Michelle came to support us.
Thank you.
I'm feeling very animated. Your audience.
What I should do is just text my husband.
Yes, I'm a glutton for.
No, I'm not out.
I'm just waiting for
He's assuming I'm out.
No, this is always very interesting.
weirdos to get out, down and out, gone.
Especially towards the end of filming. I was waiting for some hiccups to happen between those guys that really look.
Came close.
I mean,
Just that corner, you know, they know each other so well.
I know, it was hilarious.
This would have been in disaster.
But it's colder here.
What?
Okay. Want to hear the culture club.
I didn't understand why they were comparing it to Burning Man. Burning Man's in the desert, I know.
The spirit is what they're talking about.
Oh, he's an aficionado. He's an
Oh.
aficionado, like he's been affected by it.
It's because the world knows Burning Man is a brand.
I'm a burner,
Okay,
I know it, I didn't understand that.
it's a phrase to grab
It's
attention.
not the location, it's more the,
It's like,
the
it's like saying the
yeah,
Andy
It's
Warhol
what's,
studio.
it's what's being marketed.
what's
Okay, the
represented.
attitude, the free spirit, the happiness,
Yeah.
cause I've been out there for several,
Well, I was like,
several
where are
years
the
and I
really
didn't
good
get that.
drugs, you know?
I didn't
Because
understand
Burning
what
Man
they
and
were
ecstasy
meaning.
are,
That's what
Burning
my
Man and
last picture is
MDMA are
quite
like this. You know, I mean.
You're not their target audience. Their target audience has $1 million to invest.
I got it, I got it.
I always put.
So they're doing their shtick, you know.
And for the community, and they're gonna give you all free membership to that place, right?
Smells already
Yes,
like.
He seems very confident.
I thought he was like really flat-footed and out of,
He's
you know.
only- Why did he pick such a place?
Alright,
waiting.
Soho is an international brand.
She looked at it as.
The buildings.
No, but Soho is an international brand. I don't know why people don't grasp on this.
The branding
It
so
is a
much.
very good point.
Yes, they have these raves over in Brooklyn, Williamsburg. Williamsburg is not an international brand. Soho is an international brand.
Got it.
And the way media is today, they can sell that brand
I know, again.
because Soho is an international brand. That's why Soho, everybody and their brother is bringing pop-ups to, you know, showcase their product in Soho.
Yes.
Because they can use Soho
Right.
in their brand.
Okay.
And
We're
it's
gonna-
massive, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I mean.
All right, we're gonna start business session, I'll just,
Okay, what, okay.
so,
We going in
the
order?
first one we're gonna do is,
Stone Rabbit?
is that right?
No, that was.
Post on Howard.
We're starting with
Howard.
Groom Hotel, so they,
What are we
these
gonna
lovely
start with?
people do not have to stay here to be.
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry.
And kept in suspense.
Where are we?
Oh, you're not.
Groom
Host. Host on
Hotel.
Howard.
Okay.
We're skipping host on Howard, we'll go back and do that. So Groom Hotel. Yeah, my notepad is messed up.
What about
Okay,
home cooking?
we're just starting with Groom,
We're starting with
and then we'll go back to our order, I just wanna let them be able to
Room Hotel, sorry.
go if I can find it, okay. So, hours till 1 AM, background only. Did they agree, did they
No,
agree?
they agreed to earlier hours. They said 7 to 11, Sunday to Thursday, 7 to 12 Friday. and
No, that's what I said,
Oh, that's.
did they agree to that?
Their steps for before.
Let's go.
Right?
Did they
The one saying is they're not changing.
No,
the
Groom
steps.
Hotel.
Oh, I thought you.
No, we're doing Groom, we're just starting, Dr. Smith.
Great, sorry.
That's okay. So Groom Hotel. Groom Hotel. They agreed to the 20 people in.
22.
22 people, I thought you had said 20, 22 people. Compromise. Okay, so I made it to the compromise, so seated patrons only. Indoors, 12 AM, 7 days. The pergola, 10:30 PM, closing, 8:30 PM, the metal structure closes. And they'll limit the outdoor to 22,
Yeah, including the staff.
including the staff. So that,
What was the pergola closing time?
The pergola closes at 8:30, they don't use it after 10:30, they will have music in there, I'm not sure how I feel about that, but they said they've had music in there. So what do we think?
Well, I'd like to see them close that other 5%.
You think what?
Why don't they close that other 5%?
Why not, that's,
It's something.
I would like to see them explore that, because, look,
Yeah, no, we've never heard that before.
we have a number of places that the retractable roof encloses the entire area.
Yeah.
Well, it's an ineffective roof for
The place
sound.
on MacDougal Street, the corner of West Broadway and Houston.
Yeah.
There's a number of other businesses that, and we've always been told, if the roof is retractable, it doesn't count for FAR.
Isn't that the same thing on Pottery too? Didn't they put that retractable roof on part of
That's
that? That completely,
If the roof is not permanent, it doesn't count for exterior FAR. That's what we've been told.
that's what we've been told.
Ask me a question.
I'm not supposed to, but go ahead. It's a question.
It's not retractable.
It shows that it is in the technical specs.
It shows that these slats go up and down.
No, it doesn't, it shows the accordion.
I think they do both.
Look online.
I think it does
at the
both. I
website.
think they go up
It
and
goes
down,
and
but I
down.
think it also does this.
Wasn't shown on the website for the manufacturer, but you could look at that if you want. I looked at it a long time ago.
I mean, I'm just, he disputed that, and said it was accordion.
It's dripping, the AC is dripping in the front row. So, yeah, so,
Nevertheless, it's not about, sound mitigation.
right. It's not really, it will mitigate some of the sound, but
Well,
it's not.
he's tried to say a window mitigates sound.
Right, so it will mitigate something, but it's not there to mitigate, it's there to cover.
Yeah. It benefits the patrons.
So,
Anyway, I hear the complaints. I think that, over the years, Cynthia submitted pictures that show, that there's some impact here, but it's really about just if they close the damn roof, that resolves all the issues. So when they build it, it should be fully enclosed, so that if there are issues with sound in the future, they can close it earlier. Or if they have a group, or, God forbid, they sing happy birthday all the time, but there are only 22 people, so it couldn't be multiple birthdays in a night. It's just 22 people, but
The last,
that's the, yeah, I mean, that seems to be the main issue. Sorry, I'm just scrolling down to.
what is it, Sunset Pergola? So what do we think? Do we think,
Yeah, the technical specs show it, that it can roll.
Okay.
Another,
Then I use
it's both, it rolls out and then it tilts.
so if they can close that,
they didn't really say why they found this cover that was only 95%.
do we care? I mean,
Do we care why, or do
Yeah.
we care that it's only 90%?
well, that we
I
care.
care about the last 5%.
Yeah, we
Why
care-
they found
we
it,
care
I don't care,
that.
they
Right.
have it, so it's in the mix, so
Oh, I
I.
see what you're saying.
It would weaken the whole
Yeah.
structure.
I see what you're
So-
saying.
But it goes a long way, because it is true that the impacted windows are some distance, but even any physical barrier there really mitigates noise. And that's just the biggest.
Problem.
Then you can't see the stores. That's what they
So you wanna
were
say
So-
get a better, roof?
No, expand it so that.
Expand it, I want them to show us that we would like them to expand it.
This kind of, I don't think this is that, I think then they're back to the drawing board. I don't
Why?
think they can just add 5% to this
But I think they,
You know,
the only
around
reason
the
they,
edges, it's from like, let's say this thing started here, it's the cover from here to
Oh, I
the
see.
wall.
they're
Make
not,
it fit there.
they're
Yeah.
making, they're leaving it open because
know.
their understanding is they can't completely close it because of the FAR.
Oh, I see, I'm sorry.
And our understanding, what we've always been told, is as long as it's temporary, it's not built, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Then,
It's the place right next to you
what place?
that has the retractable roof that's always closed. The
Oh,
super loud
my, yeah.
restaurant with a fully retractable roof.
You don't have to ventilate it if it doesn't.
Provocateur, the old provocateur space. But I think they may have,
Yeah.
whatever that's called. So I'm going to ask, now if they say they can't do that,
Which they will. Because I agree with Pete, it's probably much more expensive.
it's just 5%. What makes it much more expensive?
then-
Because then they have to ventilate the space.
Just open it.
We just open the louvers.
If it gets
Oh,
wider,
they
they
can't
might
open
have to
the
put
louvers.
in,
Well,
Oh,
then
that's a
it
good
doesn't do
point.
any,
have
it
more
doesn't solve
stanchions
anything.
holding it. The, on the website, they say at a certain width, it's only allowed certain width, in which case, and beyond that, they can build it for you, but it needs more supports, and that might be a problem for them. I'm just speculating.
Spend the money.
I think that they have mitigated this,
Yeah,
and I just don't know what else.
It's a stupid choice for them to be doing.
okay, so so are we at deny unless?
I feel like we're just, our hands are tied now.
I sort of feel like they are
Get
too,
any
'cause
better at the SLA. 'Cause I
No.
think that
I think they compromised and they already approved it, and it's not like there's
I'd like
20
one of
million
the-
311 complaints going.
I'd like one of the steps to just be that they explore closing that last 5% and they send us something before a full board meeting and just explain whatever it is.
And say to mitigate the sound.
Yeah.
Because we know that this is not doing that, it's just keeping out the weather for the patrons.
But it does
It does,
mitigate.
I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
you know,
It does.
I mean, that's like a place with their awning extended or
Yeah.
not extended. When the awning's extended,
Yeah.
it makes a
It does,
difference,
yeah.
not huge.
So ask them to show us something in writing says why they can't or can't, right?
Explore,
And-
make
and
it more
also-
forward.
That if there are any, large events, like one of these buyouts, that they close that retractable roof earlier. I mean, that's really where the noise comes from. If they have 6 different groups of 2, there's not a lot of noise. But if
So
you
what
have
time do you
one
want
big
them, what
group
time,
that's there together, that's where the
so
noise
if we have
comes from.
18 people in there or 20
It's
people
like
in there,
close-
close it at
what-
6?
Well, what
So
time
we're
did
already
they?
closing at 8:30,
Yeah,
so,
so I would say that you close it at 7. Just 6 seems a little early, but 7 is.
I don't see much difference between 6 and 7, quite frankly, Carter.
Well, it's just that people are up at home and, it's just,
So that's, I guess, for most people, that's
It's
after
more
dinner time.
about the
7 is
events
after
and
dinner
just-
time, 6 is,
well, then maybe it's at 6 because, that's before the event starts or whatever. It's just the events are what's gonna make echoing noise, people talk louder.
okay. Okay, so we're denialist with that?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, the second one we're going to do, and then we'll go back
okay,
to order, is the Center for Emerging
my
Culture.
favorite.
Which one, or both?
Well,
Are we gonna take general comments on both?
sure.
I'm gonna go and pull up 500 football, 'cause
That's what we're
I just
speaking
want to say one
to.
thing about them, that group, is that I just felt that they were so ageist and condescending that it was as if, older artists, they just couldn't have cared less. And no one wants to be against Burning Man in spirit because it's an iconic event, that matters to many more people than live in Soho and ever will. So we're not being dismissive of that. It's just that 1,000 or so people is a transformative thing that's gonna happen. And even though the Museum of pot was bad, they didn't have 1,000 people coming in.
Right.
You know, this we've never seen before, and, so they don't care about the impact,
Right.
the reality of the impact.
I mean, they also just really seem to have no idea of the neighborhood at all.
No,
They don't care.
it's like exploitation.
Those are not reasons a liquor
No,
license is
that's not.
approved or turned down. But there are many other things that,
Yeah.
So are you pulling it up?
there are not many licenses in proximity. Okay, but flip side, this is a 1,000-person venue, be split between 2 licenses, and we should, because one place can't exist without the other, we need to be very upfront in whatever we share with the liquor authority, because we couldn't approve one and deny the other.
Right.
Because the other issue is there's only one lease for the whole space. So it's a nonprofit is holding a catering license and a members club, and that's just an odd, it may be legal, but it's just strange that they don't have a separate lease, a sublease for the space.
Right.
Cause I think we've heard that before, right, with the hotel that did the 2 different licenses,
Yeah.
different leases.
Yeah.
Why don't they renegotiate that aspect of the lease? This owner is desperate for a tenant.
Well, whatever it is, I mean, these are just technical things, right? You have to have full space and it has to be split on your own.
The guy who claims to be
Then-
an architect and he lectures.
Okay, guys, no, we're not,
And then the evidence that we have all the licenses and permits, that's not, they haven't all been done yet. And by the time the 500-foot hearing's done, they won't have it. And, excuse me, because they're withdrawing some stuff, there's questions. They're saying they can just put random awnings in Soho, where random awnings don't exist. I mean, there's a lot of
Well, but
things
that's
that are
not
not
hard.
connected.
You know, that's
No,
not
but,
the
no,
license.
but they have to have, that all of their permits are in place. That is a permit that they're required to have. And they're using it as a reason to mitigate noise, identify where people come and go. So it all has to connect together. So you're not wrong that it's not this, but it is part of what they're selling. And if you can't get it,
Yeah.
then,
So the strongest cases we have for deny are.
well, we haven't, that's
No, we
just,
haven't gotten there yet.
that's just the, you know, that's the permits. C of O has to be changed, whether this triggers a violation of the zoning rules, because if it's a catering hall, it's larger than what's allowed, the square footage, without a special permit. So there's all these little layers, but all of this together is what?
Right.
And then you have the impact on the vehicular traffic and parking.
Well, that was interesting in the
1,000
end,
person.
when he was completely denying any reality to that.
Yeah, so that's a big impact.
And saying this Broadway's dead at 6 p.m., 6 p.m.'s rush hour.
Right. And not, I think he's not in touch with the rhythm of the community and how it moves, and that's where that comes into play, the foot traffic. And granted that there are subways nearby, but I don't think, in my experience, that most of these places, people are taking Ubers home. You go outside of any bar or restaurant and there are all these Ubers that stop right at the end, and there are 1,000 people here. It's gonna be,
And they're all idling.
yeah. And then history of liquor violations and reported criminal activity at the proposed premises. There was liquor served illegally here at many events.
Do you know if it was
The
ever
past
fined for
operator. What's that?
that? Do you know if it was ever fined?
I don't know if he was fined, on that, because if you don't have a license, it's the NYPD that
Yeah,
investigates it, not the liquor authority. And then, so we've got that, and then I think that the impacts of the noise, the existing noise level there were talked about, but there have been events at that space and people hear, you know, all the events, and you know, all the speakers, etc. I also, a lot of these same things we heard for some of the other membership clubs, and then the neighbors talk about the boom, boom, boom for the special event nights. like Halloween parties, like New Year's parties, and you have all that stuff, so they tried to tell us, this is all gonna be quiet and they'll never have anything, but these are the types of things, once you have a membership list that's several thousand people, everybody wants to throw their special event at your space, cause they have access to it. So I mean, there's a lot of different things here, but none of this was put together in a way that you could have, that I think there's confidence that it would be run well. And the biggest thing is they didn't seem to take that 30 days that they had and shifted the onus to the residents to come to them. Even when everybody came to the meeting, and they could have easily, with a touch of perseverance, gotten that conversation going. And so we had the same conversation this month that we had last month. And I think that that's part of the message that we wanted to deliver, that there wasn't an interest in working this out or having the conversation, because could you lessen the impacts? To some extent, right? Could you mitigate some things or create some ease with folks? Yes, I mean, that's possible. Could you have limited the size of events? All kinds of things could have happened, but none of that
No place else is
conversation.
licensed for 256 people per floor, a building that size. I don't even think there's an office building that has 256 people working
I
on
mean,
the
that's a
floor.
big number, So I think that not all of this together just leaves us with, they're just rolling ahead.
Yeah.
And I think that they can roll ahead, but they're not interested in engaging, and that's the message we have to deliver, because we asked them to engage. And we asked them to have the discussion early and in the formative phases.
Yeah. Okay, so.
So those are the main.
The main big points.
Yeah, I mean, big ones.
All right, then and those are overarching to the whole thing.
Well, I also just think the interconnectivity of this catering space and the membership club, and then the sliding scale of membership levels, because and they're saying that they're a nonprofit, and the sliding scale of the membership levels is moving, to a point where it's free in exchange for stuff. I don't know enough about that, but
You know what, that's getting, clubs want artists, so otherwise all they have are high-paying clients, so I don't think that's.
disagree with that, but I'm just saying that the membership, you have to have membership models for a private membership club. It's not just open to anybody, so
Well, he didn't say it was open to anybody, he said you needed X number of recommendations.
Yes, and then those people that were invited that will come will also recommend.
Yeah.
Well, and then it says on their website, anybody can apply.
Yeah, well, anybody can apply.
Yeah, but he said you need to be recommended.
No, but anybody can apply, but how can you get recommendations if you don't know anybody?
Then you won't get in.
So then, and then the other thing was all his catering with partnering with other caterers. I've never heard that before.
Oh, and that was a good point you raised on the other catering business, it's in being able to have the facilities on site.
Which he said he had, and he says he has that, but.
They're not cooking, they're reheating, so that.
They're reheating, but he's also, I don't know, I really don't
clients.
understand this partnering with all these other hospitality
Because they're not
groups.
gonna have events all the time, so.
But if you have a catering, the definition of a catering license though, is to prepare the food and whether you're catering it at your event or you're bringing it off premises, that's why you have a catering, otherwise, why doesn't he just have an event space or something and cater in the food when he needs to? I mean, it just makes no
everything.
sense to me.
So the other part of that is what happens to the space when there's not an event and who has access to it?
Maybe the Michelin star that he mentioned.
Then they have quieter things happen.
Michelin cook.
No, I mean, who's paying for it? Because it's the event space, it's not the membership club. So.
His members are, what did he say, didn't he say his members, or maybe he meant they're going down to the 4th floor to have their talks?
I mean, he didn't say how often the space was gonna be full. The building was gonna be full, I guess they hope it's full as often as possible, because otherwise they're gonna lose money, but, he didn't even say like, oh, it's only gonna be 1,200 people 3 times a month or something, or once a week.
And he's partnering with Silver Art. I mean, last time he came, he had all these people and he was doing everything. Now he's partnering with the Silver Art to bring in the art that I thought was what he was all about and had that, so I don't
So these are all things, but you know, if they were to issue the license, what would be some of the key things of the overall hours? Shouldn't be beyond whatever.
First of all, do we wanna say anything about how crazy him having a catering license is?
Well,
when
we
it
can't,
doesn't-
hold on, I'm not discounting saying that, I'm just pointing out that we have a huge space if they're inclined to go in a direction of not disapproving the license because a lease
For
is
both
signed.
places?
Because a lease is signed and, you know, whatever it is, then what? I mean, we should at least have
Right, okay, so you wanna do that before we
something. I mean,
discuss the.
saying that 1,000, you know, venue space or 500, whatever the split is, that they, you know,
It's
shouldn't have
1,000.
events lasting past a certain hour, that the rooftop should be ended at a certain time. Cause it seems to me a lease has been signed, so it would not be realistic to, or we could also ask that they send them back to us.
For what? I am not,
Hold on.
We don't want them back.
Hold on, they never talked to anybody is the point, and that's.
But they did sign up, if you recall, people didn't they, some people got.
Oh, they keep talking, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna give them all
Tonight,
free membership.
Maybe something might come from that.
Yeah.
But you don't think any resolution will come out of a meeting with the community, do you?
No.
no.
I mean, we might get
And
clarification.
probably not favorable to them.
And the thing about the catering and working with other partners, like, honestly, that didn't bother me as much, because what he said was true, you can't have a whole
No,
staff
that, yeah.
cooking when you don't have big events every night. So you have a certain size staff, and then when you need more, you partner with other places. They're partnering for everything.
Right.
You should also pay attention to the things the architects submitted to you, because
Yeah.
they might be going for a catering license, but they applied for a banquet hall, which is a different use group than a catering hall.
Banquet hall, okay. Yep. An eating and drinking establishment with dancing on the 4th floor.
Well, they're dividing them all up.
And that's not what he said to us, though. He said the 4th floor was more their meeting rooms.
It's
And
now the meditation room.
right, and the 5th floor.
With the stage.
With dancing. And then the eating and drinking was on the 5th floor and the roof, okay. All right, so I'm not sure what else to,
Just wanna go back here and see what.
I mean, the roof, well, it should close at 10 if we're asking something. I mean, 9, 8.
I'd say.
No music, no music, no music on the roof.
No music on the roof, that's for sure.
No sound on the roof.
No. And the 4th floor is the elixir.
And I think they're saying it's 9 AM to 2 AM each day. By, you know, the 2 o'clock for that size of a venue, what we've done in some of the other ones, they've scaled down, right, the size, I think. Different parts, they open at different times.
Well, that's easy, yeah, that's what we did with St. Vincent, didn't
Yeah,
we do that?
yeah.
And it's also easy here because they have 2 separate licenses, one's catering.
No, I'm saying that the forget the catering is only being used when it's catered event, right? That's not being used every night. They don't have staff, right? So that's the open question is, well, what is happening then if the one entity has the whole lease? Is it actually divided spaces? Or can a private member somehow gain access to this, and what's the split? Or do they have to go back out to the street, right? These are all the
parts that weren't explained to us at all. And he said, well, we can figure it out, but these are just, you need to, you know, one of the questions is there access to other parts of the building? That's one of the questions in a liquor license application. And we were provided none of that. And they have shared elevators, is that what I keep?
Well, he was
couldn't
gonna use
understand
the
it
other
there.
elevator if there's ADA access.
No,
First,
so
his
everybody has to
initial-
use the stairs to get to the catering, I mean, that's ridiculous, that's
Yeah.
not happening. I mean, if you're having a nicer event, nobody's going up the tall, building stairs.
If I remember
for
correctly, that
everybody
elevator
coming in.
holds 7 people.
Yeah, the little.
He doesn't seem to
What did
care
you
about
say?
that.
It holds 7 people, I
Yeah.
think, if
The
I remember
elevator's
correctly.
small. It's
Donna and I
really
had been
small.
in that elevator, because we went
Yeah.
to, they had a cannabis
cannabis
meeting there
meeting
for
there.
our committee. So if we're talking about the membership club, let's start with
So we're
just
going
that.
back with that, we're not doing the overall, okay,
Well, no, that's the rooftop, right? That's what we were
Right,
saying.
yeah, roof.
They had said that the rooftop would close at 10. I think that closing at 9.
And no music
seems-
though,
and
no music.
Yeah.
And no organized gatherings on the rooftop. You know, that's the,
Because members could go up there.
yeah, if it's a passive use space, but people giving talks and
Especially because a lot of
doing
what they
anything
do,
led with loudspeakers, right?
a lot of
Like
what they
the-
do
But
is,
you're okay with the bar on the roof?
That's, shouldn't be the bar either.
Is it accessible?
No. No bar on the roof.
Yeah, you wouldn't, I mean, that's, but even just the closing at 9 is the main issue.
It's one aspect.
and no bar.
So they take the steps up to the bar, up to the roof? There's no elevator that takes them directly to the roof?
Nope.
It's not
So
a
they all have to
requirement.
go
Yeah, but that's not,
and then down?
we've seen that.
Yeah, they just have to walk up to the roof. Okay, let's go.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, one more question.
Why does the third floor, which is not getting a change of use, it's remaining as an office, why does that need to be licensed? If it's an office?
In case
Well,
they
they're
change
having their
mind.
meeting.
Yeah.
I mean,
They,
yeah,
on their
they're,
website, they talk about all these private meeting spaces,
No, but
so.
that's on the members club. Third floor is part of the banquet hall.
oh, that's right. He said they're not, that's, the application.
He said we might
change.
expand later.
Well, that's what I mean, they just, for exactly that reason.
So when they expand, they can come back and get a
Yeah.
I
bigger
think that
liquor
they're
license.
interconnecting the space between the members club and the catering facility, and that's one of the main points that we have to bring.
Right.
And I think that's the reason why, at least I have concerns, that's why I asked about the lease.
Right.
Because it's not distinct and separate. Many private members clubs, they're allowed to rent out their space. There's guidance on that from the liquor authority. For example, you know, like many golf clubs or yacht clubs, they have like a couple weddings a year, and that's how they underwrite the activities of some of their costs. To have this as a separate catering facility, completely separate, and there needs to be some distinction or split, you know, that explains that, because otherwise it's just unused space in Soho, the big building, where they can't keep a staff on to do the catering stuff, so it just doesn't seem to make sense. And are there any of the food facilities, are they all separated?
He said there's a kitchen for each.
Okay.
The menu was the same, but that was just a mistake.
A lot of mistakes.
Yeah. Seems to be.
You know, and he said they would do a sound study, remember, but that's, meaning, so they've
Again.
done no sound study.
Okay, so what am I saying? I mean, it's all interconnected, but the third floor is, now why are they licensing it?
Catering is second floor, third floor is office, fourth, fifth, and roof are the member club.
That's office, okay.
but it's not really, Okay, so the only thing that we would put to the SLA is about the roof. Is there anything else we wanna say?
Yeah, the overall hours, I think, are too late.
Yeah. So what hours would we like, if we were gonna suggest anything? Or how, I'm not sure how
I think similar to the
to,
other
I'm not sure
private
how to.
members club that's on the
Yeah, but you know
agenda
what
for 2 weeks is midnight.
I mean, they went every day till 2 AM, that's ridiculous.
So say 12 AM for the whole thing, for the members club, or for both. See, it's not, like St. Vincent Bungalow, we could split that one up because it had all those different rooms in it. There were ways, and they were being
That's-
used.
Celebration is a way of life, from live music to spontaneous gatherings. Our pets weave connection, creativity, conviviality, there's Frank Lillo, into every corner of our clubhouse at any hour, whenever the moment calls.
So,
It's right
so,
from their website.
I know. And they're building community. Okay, so, I'm not sure what to do with this, it's like 12 AM, closing all of the places, not till 2 AM, for the catering, 2 AM, Friday and Saturday. Because that's the smaller space,
Across the board. I mean,
12
if you
o'clock,
wanna-
I'm just trying.
Well, no, if you wanna mitigate the unknown impacts on
12
the
AM.
residential community, you can't go beyond that.
Okay,
And if there's nothing that they come forward with, that they had additional time to resolve, there's no way it can go beyond that. In
Okay.
fact, most of Broadway is only until 9 PM. So the impact on the existing area from this large of a venue is significant. And it's not unreasonable to ask for that closing hour when there's nothing being presented and showing up at the liquor authority after a long day of hearing stuff in Buffalo and Albany and then coming to us and having 20 minutes to talk about it isn't gonna have resolved that.
It's not like this guy has a proven track record of good eating and drinking establishments.
okay. So we have the roof at 9 and no music and no organized gatherings and no bar, and the other hours for the other interior spaces are the two different things to close no later than 12.
May I suggest no amplified
Yeah,
sound on this roof as well, because if they having classes or lessons.
Yeah, that's-
Oh, I would
that's-
turn around and say, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And the other thing
I
is
would
for
turn
the
around and say they can't have
interior,
those team building things on the roof because they're horrible.
the other part of this that we discovered when we were there is there's no air conditioning, right? Or if the building was way overheated or whatever, the ventilation seemed terrible. So, you need a sound study, because if any of those windows are opened when they're
Oh,
doing
that's
the
right.
events.
Now, even
Right.
if they're closed, I'm concerned about, honestly, you know what it's like.
So they shouldn't be allowed to bring in any external sound systems. They should have a built sound system with a sound test, and everybody has to use that. And plus, they said they wouldn't have loud parties, and somebody got offended when people suggested they're loud partiers.
Okay.
I've got to leave, but are you looking for ways to approve this?
No.
Those are just the issues.
I'm just looking that if we say something,
We have to give some guidance.
we have to
because-
give some guidance in
So
case they
these are the
do
things-
approve it. So
Yeah.
that, we're not looking to approve it, but some guidance on if the commissioners decide to approve it,
If it's built and signed lease,
they're not gonna,
it's going there.
yeah.
And
But we don't know that
our-
it's a signed lease.
what's that?
We don't know that it's a signed lease.
Like I said, if there is one, it's gonna go there. And if we don't have any guidance, we have no other chance to put in there. So we need to have something around the edges.
Okay,
Alright, so I think we're
no
good,
loud
right?
party, I think so, there might be an email to back and forth
Yeah,
here.
they
But-
use the interior sound system.
Yeah, need sound study, no external sound system, only interior.
And
Set
then
with
any
lim-
really big events, maybe you should, if they're more than 100 people, should end by 11.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
You're welcome.
Be careful
Good night,
going
guys.
home.
I think I'm gonna call the.
Is that your water?
I had, what?
Is that your water?
Right in
No,
front
the
of
big
you.
bottle.
Oh, wow. No, I wish it were. I forgot to bring something to drink.
Okay, all right, so that's those two.
Thank you for coming.
Good night, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Thanks for staying
Thank
for
you
a
for
little bit
the-
of it.
Thank you for the entertainment.
Thank you for the ones really struggling with this one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
host on Howard, now we'll go back to the beginning.
Okay.
So we're deny on this one, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just before I forget, well, no, we're gonna get to it. Okay, host on Howard. That was strictly to change in class, he's not
All the
changing.
other stipulations.
All the other stipulations stay in place, the hours aren't changing. The other things I think that made us concerned when he came last time, because he was looking to, he realized he maybe can't do that, so he's not doing that now. He didn't say he's never doing it, but right now he's not. So hours are the same, it's just the change in class. Are we okay with that? Okay. The next one is home cooking, that's the cooking school. And that closes at 10 PM. She has the signatures of the two of the people on the floor.
The thing about this one, I went to their website.
Yeah.
Some of their classes go from 7 to 10.
Wow.
So is it like,
So,
So sometimes they have a class that runs the whole day
Yeah,
instead
all the way to 10.
of one, having two classes in a day.
so, no, his point is,
Hours at
his point is that if the class ends at 10, they're not gonna be all
Do you wanna
done by
give them,
10,
like,
so maybe we give them
10:30?
Oh, I
10:30, yeah. 10:30, so class can get out. Cause I didn't say to her, that means everybody
Yeah.
out, so, I don't know, okay, are we denying less with that?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that, Anthony. General meal,
Delayed it up.
Figured that one
Which is the next one,
a
sorry.
general meal, and that one is layover,
Layover.
and which one is,
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
that's the one because the applicant wasn't here.
Yeah.
I just wanted to note for myself. Carter, you're gonna be set. Okay, the next one is GF 240, Mulberry.
That had the funny rear yard thing.
Right, so I think with that one, we should stipulate Tavern wants an all-day cafe, they've had the lease, outdoors 20 seats, close at 10, inside they wanna close at 12. They said that they would stipulate to not using that rear yard until they showed us something from DOB,
Yeah.
not their architect.
Right.
Their letter of no objection.
Right.
Or revised certificate of occupancy.
so is this part of the map, the rear yard?
That's the rear yard. Won't use until. Otherwise, are we okay with this?
Yeah.
So we're okay with the 12 o'clock, and it's 10 o'clock in the rear yard. Okay. And they have, some private parties, what did they say about that? Cause that,
Rear yard, no music.
did they want music in the rear yard? I think.
Well, you don't say, they might just put the speaker.
Background on. Yeah. Yeah, why don't we'll put that in, no music in the rear yard.
Yeah, they didn't check, yes, they didn't check yes or no on that.
Or anything amplified. Okay, deny less? Okay, 7, Hex Square, the board game place that didn't come to us.
but they were sorry, very sorry. 9 to 11, 7 days. We okay with this? No changes to storefront, I don't think.
I do have a question, so I wrote down the principal is Greg May,
Right.
was it on the application?
It said, please see attached. I didn't print out that part, and I didn't, well,
It's the same guy, that's on
That's
your
been
block
doing
for us.
I'm sorry,
It's the same guy that's on your block, with Uncommons.
oh, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
listed there.
so are we denying less on this?
Still going strong.
Okay, 8, laid over too, didn't it? Yes.
Some, yeah. And I cook.
Layover, applicant not here, seem to have a string with that. 9 is, the Mercer,
What about the one, oh, did we do it? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thanks for that.
Got it.
that's layover again.
Yeah,
The
measuring.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's interesting that Max is learning. Okay, the next one is I cook, what do we think of that?
Well, they want 2 AM.
Well, they have 2 AM, they have a
But they have
beer
to
and
stop
wine,
serving
and they have to
alcohol
stop serving alcohol at midnight.
But I think
just-
Anthony's point is that the style of service here doesn't lend itself to full liquor.
It's totally different
'Cause
from
it's
the
like a
restaurant
quick-
that's in the middle of the block.
It's like a quick, isn't it like a fast food, and they're known, aren't they known for being good, but quick serve and
Yeah.
inexpensive?
He said they needed the money. You
Yes,
know,
it's purely for
yeah,
money.
Well, you said they're
They
losing
were honest,
customers
yeah,
to
people
the
don't wanna come,
competition,
they'll
but-
go down the street where they could get.
But you don't, I mean, that's like saying going to McDonald's.
Cause you
Not
could get.
not just the quick food.
Food wise, he has no competition all the way to 2 AM.
Okay.
There's no one else
Right.
going on
Yeah.
over there.
Okay.
So the only comparable thing I can think of is Chipotle, which has a full liquor license.
It
at their
does?
locations, because they serve like canned margaritas or something. And I don't even know if
Wow.
they do that anymore. And that was before the advent of,
They had a
of being
problem,
able
they had
to.
young kids working there, they couldn't be serving alcohol, I remember that.
Yeah, and now I think that there's so many, not full alcohol options for serving canned margaritas that they could have done it with a beer and wine license.
I mean,
It's San Diego.
if people wanted cocktails, they'll go to the Bowery hotels,
Right.
bar downstairs.
Right.
To his place.
And-
Right,
And there are also, if cocktails were the issue, there's a lot of cocktails that can be made, not
With-
using,
with the
Full
beer and
liquor.
wine license.
yeah, with beer and
with
wine
the
license,
soju
because
and
there
all
are
that
other,
other stuff.
there are other options for,
But if you need, I
If you
say
want
there's
a
no,
martini.
no, I would say there's no public interest, and in terms of the support
Mhm.
they had, it was just 4 signatures from like the farther side.
Yeah,
It says
'cause
155 Hester Street, it's on the farther side of the corner.
Okay,
The building on the corner is actually pretty huge,
yeah.
so there should be more out.
and what is our, so we're denying this, but it just doesn't seem to,
But
there's
if you
just,
look at their petition, I didn't, that's why I want to know if Lamb was the principal. There was an Angela Lamb, and all 4 of them live at 155 Hester Street. That must be the building.
Family business,
Yeah. That definitely, I think, you saw this ad.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's too little signatures.
Huh?
There's too little, the building's huge.
Yeah.
okay, so it's really just, it just doesn't,
And
there's just no public interest, it just
Yeah.
doesn't,
And then just came to us. Beer and wine, right?
right, recently. Okay, so that's a deny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, getting there. Max Brenner,
Chocolate shop.
are we okay with that? It's new people, don't have a lot of info on them, they weren't here, but it's the same, it's not
Somebody sent me an article which I didn't see earlier. It's Max Brenner was pushed out of his own company, financially destroyed, banned from making chocolate for 5 years. But he learned health has benefits. That's the title of the article.
Okay. So are we denying less with this?
Yes.
This is,
Yeah.
closes at 11 p.m. Okay.
What is the address of that one?
Oh, that's, 841 Broadway between 13th and 14th
It's in the
Street.
movie theater.
Yeah. Right across the street. August gatherings. That is
They're just moving, yeah.
the move, and they seemed, people said their food was good.
Yeah.
It's good, but pricey.
Okay.
It's next to the McDonald's on Canal Street.
Oh, so you either eat at one place
Well,
or
maybe
the
now
other. If you
they'll be in
have
a
money,
better
you eat at theirs, and if you don't have money, you eat at McDonald's. Okay, are we denying less with that?
Yeah.
Closes at 10 p.m. Okay. The Mesob, Meskerem,
Yeah.
Ethiopian.
It's a very good place.
Over
Could
at
you,
1 a.m.
could you write a recommendation that they need a banister there?
No.
Okay.
So what did they,
They went 1 a.m. now, from 10 p.m.
and what did we say though? Did we
Yeah,
get
we said
them down on
they
that?
said they'd take midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
it's been there for ages.
Yeah.
yeah, my concern is just adding in more that's later than that in
Right.
that area, and then if they're not there,
Right.
then
It's a very discreet restaurant. You
And
don't
it's
even
good.
know it's there.
It's good too. So there's two new places.
And it has a public interest because very few Ethiopian restaurants around.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The bookstore cafe.
Okay, the bookstore, Donald handed me a
Yes,
note
she's
and,
going
and
at
she's
it.
laying over.
Right.
She's going to lay
Laying
over.
Oh, yeah,
there's a
layover.
lot of issues
There's,
in this one.
I mean,
And
but
she
he,
didn't seem to know about it.
I don't know that we, I mean, as much as he kept saying the sound, I don't know that Donald, I just don't have a clear sense.
I don't think Donald's been to the building.
I don't know that they, yeah, no.
This is an old, and the tenants there are not comfortable really speaking about this because of all of the different things that have been going on there. It's not, and I was informed that there was another, I don't know if I said this, that there was another eviction notice put on one of the rent regulated tenants' doors there this morning,
Well, no, I didn't say
yesterday
that.
morning. So,
Stella was,
They're not
living,
gonna speak
Stella
out,
would know
yeah.
about this.
Yes, let's ask Stella.
Yeah,
Ask Stella what.
so, okay, so they're gonna lay over and look into.
Okay, so
that.
what was our vote for that?
Well, they're laying over, so we don't have a vote.
No, but we've done the Ethiopian was what?
The Ethiopian was
Deny
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 less.
less, was my question.
Okay, so now we're on the Lafayette, the other catering place,
I have
has-
a lot of just safety concerns on
Right.
this one.
and it seems, it's another one where they're just are like, we'll do it, we'll look, we'll do this, we'll do that, so.
It's an upper level floor with sort of a shared elevator if
Right.
she wants big occupancy. The biggest thing I was trying to explain to her is that I don't think you can get a license for this size of a space and then say that you'll get a temporary place of assembly for each event that you have. Like, that's not, you have to have all of your permits in place to license your space. And if you recall, I was mentioning to Donna, this is the same, we had an application from this woman for a
They
place
didn't know
on, in a meatpacking district, which was Bento and Brooklyn or something.
It's there.
Okay, and there are just issues there with the DOB stuff too, and a little too big, and it's just like, I don't know, I just feel like there's safety issues, cause you put so many people on upper floors and there's no plan, for egress.
Right. So, so we deny them less, what her hours are. She has till,
And she's already operating.
yeah,
She doesn't have a C of O for this use.
Yeah.
It's a light I mean, there's just a lot of issues and nothing was,
It's so new there, I mean, they're only gonna be open till 11, but,
12.
you know, it's just if they got bigger, 185 people, then the issues start happening. Whereas typically she said 50.
Yeah.
but she also said all this stuff is pending, but then she said she didn't have to change it.
Right.
So it's a lot of,
She said 11 PM Sunday to Thursday and 12 Friday and Saturday.
so what a temporary place of assembly is that you can go to the city, you can have a large gathering, and if you have people who are certified as like a fire marshal, you can exceed the occupancy of a space temporarily, because there's people who will respond immediately to direct people wherever they're going. So the TPAs, and they can be issued for a period of time. We learned about them, because of Showfields was using them to occupy their building.
Right.
But they're not meant to change your permanent use, and this permanent use here is a catering facility.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it'd be one thing if it was an office or another space and you wanted to do a one-off event, but she's running a regular catering business without the proper permits in place, instead of using the space for a catered event, so it's two different things.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm sensing we're denying less on this because she's in there, right, or no?
Well, she just has to show the permits. It should be denial until she can show that these, what's the pathway.
So until they have like a letter of no objection, or?
Well, yeah, or you should also ask them, can they tell us what that pathway is to get, the permits, the C of O, place of assembly. And these are all fire safety, life safety issues.
Okay, and the permit she has to get is the place of assembly.
Yeah, not a
The use group.
temporary place of
Yeah,
assembly.
not temp, and then the use group.
And have an appropriate use group that matches the use.
Anything else? Okay, kinda covers it.
And then also
The elevator,
the
the
bigger
traffic.
thing is just the noise, which was raised in one of the letters, just having booming noise, coming out of our 7th floor.
Right. But she'll have DJs.
Says the music is played at background level.
She did say there were no residents nearby.
No, she said there's no residents in the same building. But it also doesn't mean if you're working there.
Right.
Not
Yeah.
everybody's stuff.
It's also across the way, I mean, this is the problem that we have in NoHo and Soho as we expand the eating and drinking uses onto the upper floors,
Yeah.
is that people live across the street or,
Right.
behind in the back or wherever, and you are bringing this noise up to the same level of where people live, and that's one of the frustrations.
There's a penthouse, is this the right thing? 1/2 caretaker's apartment, restricted declaration, roof, garden, deck, and fountain. On the roof, on the penthouse, it says penthouse. And another half of the caretaker's apartment supposedly on the 8th floor. Right up above. So, okay.
She said it's concrete floors or
Yeah.
whatever, so, yeah.
So we're denying it unless,
Well, you should ask them for what their
Right.
pathway is, and provided they send us something remotely reasonable, we could be denying less, but
Right.
they'd have to stick to whatever that is that they send us.
okay. KHG, 180 Spring.
Was that a denial?
Yes, the last one was, well, it's
A
a
denial?
deny with a path. If they show us,
Right, okay.
if they can show us the things, then it's a deny unless. Okay, so now we're at KHG.
Well, this was really a blow for the old owner because he assumed the whole thing he was selling was the 4 AM.
Right. So.
He was shocked to hear that there was resistance to it. I was worried he was just gonna pass out.
Fuck that. So it's 2 AM, they didn't have any relays for the 2 AM.
I mean, they were willing to say 2 AM, but the neighbors don't want 2 AM. They want what we ask everybody else for.
I mean, and this is, these guys also have the closed street.
Right, so they agreed to the 10 for the outside to start.
Road bed, yeah.
Yeah, no, sidewalk, whatever, and road bed, I guess.
It's really when the restaurant was.
Yeah. I don't know, what are,
I mean, I feel badly for him because he sold it at 4, but I don't really see why we shouldn't say midnight. Because
I
it's
wrote
a-
down midnight, it
It's a
should be
new
midnight.
restaurant.
what else is new there?
I mean, they signed those stipulations and,
Yeah.
you know, they did it
Yeah,
with
no.
the attorney, it's not like they came here
Right,
on their own.
that's true.
Maybe you should shoot them 12 at 1.
You know, it's this focus on this bar and restaurant in Spain, right?
Right.
So the problem is if it's popular, it
It's gonna
brings
be a
all the
disaster.
issues when this has not been an impact and the
Right.
new space will be.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
bistro
the,
means no
no,
impact,
that's the
yeah.
difference in, I think, I don't know, I think you were saying
It
is
says
that
right
it's
here.
like that now you're filling everything, but the old school restaurants, they just were kind of, you know, if you're off a night, you're off a night, people aren't cramming in there at 11 o'clock.
Let me just read what
Yeah.
this says. This is a transfer subject to an asset purchase agreement with current tenant. We're requesting the same stipulations with the exception of the occasional DJ. Said DJ will be at background level through the existing sound system.
Where are you reading?
What are you reading? What is that from?
That's from the application.
Is
Under
it
the
the letter?
first page, briefly describe.
Oh, that's interesting. Where- Oh,
Right
Here.
there, where your finger was.
here?
Yeah.
Where does it say that it's a transfer?
I'm just saying. Bar pages will focus on Spanish Italian cuisine. The team hopes to continue bistro leads and means legacy of the United States.
Right, that's what it says. Where were you reading the part? Oh, that's in their letter probably? Maybe they have a letter in the beginning. Oh, it's on the next page.
Oh, it's on the
This is
next
a
page,
transfer
sorry.
subject to an asset purchase agreement, okay.
Oh, yeah, right
We
there.
require, requesting the same stipulations with the exception of the occasional DJ. DJ will be at background level through the existing sound system.
And those are the signed stipulations.
Right, which they didn't know they.
But they wouldn't sign them with the
Right.
lawyer.
She was
Right, I
shocked by that.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, we talked about it. I mean, that's at
I
the
mean,
meeting.
they could have Googled on our website and found that, honestly, they.
She didn't remember.
And, okay, the French doors close at 10. You'll get rid of the TV.
Right, and the lawyer that gave.
So I forget which lawyer it was, it wasn't the same,
Surprised.
yeah. I don't know which lawyer it was before, if they had a lawyer.
Well, it's like, you know, and it's very clear they wanna do that later night.
Yes.
bar business.
Yes, especially when you
Yeah.
started
Because they're
talking
paying a lot
about
of
it.
money for the restaurant, it's brand new. And it had an unusually late closing time.
Yes.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, there's
4
something to
o'clock.
be said though for the places that have been in the neighborhood forever that didn't operate that late, really, and they've been here 30 years. I mean, Milady's, when they came to us, we pushed that one back and they had a I mean, it was known for a late night bar and the new people going in had experience doing that, so it was a pushback of what had been there. And it, but this is almost like, even if they hadn't signed the stipulations, they haven't been open till 3 o'clock in the morning for how many years, or
They're
2
not a late
o'clock
night
in the
place,
morning,
yeah.
and it's a different, it's not some Michelin star, so. So are we denying unless they agree to what, 12?
12, yeah.
Yes.
I would say 12 and 1 o'clock on the weekend.
Yeah,
On
I'd
Saturday
go
and
with,
Sunday.
I'd go with short.
Well, that was Anthony
Yeah.
threw that one out first, so I think,
would've
okay.
figured that one,
Yeah.
But not Thursday.
Okay, so 12 Sunday
Friday, Saturday.
to Thursday and 1 AM
Saturday.
Friday, Saturday.
Friday, Saturday, yeah.
So we're denying, that's a deny unless, it's not a deny with a path, that's a deny unless. And they can have their DJ at background music because he's spinning vinyl, I'm gonna say that. At background, okay. Am I missing an application? And then Vittorio roadbed, I don't even think I need to ask. That's a denial.
That was so confusing.
So somewhere I'm missing something. Oh, no, so 2% Center for Emerging Culture, okay. And then,
And those hours, by the way, there are other cocktail bars that those gentlemen have.
yeah,
The financial district, those are the same hours.
12 and 1?
Yeah, well, it's Monday to Wednesday till 12 and Thursday to Saturday to 1.
Okay, so we'll see. And if they come back and say they need Thursday till 1, they'll agree to
You
it?
can email us.
I'll email you all, okay, fine.
I'm sure they will.
That's it. The only other thing I'm just going to say, I don't know why we didn't have more municipal expansion, so I find that interesting. I'm not sure what to say about that. And then, the one, Subang Corp. that I re-notification appearance waived, I just had them re-sign the stipulations. It was just, I just wanted to make sure that it's the same principles and everything like that, cause I just, that's it, okay,
Okay,
thank
good
you,
night.
good night, thanks a lot,
Thank you,
everybody.
everybody.
12:40.
Do we have to go through the metal detector on the way out?
I hope not. Maybe
Yeah.
we will.
Yes.
We can get you new guns.
That was something new.
Do you have the
That
answer?
happened
You go like
to me.
10
I just thought
times?
it was- I just thought it was
Wow,
new.
I was like, I was annoyed.
I'm pulling all my stuff out,
And
then just.
and because I had my knee replacement.
Oh, no.
You're really a
I never
danger.
show the car, but wait, wait a minute, look how she, I mean, I didn't get upset, but, she had to go through about 5 times until it wouldn't go off.
How is it gonna knock
And I
off
never,
when it's your
it
knee?
never happened before.
The umbrella really threw them off.
It's all good.
Well,
I'm sure someone, she was doing her job.
I'm gonna take back these, like the sign-in.
Oh, yeah, do you want me to bring
I
it?
understand.
Huh?
I'll just bring it to you right now.
Okay, yeah, that would be great.
I don't
just
believe
thought-
I
that.
got really annoyed with them and I was like, how can we have a public meeting, we've never done this before? I was
No,
like,
no.
ridiculous, and then she
I
was
was
dropping
just
my
surprised
stuff.
because
no,
it
that's
never
what
happened
they
to
did
me.
to me.
That's exactly what I
What's going on? Jamie, take everything out of my bag.
Thank you very
Like
much,
everything in my
and thanks
bag
so
is
much, I'm
metal.
sorry it's so late.
Oh, that's okay.
It's gonna set your damn thing off.
No, I'm
Look in my
okay,
bag.
I have to eat some
I
real
was,
food.
3 times.
Just want,
I phoned the computer.
Yeah.
they're like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
Butterfinger.
Yeah, I'll try. Do you want to fish these?
No, go ahead.
Is there a recycling bin? What do you do?
We throw it in a